There we go. So I totally just did that thing where I went, like, I live streamed to the wrong thing. So there's, like, a short, like, 30-second, like, live stream of me just, like, yelling at the camera. Um, I should just, like, rename that. It's so funny when that happens. Content. Let's see. You're not supposed to see this. Hold on. Ah, stop it. Over here. Live. You're not supposed to see my back door. Yep. Yep. Okay. Let me rename that. Whoops. Wrong stream. Save. The wrong stream! Alright, we're on the right stream now. Hello! Hello, friends! We're starting to trickle in. I started a bit earlier today. Usually I start about like 3 o'clock, but I'm trying to push it back to 2 o'clock. Hello! Nozelina? I don't know how to pronounce that. I know it's you, Maria. Cassidy, good to see you. Yes, I have to fit. It's daytime, so like, I have a scrub jay. A scrub jay. What is that? Let me show you. It's like a blue jay, but it's not a. It's not an actual like blue jay. It's a scrub jay, but it is a type of jay. Like it is a type of corvid. So this is what Peach looks like. She looks like one of these. And this is a blue nightmare in my life. I put out bird seed for like little birds, but then this blue nightmare started to like come and get at the seed, and she screeches like really, really loud. Like they have a really loud pitching screech. So just out of fun, I started feeding her. I'm pretty sure it's a female because there used to be a male that I called Screech, and he was much bigger and much bluer, and she's like more brown and smaller. So it used to be Screech was my bird, and that's why I called her Peach because it just rhymed and it was like his little girlfriend. At some point last year, Screech decided to fly off. They're very dedicated partners, but Blue Jays also have a high divorce rate. So, Screech, they got divorced. Now there's Peach, and she actually has another young male, and I can tell because it's much bluer, with her, and I call that the pool boy. So, I'm assuming she had an affair with a pool boy. Screech was not tending to her, was too busy at work and stuff, so she slept with the pool boy. They got divorced. Tough times. So that is that. Videos. Hear what they sound like. Stop it. That was it? That was the dumbest video. No, you gotta truly like get the beauty in here. Scrub J call. Sound of a scrub jay.
Get back each time.
Yeah, I can't leave it in the garage.
Come on, do your screechy thing. This is like Peach. This is just like looking at Peach. That. That's how she sounds. It's actually really obnoxious. If you hear that noise randomly in the background, you'll know that that's Peach terrorizing me. So yeah, she'll actually terrorize me. Like, there's this window behind here. Usually I have the blinds open. There's a fence, like wood fence back there. She'll sit on top of the fence and stare at me and make that noise until I go get her worms. So like I said, like sometimes I have to hide from her. Hey Alberto, good to see you. We got a lot of stuff going on today. I know I put on the thing Crowley's essay, but I'm kind of not feeling it. So I might just take that off. I wonder if I can edit it while it's going. Yes, I can. I'm going to take Crowley's essay off. But I will show you where to find it. That's cool. I can edit the stream while it's going. Interesting. But we got a lot of stuff we're going to talk about today. Plenty of stuff lined up. Like I said, I think I'm just going to dodge the Crowley essay. I just don't feel like reading. That's my thing. I don't. Last week we were pretty heavy on reading the articles and stuff. It just, I get tired. Like, I don't like reading out loud. I mean, I'll do it, but like I hate it because I feel like I fumble up on my words and shit. So, anyways, good to see everybody. Joanna, Ren Fairy, good to see you. Did I see, who did I miss? I swear I saw Katrina. Yes. I'm like, am I high, or was Katrina in here? Have Mark read it. Mark should read it. I know. Mark should just like make a small video and just like read it. Mark has an excellent voice. So, wow, we got 10 of you all in here already. Dang. So yeah, we have the Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling that we started last week. And we are like halfway through it. So I want to get to that. But first, I'm kind of distracted by this video. I want to watch. Vosh is a new creator that I'm kind of getting turned on to. Like, I'm still filling him out, but so far I like it. I like his content. So Vosh, I'm checking out this content creator, and Vosh is quickly just within 16 minutes, sort of talking about the Texas mall shooter that happened recently. It's like the guy with like all the swastika tattoos and stuff like that. Apparently he's, I don't know, Mexican or something. I don't know what's going on. So I'm gonna watch this because I think Vosh will do a good job summarizing it. Where is stuff for me to blow my nose? Hold on. Hey, Mac Geek, good to see you. That I fed the bird. Hey, Cassie! I get to see Cassie soon. So, yeah, let's just jump right into this. I want to catch up what's going on. Just so you all know, we are now only live streaming on Fridays for now. Fridays is a long stream. Okay, we stream all day. So the deal is, you're not obligated to sit here for like the whole 6 to 8 hours with me. You can come and go as you please. You can leave, go get lunch, come back, whatever. Not everybody's like obligated to stay here. Even I don't. I get up and I go for not like huge breaks, but you know, I go to the bathroom, I get drinks, I grab lunch. So it's just like a whole Friday hangout thing. We cover pretty much, we just binge watch shit together, mostly YouTube vids. We talk about current issues. We talk about political stuff. We talk about religious stuff. We talk about philosophy stuff. and kind of, just keep up on different things, different controversies. So yeah, like I said last week, we were ending with the Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling, a fantastic thing put together by Contrapoints about J.K. Rowling. As you know, she's a massive trans-hating feminist. But before we finish that, there's that whole ordeal with that like Nazi shooter in Texas, and I just want to see what Vosh has to say about this. It's like 16 and a half minutes. Then we're gonna go to the witch trials, and then we're gonna talk about something that I'm really disappointed about. Like really disappointed about, and it's the creator. She goes by Illuminaughtii, but Illuminaughtii is spelt like with double I's and stuff. And we've watched like some of her stuff before. Well, she's in deep shit for really bad reasons. So we're gonna get into that controversy and talk about what's going on there. So she definitely got herself into some hot water. And then brand new Jessie gender video dropped today. It's called The Myth of Male Socialization. And so we're going to get into that. And then, I don't know if you guys are interested. There's this Trading Spouses episode with, like, the God Warrior lady that I haven't seen. Like, I know I've seen it before on television and stuff, and I've seen people, like, cover it. But, like, it's been so long. If we just want, like, something to laugh at and giggle at, like, I wouldn't mind, like, watching this because it's really entertaining. And so we got like a bunch of stuff to look at today. Like we got a pretty full thing. I mean, like this new thing dropped by Jessie Gender. Where did it go? Oh, right here. This is like an hour and a half long. And typically when I cover things, it's like double the time. So, I know. Yeah. So I mean, there is some hope. I mean, I'm definitely we'll cover what's going on. I am in a position where I still will watch her content. Granted that she doesn't do anything further to jeopardize herself, and if she at this point makes really poor decisions in the future, I might go ahead and just drop off from supporting that. But, people aren't perfect. Shit happens. People get into some shit. She's in a lot of shit. We'll see how she grows, because I've seen content creators grow. I've seen them be pretty terrible, and then over time they realize their shit and they take accountability and they start doing their shadow work and they improve. So yeah, it's kind of tough with the Illuminaughtii situation, but we'll get there. We'll get there. So we got a big day for us. Let's see. I got a sandwich in the fridge. Got my usual beer, but that's not gonna be till later, till after lunch and stuff. I didn't plan dinner at all. I should have grabbed a frozen pizza or something. Oh well. Maybe the roomie will hook me up. And I got a shit fuck ton of root beer. Shit fuck ton of root beer. So let's find out. Let's see what Vosh has to say about this shooter. So as you know, let's see if we can find, what was it? Texas mall shooter? Texas mall shooter. Nazi? Neo-Nazi Texas gunman. There was a gunman who killed 8 people at Texas shopping mall last week and appeared to have neo-Nazi beliefs. Like, we're talking the guy's got swastika tattoos and everything. He had not been in trouble with the law before Saturday's attack of the city. So, yeah. This guy, straight up having Nazi ideology, shooting things up. Cassie's like, I haven't been drinking a lot of soda, but I picked up some diet root beer. I'm telling you, this is like my liquid elixir. Like, I love it so much. I mean, there's definitely better tasting root beers because it is 0 sugar, but I like it just fine. Especially when it's nice and cold. There's 0 calories, like 0 everything, just like a little bit of sodium. It's great. All right. All right, Vosh, tell it to us.
5,000 a day. I don't know. We have a lot of them a day, more than any other country like us. An obscene amount. It keeps growing more and more.
Wait, what?
So speaking of shootings, of which we have, I don't know, a couple a day, 5,000 a day. I don't know.
I just want to say I love his look. I love the whole like shirt button, like fancy shirt.
We have a lot of them a day, more than any other country like us. An obscene amount. It keeps growing more and more. There's no sign that it's going to stop. It keeps getting worse. Another one happened 2 days ago in Texas. A guy went to a mall, killed a bunch of people. There was a video on Twitter that was circulating of the dead bodies of children, which got a lot of negative attention, I'll say. You can turn off your autoplay on Twitter to prevent accidentally being,
That's not good.
you know, shown stuff like that in the future. It is pretty wild. Since Elon bought Twitter, I really do feel like there's just been more videos of, like, there was that cat in the blender, and then there was the shooting videos, stuff like that, you know, just like...
A cat in a blender? I don't want to know anymore. Okay, no. Nope. Those are words. That's a sentence I never want to hear again.
Hey, here's an account, like, moments at Twitter, you know? And then it's like, you know, well, here you go, have gore videos, like, top of the page, whatever. What context are you guys missing? What description do you need me to add to that? Whatever the case may be, immediately a shooting happens, and the game begins. Which ideology was the shooter? What was their race? What was their ideology? We don't usually have to ask what their gender was. That's normally a pretty solved question. No spoilers. And you know, we immediately do this. Now, the guy was Hispanic, so people thought, you know, a very normal thing, which is, oh, it's like MS-13 or something. Biden's border is killing us. Because that's what like Hispanic people who are gang members do. They shoot up malls. It's essential for the business practices of the cartel. And then some interesting stuff came out. Now, some of you, you know, spoiled it in chat. You're very mean. Now, we don't have an official confirmation on this guy's ideology, but he may have left some subtle clues in the form of tattoos.
We can't really confirm his ideology, but there's some subtle clues here. Just some subtle clues here on this man. I mean, can't get any better than that.
We're not entirely sure what he may or may not have believed. He was wearing a right-wing death squad patch when he did the shooting, which I feel would have been unsubtle enough, but, you know, here you go, right? So this has led to... Now, okay, right. I want to be kind of, like, fair and nuanced here. First of all, it is an objective fact, without a doubt, that when it comes to ideologically motivated shootings, the far right is far and away the most represented. Overwhelmingly so. Next up,
Yes.
I believe, are black separatists or possibly Islamic terrorists, you know, who are both also far right. And then, like, at the very bottom of the chart is, you know, mass shootings and acts of terror done by leftists. We know this. I want to point out, though, that I'm pretty sure the number of mass shootings that are done with an ideological bias that we can determine, it's something like 1 in every 6. Like, a lot of big shootings that happen are either just, like, gang drive-bys, big shoot-ups, or a school shooting done by, like, a mentally ill or unstable person, but it's not, like, being done in the name of an ideology. If I understand correctly, technically, we don't actually have, like, a manifesto from this guy, so we don't know that he did this in the name of Nazism. Even though he definitely did. Let's be real here for a second. Okay? These are not, like, totally unrelated characters.
do we really have to be that charitable and beat around the bush? Like, do we really have to be that charitable and saying, like, well, we don't really know what his motivations are, and perhaps, but we know what they're fueled by, if any motivation at all, which clearly this young man had a motivation to go to a mall and shoot it up. But it's pretty clear where the motivation is coming from. Even though we don't know precisely why he did the particular shooting.
Characteristics. come on. The core difference here, because some people will say, oh, well, then don't you think it's fair to assume that Tennessee shooter shot up that Christian school because they were trans? To which the answer is no, because being trans is not an inherently violent ideology. It's not even an ideology. Whereas being a Nazi is an inherently violent ideology. I think it's fair to make the association. Anyway.
Thank you. I appreciate the fact that he says trans is not an ideology. There's no transgenderism. Like, it's not a philosophy. It's not an ideology. It's just like you're either trans or not. So to say that being trans is the reason why that person shot up the school doesn't make any fucking sense.
So we all play the game, right? Okay, so what is the ideology of the shooter? Well, now we know they're a Nazi. So instantly the far right loses their mind and starts playing defense.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
This was this person who had a viral tweet accusing people on the left of being insane for saying a Hispanic man could be a Nazi, said that he must actually be connected to Ukraine because of his swastikas. So this is like the classic far right, like Russia bent, where it's like, oh, okay, the Hispanic man in Texas. Now, this person, Isabella Riley Moody, is either...
I mean, you all gotta realize that there is a lot of, like, Nazi Germans who either... I believe they may have had, like, a base set up there in Mexico, or it was people fleeing, Nazi Germany, going to Mexico. There was a lot of German presence in Mexico. I mean... That's where the hell they got, like, influence for polka music and stuff like that. Mariachi, I mean, it's like polka music. Polka coming from German. So it's like it's not too far-fetched to see somebody Hispanic kind of, like, taking on that ideology. Because there was a German presence there in Mexico. It was Argentina? Oh, okay. Okay. No, they were in Mexico too. Hi, Paul.
They're a Nazi or Nazi sympathetic and knows that she's lying here. So maybe we can move on to something marginally more interesting. Oh, they had a social media account on some Russian website that has like no moderation, where it seems he's a fan of Tim Pool. So that's nice,
No, not Tim Pool. No. Does anybody know who Tim Pool is? Tim Pool is a lot like you can rack him up there with like Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro. There's Tim Pool. He's like a right-wing commentator. Tim Pool is Tim Tool, really. He is such a fucking tool. Like, he is just an absolute piece of shit. He has terrible ideas, and I can't stand his face. I don't know if y'all know who Tim Pool is. It's this guy here. Like, this is, if you see this guy on fucking YouTube and shit, I don't know, run. He had, there was that one time where, Kanye West was on Tim Pool's podcast, the Timcast. Fucking beanie wearing bitch. Man's got one fucking look.
I'm sure we can't determine anything from this, all right? It would be insane to make any assumptions here. So
he does. He only owns like one hat. I don't know if it's like the one hat. He probably has several. It reminds me of Meg from Family Guy, just like constantly wears that beanie.
Every far-right account on Twitter right now is trying desperately to spin this. Tim Pool did so, even though this guy was literally...
I'm assuming they posted the fake Russian profile in response to the fact that a trans person shot kids and they are terrified. No, Tim Pool, come on. This is why he's a piece of shit. This has absolutely nothing to do with that trans shooter. And they're never going to let it go. All the right-wing assholes are never going to let that one shooter go. They are always going to drive home to it, even if it's like 20 years later down the line. even with all the facts about mass shootings being perpetrated by fucking cis men, like, never, never are they gonna let this shit go. They're gonna use it over and over and over. I am never going to stop hearing about it. It's gonna drive me insane. Every time there's a right-wing, whatever, Nazi-influenced shooter from here in the future, they're always going to go back to that one incident with the trans shooter. It's, woo, already making me mad. All right.
Look, Tim Pool is literally quote tweeting a tweet which includes the social media profile and the screenshot of his own. Okay, right. And then immediately tries to deflect it to trans people, saying that a trans person killed two people in Nashville.
No, he said the word executed. Tim Pool said executed. They were. Oh my god.
Wait. 3 children. Killed 6 people. 3 children. Right. It's a psyop. Oh, and then there's Elon Musk agreeing with the idea that it's a psyop when this person was just clearly and unambiguously.
I have to be honest. I don't quite understand what psyop means. Psyop. Wait, what does... In politics, maybe? Operations to convey selected information and indicators to audiences to influence their emotions, motives, and objective reasoning, and ultimately the behavior of government. Is that what's... I think I've got the right thing. Hey Mark, good to see you. I'm trying to figure out what PSYOP actually is. I'm assuming it's like this here. Dark influence operations. Propaganda, sort of communication or advertisement aimed at influencing a targeted group's way of thinking or decision making. Okay, I'm getting what a psychological... Oh, fuck. That makes a psychological... It says right here! Okay. Why would this be a psyop? That's where I'm confused. How is this guy with swastikas tattooed on him, like, going out? I guess I don't have all the pieces together. My brain is still putting the puzzles together. So the context is we're watching Vosh talk about, this creator Vosh talk about the situation with the recent Texas mall shooter that was a Hispanic man who has like swastikas tattooed on him and stuff. And so it's coming out like he's, you know, influenced by Nazism straight up. And so, but Elon Musk and this redheaded libertarian keep trying to call this like a psyop. I'm still confused. I'm still gathering all the information. I still don't know what's going on here. And I get what's going on with the actual like shooter, but like I'm not getting the response to this. All I know is that right-wing people are just like really tiptoeing around the subject. Ontology Dragon, hey, says psyops are a real thing, but this ain't it. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of gathering. This lady's like saying it's a psyop and it's not even good. Well, if it's not good, then is it really a good psyop? Aha. 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 Haha. I don't know. Continuing.
A Nazi, you know? Centrist, you know? Really finding the best talking points to boost here. The alleged shooter's alleged profile. The alleged shooter's alleged profile. I love alleged shooters here as though there's any ambiguity. Like, this person who may or may not have been at the scene, possibly the alleged tattoos on the alleged shooter allegedly resemble a symbol that allegedly had connections to Nazi Germany, you know? Claims he was inspired by libs of TikTok. Between this and the Tim Pool references, this thing is suspect. Where's his Twitter account? Why was he using a Russian social media?
How can you sit and like I guess it's just the way, like, they're just in denial. I think the right wing party was having too much fun with the trans shooter that now it's flipped over to like a cis male shooter with an influenced by Nazism that loves people like Tim Pool, who's much like Steven Crowder in that they are like right wing commentators. The right wing is doing its damnedest, and right wing creators are doing their damnedest to distance themselves from this. Funny how you know, funny how they don't want to like talk about this. Funny that they're in denial. It's not funny. It makes perfect sense. This is convoluted.
Site to right. I can answer this.
And it should be.
Russian social media sites are far right, full of Nazis, and have basically no moderation. Because Russia is a pretty far-right country and has a government that promotes that kind of stuff. Why would he openly express support for libs of TikTok and Tim Pool? Because that's Nazi shit. Easy. They're basically saying, this must be a psyop because it makes us look really bad. I think it's particularly funny, by the way, that in the context of this discourse, Ian Miles Chong would be speaking up because people were like, how can a Hispanic guy be a white supremacist? When Ian Miles Chong, a Malaysian man, literally used to go by Sol Invictus and claimed that he was an Aryan at heart. He was an online Nazi troll who said that his heart was Aryan, you know. You know, they really will. The neo-Nazis will really accept anyone. Basically, they're very diverse crowd. This is apparently from the guy here. Psycho misspelled Vision 5. Wow, that's crazy. It seems like they don't like trans people. Only feminism could have taken biological women to the logical extreme of embodying the highest pinnacles of toxic masculinity.
Oh my god.
In reference.
Hey, Paul Cherry, thank you so much for the super chat. Let's see, what do you say? It was a lot of place in Latin. Oh, okay, so we're talking about Nazi influence in like, I swear they were in Mexico, but Paul Cherry's kind of explaining it's more Argentina, Brazil, Argentina, Bolivia. Known as the rat lines, there has been a problematic re-emergence of Nazism in Ukraine, Russia, and Poland due to a multitude of factors. Nazism is strangely on the rise. And actually, where's that one? I watched this, like, not too long ago. We should probably watch this next. It's on YouTube. And it's, like, this old-timey, like, black and white film of, like, it was, like, what? How to spot Nazi propaganda? Something like that. It was like an old show, though. Like, it was like an old... I've watched it. I know it's here. Yes! This! It's Don't Be a Sucker. Yo, we're gonna watch this next. Like, because I swear, it's something that's, like, really old. But it's so fucking relevant still to this day. Like, so fucking relevant. Like, it's insane. Alright, let's finish this.
To the trans man who shot up the Nashville school. Go feminism? Probably not. You'd think this would be something they would promote. Void soy? These people are not okay. Wait, where does it say void soy? Wait, what does that even mean? Oh, foid. Foid soy. Wait, I can't see it. I can't even control F it. Second line. Oh, you mean this. Oh, it's like an emote. I see. Wait, what does the emote foid soy look like? These people, this is why I say it's a mental health issue, by the way. Do you really think these people are doing well? My gender is void soy? Yeah, seriously. Incredible stuff here. Discord brained? Yeah, for all the kids he probably groomed. Anyway, the fact that Elon Musk would immediately jump on this is really telling, you know. Obviously, like, I don't think he's that committed to the ideology. I just think he's a narcissist who will say anything to get the support of the only people who like really like him, which are
So yeah, Elon Musk is always about like people just liking him. Like he'll just fucking insert himself into places and just offer nothing to the conversation. Literally nothing. Like he just chimes in. He's a chimer. He just chimes in and it just doesn't actually add or help anything at all. He's just there making noise, and because it's Elon Musk, it's like, oh, now we're gonna look at you. Like, it's got nothing to do with you, Elon Musk. You could totally just keep your mouth shut, and this would do just fine without you, dude. He is such a spoiled, like, man-child.
far-right people, and he's aware of that. It's not the only time he's replied either. Look, he did it here with Ian Miles Chong, and then under End Wokeness, which is a Nazi account. Black supremacist, trans terrorist, Hispanic male shoots up a mall and kills several white people. One day later, white supremacy. To which Elon says, odd. This is probably Freud's say. I want to see. This is it? This is really disappointing. I was hoping it would be funnier. This is just kind of ugly and lazy. This is just boring. Nazis don't really have rich internal worlds, so it makes sense that they would surround themselves with generally disappointing iconography. Yeah, so there's not much to go... Like, I hate not having much to say here. We know the right is full of Nazis. They support Nazis.
Yes.
They're full of mass shooters, lunatics, and terrorists. And when one of their people does something like this, they immediately have to play the, like, oh, we disavow game, if they acknowledge that it's from their group. But nowadays, we live past those times, and they will always say that a shooter just isn't a part of their group. The one who killed 5 people in Colorado, not the Pulse, the Queer Club shooting. Oh yeah, they were non-binary. He. Right. You know, this person literally coated head to toe in Nazi tattoos, or torso to torso, in Nazi tattoos at least. And they're like, oh, it's actually a psyop. This must be a psyop because it makes us look too bad. It's too obvious that we're the problem here. And it's going to keep being like this because they're Nazis. They know that they're responsible and they agree with what's happening. There's kind of probably like a weird racial interplay here where they're like the white supremacists are embarrassed that like a Hispanic man would be putting up the torch like this. But Hispanic white supremacists are pretty common, actually. People make fun of it, but like, really quick summary of something that I'm not fully educated on. There are literally tons of white supremacists in Latin America that don't look white to us. And the reason for that is because the dominant racial paradigm in Latin America is between the indigenous people, or the descendants of them, and the Spanish or the Portuguese colonizers, or the descendants of them. So oftentimes people will side with white supremacy, regardless of their actual like level of historical whiteness, because that's like the predominant like paradigm people fall along, you know, even if everyone like in Latin America on average is going to be a lot browner than people here in the States. You guys get me? Can anyone who is from Brazil confirm that what I am saying is correct, please?
This is
Brazilians,
exactly what
rise
Paul
up.
Cherry
We'll
is
count
talking
that as
about, I
agreement.
feel.
Well,
Thank you so much for sharing that, Paul, by the way.
Fascism was just super big thing in Spain, right? Like, well, the Spanish colonized Latin America long before Franco. We're just talking about like the dominant racial paradigm there. Also, a bunch of Nazis came over after World War II into like Argentina and shit.
Oh my god, like this live stream immediately. Do it. I see 5 people in here who haven't hit like. I'll wait for you to hit the like. I'll wait. Hit the like. Do it. I see it going up. I want more. Yay! Thank you so much. I appreciate that. You all are so beautiful, and I love you.
But yeah, that's like a
Hey,
tenuous
Melinda.
link to this. Just there are a lot of Latin white supremacists. It's just fairly common. There are white Latin people, lots of them, millions. Anyway, things are reaching a breaking point. The shooter was covered in swastikas. It's pretty hard, even for the most determined disinformation peddlers, to cover that up. And the average American probably doesn't think very well of the fact that at any point in time, their skulls and the skulls of their children could be blown out by a shooter who will die in 14 seconds to a cop, covered in swastikas, only for the shooter's identity to be denied, maligned, and ignored in conspiracy posting from some of the largest conservative online accounts. This is not a sustainable situation. But don't ever believe that the people who are propagating the misinformation are doing so sincerely. They know they're lying. You hear about the guy who ran over migrants in Brownsville, Texas? No. Why the would somebody who's anti-migrant even be in Brownsville? Can you read the sign name? What do you think this place is for, Bingo? He was also a Hispanic Nazi. Many such cases. Do shootings happen more in certain states than others? Yes. I agree that it's important to learn more about firearms, Geode Man. I am, after all, a big advocate of owning firearms. You know, the world is, at least America, is filling up with people like that Nazi piece of shit in Texas. You know, I don't want the far right to be the only group of people who have guns. Yeah, we'll see how long that lasts, Quotev. If I felt too unsafe owning a firearm, would owning a crossbow be better for self-defense?
I have mixed feelings about owning firearms. It might be, I don't, you know, I grew up with guns. I mean, I don't own guns currently, but I have access to guns. Guns to me are something that you just, it never occurs to me to use them against a person, even in, like, self-defense. To me, guns are just something like a sport where you just shoot, like, tin cans and, like, clay pigeons and, like, inanimate targets. I'm not a proponent of shooting people or animals or anything like that. So I have mixed feelings. Because on the one hand, you know, I think guns are cool. I like shooting them. I'll admit that. But if we're in a scenario or a situation where we're completely outlawing guns altogether, you know, I'm gonna move in that direction too. And I highly doubt it's gonna be a scenario where people knock on your door and ask you to turn your guns in. I think it's gonna be something where there's just not going to be, like, ammo available or sold anymore. People will probably just have guns with, like, out anything related to shoot, maybe blanks, maybe some, like, alternative type of, like, shots, but I don't know. It's just, it's weird because, like, when I grew up, like, my family had guns, and they even, like, had one of the gun cabinets stored in my bedroom closet growing up because, like, there was just no more room anywhere else in the house. And that thing was never locked. And there were guns in there, and there was, like, ammo in there. I mean, I never, ever, ever, ever did it ever cross my mind to like, fiddle with that. So, but I know that's not the same for other people. I know, like, some other people in that sort of environment, that wouldn't be good. But, yeah, I don't know. I actually, like, recently I've been, like, eyeballing because I've been getting into, like, Western movies. So I've been, like, eyeballing, like, revolver pistols. And I'm like, do I want to get a couple of, like, real revolver pistols? And after a while, I'm thinking, like, no. What I'm actually going to look into is airsoft revolver pistols. They actually make those, and they make them pretty good. So it just shoots BBs or pellets. I think that would be... I don't know, just more fun rather than just, like, having the stress of, like, getting real guns and then, like, going through, like, the safety courses and stuff. Because really what I want to do is do, like, gun spinning tricks and stuff like that. I would rather do that with an airsoft gun than accidentally blow my fucking kneecaps off. Anyways.
Whatever you can do to yourself with a firearm, you can do to yourself with a crossbow. If you want to own a crossbow, you can, because they're, like, cool, but they're no less deadly. If you're really concerned with self-defense, but you're also concerned for your well-being, then get tasers and pepper spray. There are plenty of things you can do to protect yourself that don't involve owning.
Kim drew the line, says, my dad just retired from Smith & Wesson, so I have a catalog of the most interesting handguns and such, and can get them discounted, but I'm not really interested in owning one. Yeah. I think the reason why I am interested in, like, the 18 something whatever, like, pistols, let's see, let me look it up. It's, like, literally on Amazon. Like, it's just because they're, like, complete, like, airsoft guns. Let's see. Airsoft revolver pistol. Let's see, where is it? I'll show you the one, and I want, like, 2 of them. Where is it? Where is it? Hold on. Hold on. Yes, okay. So, again, these are not real guns. These are like pellet guns, okay? But this is what I want. I want like 2 of these. Remington 1875, Benjamin Sheridan fucking BB pellet revolvers. I want 2 of these and a fucking double cowboy holster belt. And these are just like, these bullets aren't, that doesn't actually come with them. It's like, really, they're just like these little pellets and things. I think they just put the bullets in there for fun. But like, I would love like a pair of these babies. And just like, yeah, they're just CO2 powered. You fill them with BBs. That would be fun. Anyway, sorry.
Firearms. Get a beehive. How do you combat the conservative talking point about gun violence being the most prevalent in Democrat one city? You literally just bring up gun violence per capita, and it's red states. The reason why there's more gun violence in blue cities is because by blue cities, they mean the largest cities in the United States. Like, Jacksonville, Florida has something like 3 times the gun deaths per capita of New York City. Most guns in blue cities are imported from other states. Well, yeah. Gun manufacturers aren't going to be making stuff in New York, probably. If you buy a gun, you get it from a plant. I mean, it could come from any state, depending on where it's built. Bosch, honestly, have you ever heard of an actual leftist mass shooting in the U.S. like ever? I think there was one? Wasn't there that one kid? I don't know. It's not very many. It's not very common. Yeah, here you go. Firearm mortality adjusted by population. Lowest is the Northeast, New York, and Massachusetts and crap. The worst of it is the southern states and also Wyoming and Montana, because both of these states have like 1 person per square mile. Why is Alaska so high? Probably depression.
Hey, Elise! Thank you so much for getting the
high rates of
membership.
depression.
Congrats, Joanna.
I'm pretty sure firearm mortality includes suicides. That's suicide and homicide. Well, that counts. Suicide rates with guns.
Let's do some for Joanna and Elise. Let's do some roses. Let's do some roses, and I'll write your name on the name shot on the board as usual. Elise and Joanna. Got your names on the board back there that you can't really see. But you're on there. Roses, roses, roses. Anyways, continuing on.
Count. A lot of folks who wouldn't have otherwise killed themselves, if you have a gun, all of a sudden it's really easy. Mississippi, Louisiana, New Mexico. New Mexico's not a red state. Just rural. Be willing to bet a lot of this is skewed by the number of reservations in New Mexico as well. Why is Utah so low? I don't know. They all found God. Yeah, I'm in favor of a waiting period. Nice, Sienage. So is New Hampshire, despite being constitutional carry? Well, I think a lot of it really is a cultural problem. Yeah, going by county is better than going by state, because you can even rural states have big cities. You know, not good. Very grim business. Apparently gun violence has massively increased in Texas, also since they legalized permitless concealed carry last year. Wonder why. New gun stuff for Colorado you might like? 3-day waiting period, expand to fire red flag laws, 21 or older. Oh, thank God, no magazine limitations. I hate those. What the fuck is permitless concealed carry? It means you can just have a gun on you. And just have a gun in your pocket. Without a permit.
Oh, Jesus.
Firearm depths per 100,000. There you go. Too few to count. Some of these places are so rural. Still live with the $10. Do you think it's worth training hand-to-hand combat or martial arts for self-defense? Honestly, no. Do it if you want to feel better about yourself and get in shape. But, like, yeah, I don't... Nah. No. if you want to defend yourself, you have a weapon. That's overwhelmingly the better odds, and it doesn't require years of training. But you can. It's good for exercise. It doesn't hurt, you know.
That's pretty good. So, it's interesting that previously, when we had this trans shooter, the right wing was all over that. And they were all over saying that this person did it because they were trans. That's not true. They just happened to be trans. They had their own motives. But now we have this other shooter who's a Hispanic guy who's got swastika tattoos on him, and the right is doing everything they possibly can to distance themselves from the fact that they also align with his ideology. This day and age is got some weird ass surgence of Nazism again, and it's so easy to slip in there. And so we're gonna watch this 1947 video called "Don't Be a Sucker," and it's pretty much a video teaching people how to look out for Nazi propaganda. I've seen this before, and I'll tell you what, even though it was filmed in 1947, it is perfectly valid to this day and age. Oh my god, is that Lee? It's Lee! Lee says it's my sister's birthday, so I'll catch the replay, but wanted to stop by and say, hey, keep being a stellar hyper community. Yay! Thank you so much, Lee. Appreciate that. Lee, 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 Lee. I have a friend named Lee. He cast a spell on me. Has anybody ever heard that Tenacious D song called Lee? They literally sing about like a guy named Lee. That song comes into my head now. Skinny dipping in the sea of Lee. It's got some great lyrics. Happy birthday to your sister. I like that one line though. That's like, I have a friend named Lee. He cast a spell on me. Lee, 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 Lee. All right, I'm done. I'm done. Happy birthday to your sister, though. I hope you have a good day. What is, like, every other day it's somebody's birthday this month. Yesterday was my roommate's birthday. I love Tenacious D. Anyways, the world as we know it today. Drink plenty of water this weekend. I've got 0 sugar root beer. I'm good. Thank you. Yes, I will drink water. I also have water here. I've got my big old thing of water. Alright. So again, this was filmed in 1947. It's a film they show to kids in school or whatever to, like, teach them about the dangers of Nazi propaganda. This is really relevant to today. So much so it's scary. Like, you could just show this show to kids and they'll get it. After we watch this, I'm gonna get a sandwich and then we're gonna continue with the Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling. Okay. Your brother's birthday is next weekend? Oh my god, there's so many birthdays in May. I think, yeah, thanks, Joanne. Thanks, Joanna. I just, I've listened to enough Tenacious D. I think I got it down pretty good. Thank you. Alright, let's check this out, my friends. It's called Don't Be a Sucker. Don't be a fucking sucker, okay? How do we not be suckers? Let's find out. Jesus.
Henry here got on the train with $200. He couldn't see any harm in a friendly game of cards. What if the other men were strangers? And take Joe Collins. He's got a nice wife at home. But he met this girl at the bar, and she looked, after the first couple of drinks.
What the fuck? that guy. Oh shit, they just fucking mugged his ass.
There's a good old-fashioned word for people like us. We call them suckers. And there are other people. People who stay up nights figuring out how to take away what they've got. There are all kinds of games. Mike here, for instance. He's got everything in me. He's young, he's healthy, got a job. And he's got plenty of food. Big factories to make things a man can use. Big cities to do the business of a big company. And people. Lots of people. Enough to work the farm and build the factories, dig the mines, run the business. All kinds of people. People from different countries with different religions, different colored skins. Free people. They can live together and work together and build America together because they're free. Free to vote, to say what they please, go to their own churches, to pick their own jobs. Yeah, Mike's got something, all right.
Mike's got something, all right.
He's got America.
Mike's got America.
But there are guys who stay up nights figuring out how to take that away from him.
I happen to know the facts. Now, friends, I'm just an average American.
Get some closed captions on this shit. I like this guy's in. Alright. Pull your pants up, boys. We're going on a shootout.
But I'm an American. And some of the things I see in this country of ours make my blood boil. I see people with foreign money. I see Negroes holding jobs that belong to me and you. Now I ask you, if we allow this thing to go on, what's going to become of us real Americans?
I've heard this kind of talk before, but I never expected to hear it in America.
This fellow seems to know what he's talking about.
What are we real Americans going to do about it? You'll find it right here in this little pamphlet. The truth about Negroes and foreigners. The truth about the Catholic Church.
Do you believe in that kind of talk?
I don't know, makes pretty good sense to me.
And I tell you, friends, we'll never be able to call this country our own until it's a country without. Without what? Yeah, without what? Without Negroes. Without alien foreigners. Without Catholics. Without Freemasons. You know these people.
What's wrong with the Masons? I'm a Mason.
He's a Mason. What's wrong with the Masons?
Hey, that fellow's talking about me.
And that makes a difference, doesn't it?
These are your enemies. These are the people who are trying to take over our country. Now you know them. You know what they stand for. And it's up to you and me to fight them. Fight them and destroy them before they destroy us. Thank you.
Before he said Masons, you were ready to agree with him.
Well, yes, but he was talking about... What about those other people?
But in this country, we have no other people. We are American people.
What about you? You aren't American, are you?
I was born in Hungary, but now I am an American citizen. And I have seen what this kind of talk can do. I saw it in Berlin.
What were you doing there?
I was a professor at the university. I heard the same words we have heard today. But I was a fool then. I thought Nazis were crazy people, stupid fanatics. But unfortunately, it was not so. You see, they knew that they were not strong enough to conquer a unified country. So they split Germany into small groups. They used prejudice as a practical weapon to cripple the nation. Of course, that was not easy to do. They had to work hard to do it. You see, we human beings are not born with prejudices. Always they are made for us, made by someone who wants something. Remember that when you hear this kind of talk. Somebody is going to get something out of it, and it isn't going to be you. This is not classroom theory. I saw it happen. I saw it first in Berlin in 1932. 5 young men that I knew were standing in the crowd listening to the Nazi speaker. Eric was a Catholic. Anton, a student of mine, was a Jew. Heinrich owned a small hardware store. Karl was a farmer. And Hans was an unemployed metal worker.
To all Bavarian Germans, I say it is time you inherited the nation which rightfully belongs to you. To you alone belongs the glorious destiny of the Greater Germany. The Nazi Party will provide land for the farmer, work for the worker, and profits for the small businessman. Who is getting these things now? The Jew. The Jew who has stolen our nation and our birthright. Who makes all the money and takes all our jobs? The Jew! He must be shunned. He must be ostracized. He must be eliminated. And the Catholics. We don't want our great nation run by a foreign church. We Germans will know what to do with these people when the time comes. They and their faith must be destroyed. Then there are the Freemasons. In Germany, we have no place for secret societies. There will be only one society, and that is the Nazi Party. There will be no secrecy about that in the new Greater Germany.
One by one, he attacked each minority and he split them off one from the other. These men were all fellow Germans when they came here today. Now they were split into rival groups, suspicious of each other, hating each other. They were being swindled, all of them. But the man who was really being fooled.
I mean, I kind of feel targeted as a trans person, and that as a trans person, they're trying to separate trans people from everyone else. It's like there's just a complete lack of unity here. It's really sad. This is hauntingly accurate to this day. Hauntingly accurate.
Was Hans. He was pure German, according to Nazi standards. To him they promised everything, and he fell for it.
There's this weird part where, like, in Nazism, like, they'll ingratiate, like, a certain kind of person. And it's almost like they're not necessarily taught to fear or to, like, fight. They're just ingratiated in such a way where they become privileged. And they seize, you know, those privileges, and they think, you know, they're rightfully there. Meanwhile, they're separating those people, saying, you're special, these people suck, and if you didn't previously had a problem with those people, well, you do now, because now you're special, now you're separated from them.
That's how Hans became a Superman.
Hans.
They gave him a uniform and they pumped up his ego. He wasn't just a little fellow out of work anymore. He was a member of the master race. Hans and thousands of others like him, all playing a sucker's game. They gambled with other people's liberty, and of course they lost their own. A nation of suckers. Hitler needed these people. There was lots of work to be done. There were trade unions to be smashed, because unions were organized and might offer resistance. There were many political parties in Germany. These the Nazis destroyed. They were determined to smash every organization where people might band together and resist them. There were Jews to be beaten and killed. The Jews were not powerful, but they were a convenient excuse for all the nation's ills. And besides, a Nazi party member could not take over this man's store. Hundreds of Catholics were put in jail because the Catholic Church had strength and could resist the Nazi drive for power. They had split the nation into 100 pieces, and then one by one, they had destroyed the pieces. Over these broken pieces, the Nazis rode into power. One party, one nation, one religion. These men had won their struggle for power. They now ruled all of Germany. But still they had trouble with their...
Yeah, that's what's so interesting to me. Mark says, imagine continuing to call your party National Socialism as you're destroying labor unions and people are still buying it. I believe the Nazis were really more about unionizing the workforce or like the working class in general. But then they ended up pushing it to a direction that they became pretty much the opposite of what they advocated for to begin with. Really weird stuff. Really interesting stuff. How you can be like almost so far left that you become totalitarian and fascist and flip into the right side to protect that sort of extreme left point of view.
Oldest and most persistent enemy, the truth. They found that truth does not die easily, and so they decided to abolish truth. One great source of truth is literature, so they burned books, 20 million of them. Many great men in Germany who were spokesmen for truth were jailed or driven from their country. Teachers, writers, scientists. Education was discouraged. In 5 years, college attendance dropped 53%. It was forbidden to listen to a British radio program or read an American newspaper. In Nazi Germany, you had to get your information from Dr. Goebbels. He knew what was best for you. The church was one force in Germany still strong enough to proclaim the truth in public. This Catholic priest was arrested the following day on charges of immorality. The Protestant church also continued to try and fight for truth. The Nazis put this man in a concentration camp. There were others who spoke for truth, and I am proud to say that educators were among them.
And what, may I ask, is an Aryan? I don't know myself. But let us see what our present so-called authorities have to say about it. They say he is tall, slender, blue-eyed, and blonde. There is no Aryan race. And more important, there is no master race. There are people who may find these ideas convenient, but science cannot support them. There is no scientific proof that there's any correlation between a man's racial characteristics and his native ability or character. In all racial groups, we find the same range of potentialities. We find idiots and geniuses. We find criminals and philanthropists. We must judge each man as an individual and not by the color of his skin or his eyes or by the length of his nose. Come in, gentlemen. It's comfortable. And remember that there is no master race. That is a scientific truth. Anyone who tells you otherwise is lying.
There is no master race, and there sure as hell is no coming race. No coming race, no master race. If you're saying these words within your ideology and your beliefs, you've already lost. You've already lost. You're already on the wrong side of history if you start spewing out sentences like that.
And so for all practical purposes, truth had been abolished in Germany. A lot of my German friends wondered what had hit them. How did it happen? Where did it start? It started right here. And this was where it could have been stopped. If those people had stood together, if they had protected each other, they could have resisted the Nazi threat. Together they would have been strong, but once they allowed themselves to be split apart, they were helpless. When that first minority lost out, everybody lost out. They made the mistake of gambling with other people's freedom. Now let's see how those bets paid off. Carl the farmer was gambling on a better life for himself. What he got was extra hours of back-breaking work, as much as 100 hours a week. He was forced to stay on his land and produce what he was told to produce, because now Hitler was preparing for war. For Heinrich, who owned a hardware store, the bet didn't pay off either. 104,000 small businesses were closed in 2 years. And for Hans, conditions hadn't improved any. He had a job now in the munitions factory, but he worked long hours for little pay. The working conditions grew increasingly bad. And even though he didn't like the job, he wasn't permitted to leave it. And when Hitler decided the time was right, Germany went to war. Not by declaring war, but by a carefully prepared sneak attack. Once again, Hitler needed Hans to do his dirty work. Hans was an expert at brutality this time, and Hitler had decided to use Hans and his brutality against other peoples, the Czechs, the Poles, the French, the Russians. But in the crucial test of war, Hitler's race theories didn't pay off. His pure-blooded supermen were defeated by the mongrel armies he despised. By the British of El Alamein. By the Russians at Stalingrad. Then on D-Day by American soldiers of every color and religion, who smashed across the Normandy beaches and drove on through to the heart of Germany. For the misguided Germans who had swallowed the Nazi bait, the Nazi game did not pay off. The continent of Europe was strewn with millions of German bodies, pure Aryan bodies. Karl the farmer was left in the snow outside of Moscow. Heinrich stayed in Italy at Salerno. And Hans, who was going to rule the world, got only a little patch of Normandy that he could call his own.
We must never let that happen to us or to our country. We must never let ourselves be divided by race or color or religion, because in this country we all belong to minority groups. I was born in Hungary. You are a Mason. These are minorities. And then you belong to other minority groups too. You are a farmer. You have blue eyes. You go to the Methodist Church. Your right to belong to these minorities is a precious thing. You have a right to be what you are and say what you think, because here we have personal freedom. We have liberty. And these are not just fancy words. This is a practical and priceless way of living. But we must work at it. We must guard everyone's liberty, or we can lose our own. If we allow any minority to lose its freedom by persecution or by prejudice, we are threatening our own freedom. And this is not simply an idea. This is good, hard common sense. You see, here in America is not a question whether we tolerate minorities. America is minorities. And that means you and me.
You just let her.
So let's not be suckers. We must not allow the freedom or dignity of any men to be threatened by any act or word. Let's be selfish about it.
Yep.
Let's forget about we and they. Let's think about us.
That was pretty fucking good. I'm telling you, it's such a good, like, such a profound, like, it really should be shown to, like, kids in school. Paul Cherry, thank you so, oh my god, thank you so much for the super chats. Let's see, Paul Cherry says, the Lucifer effect, where they show corrupt, the Lucifer effect, where they slowly corrupt the people. There is a book, it's about 4 ordinary people who were police officers during the war, and how the situation slowly corrupted the people until there's a book about and then they ended up putting a bullet in the head of a pregnant woman. Oh Jesus, that's so fucking crazy. It really is scary, like how easily manipulated people are in the world, and all it takes is to align with a group that ingratiates you and makes you feel like you're separate from everybody else, in a very negative light. Thank you so much, Paul. I really appreciate that. Let's do snakes for Paul. Snakes for Paul. I really appreciate the insight, Paul. But my God, yeah, when I first watched this "Don't Be a Sucker" thing, I'm like, this is perfectly relevant to this day. Like, this is aged really well, and this should be something that they show kids in school, and talk about like how easily susceptible you can be to dangerous ideologies. It should be like sixth grade curriculum. It really should. Like, we need to start teaching kids to think critically pretty much immediately, as soon as they're able to start thinking critically. Interesting stuff. So let's see. We're gonna move on. I'm gonna grab a sandwich real fast, and then I believe we have to finish our Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling by Contrapoints. We got halfway through it last week, so we're gonna finish it this week. If you missed the first half, you can go back and watch last week's stream. We did it right at the end, so you could go all the way to the end of the stream and just backtrack it until you get to the beginning of that. But sit tight for a sec. I'm gonna grab food. All right. Oh, almost there. Gotta freshen my drink. Okay. Mark says, I had a 6th grade social studies teacher who taught World War II exceptionally well. An introduction of the gritty but necessary lessons should definitely start by age 11 or 12. You know, I remember there being a lot of heavy emphasis in high school history on World War II. And I had some pretty exceptional teachers as well. Mark says, maybe we wouldn't have so many vulnerable to the same propaganda appeals. Something like QAnon should be utterly unpersuasive to anyone with a high school education. But yet, here we are with people totally into it. There's been, I don't want to give names, but I have a dear friend who essentially lost her partner to that. Like, they were pretty okay, and then they started getting into the QAnon shit, and then they watched him slowly degrade over time. But like I said, things like fascism and Nazism aren't necessarily the same thing. You can be fascist, but not like a Nazi. Nazism really is like its own like special brand of fascism. But you have fascism in like Christian nationalism, Christian people who are just really into the country, you know, shoot your guns off. Like that's a right-wing fascism here in this country, using Christianity. I don't think the Nazis were terribly into Christianity itself. I think they just thought of themselves as, like, the best. Mark says it's darkly funny and darker than it is funny. Yeah. That conspiracy cults are actual psyops, while they're pointing that terminology everywhere but themselves. Yeah. A lot of these crazy groups will do a lot of projecting. They'll accuse you of doing precisely what they are doing. I mean, I've dealt with that quite a bit. You know, I have people that tell me I'm in a cult and shit like that, and it's not even true when they are the ones in the cult. They wanted to revive Norse paganism remade in their own image. Nazis are weird with, like, occultism. Hitler really did, like, send his men out to, like, find, like, weird artifacts and shit. Like, the whole concept of, like, Indiana Jones, you know, when he's, like, in Nazi Germany and there's, like, the Ark of the Covenant or whatever. That stuff isn't terribly far-fetched. Nazis were oddly into, like, finding artifacts and occultism stuff. Hitler was an antichrist? Oh yeah, totally. Temple of Doom is your favorite? I think I like Raiders of the Lost Ark the most. With the guy with the melting face. What the fuck? Hitler retained a highly skilled astrologer to locate an impressive mandrake root for him? Got one the size of your thigh? See, Hitler is weird. They also just did weird experiments, like weird things. I don't know, weird sciencey stuff. Does anybody remember, like, there's like the German bell or something? Like a weird UFO they tried to make. What was that? Was it the German bell? It was like this thing where... No, it was like some weird, like, UFO sort of, like, design that they were, like, trying to do. Like, literally, like, create a UFO. It was, like, weird ass shit. They were always doing weird ass shit. The bell. The die Glock. Don't Be a Sucker. What a fantastic film. Alright. Enough of Nazis. Are we done with the Nazis? What do we do with Nazis, kids? If you run into a Nazi, punch them in the face and run away. If a Nazi approaches you, punch them in the face and run away. That's my advice. I'm not an advocate of violence, but when it comes to Nazis, I really don't give a fuck. I really don't. And I'm an advocate for, like, protesting as peacefully as possible. But when it comes to Nazis, no tolerance. And I have no tolerance too. And, you know, just briefly, I don't want to get into it. I've had friends recently get into this exact kind of, like, not just fascism, but, like, literal Nazism. And I've had to just let some of these friends go. Like, cut it off immediately. And it really fucking hurt. But I just, like, I just can't, you know? There's a line that I have, and I am willing to instantly throw friendships out if the friendship is with a friend who enjoys those ideals and thinks along those lines and agrees with those ideas. That's all I'm going to say on that. Out of my life. No tolerance for intolerance. No tolerance for intolerance. You know? When they join an ideology that says trans and non-binary people should live in encampments, that's where I'm out. Anyways, I would like to move on. We have the Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling. We've already watched the first half of this last week, so now we're going to continue. I think if you missed the first half, you can definitely, like, jump in. It's basically Contrapoints. Contrapoints is a YouTube creator. She's a lovely trans woman, and she's talking about J.K. Rowling, who's, like, a trans-hating feminist. So let's finish. We are on chapter 5. Let's do it. I hope my chewing isn't too loud. I'm, like, afraid, like, I'm being obnoxious with my, like, eating. Like, I try not to... I know it's hard because I'm, like, eating potato chips and I have no choice but to crunch it, so... Anyways. Now you want chips? I know, potato chips are the best. Oh my god. Like, it's, like, the one thing that, like, everybody can agree on that is beautiful. And they're universal, too. Like, they're vegan, technically. I like many kinds of chips, but my favorite kinds of chips, hands down, is just classic potato chips. Super delicious. All right.
Or
this lady's name is Natalie, by the way. Natalie is talking about J.K. Rowling. Did I introduce my sandwich to you? No. Oh my god. Okay. So I get these at the store, the grocery store. They make them. They're like $5, but it's like, this is half. So I'm like already like through the half thing. So my sandwich is like a Havarti cheese with like ham and just like lettuce and some mayo. They're so good. They're just $5. Like, that's pretty cheap for like a big old sandwich. They make them fresh right there at the deli counter, and yeah, I just grabbed that and a bag of chips, and that's kind of like, I've got this sandwich I think for the last 2 Fridays. So now I'm making this like my tradition. I don't know, like, cuz every Friday we live stream, so now I'm making it my thing where like I get my Friday stream sandwich. It's the streaming sandwich. It's just like, it's so perfect. Like, it's just quick to like grab and like eat, and then I feel like nice and full. Then after I have the sandwich, after I put food in my belly, then it's time to crack open the beer. But only after I eat. Because if I drank beer before I ate, my tummy would be really mad. Did I do the tarot card yet? No. I do want to do that, but not yet. Can you all remind me to do the tarot card? We're going to do a tarot reading today, but I don't want to do it quite yet. We still got a lot of hours to stream. But we will do that. We will do our tarot card reading. I do want to finish this. All right, let's do it.
Or should we allow spokespeople for these prejudices a respected position in the free marketplace of ideas, where we can all sit around debating the legitimacy of gay marriage or the possible merits of a white ethno-state? Is the final solution a myth promulgated by the international Jew? Are yoga pants to blame for sexual violence? Wouldn't the taxpayer save a lot of money if there weren't so many disabled people? Who knows? These are open questions. Let's sit down with people on both sides, on many sides, and have calm, civil conversations about it for the rest of our goddamn lives. Chapter 5. Debate. Sar, I know I did this look before and it's like not related to the video topic at all, but it just makes me feel sliving. The boy who slived. So Megan Phelps Roper's viewpoint seems to be that scorn and condemnation are never appropriate, that we should approach every conflict with empathy and compassion, even when dealing with the worst, most destructive people in the world.
Hi, my name is Megan, and my heretical belief is that even the people who seem to be the worst, most destructive people in the world are human beings who deserve compassion and empathy.
No.
If we want to find a way to change their minds.
No. Remember what I just fucking said? Like, remember what I just fucking said? If, like, you come across a Nazi, the best thing you can do is punch him and run away. So this lady's saying, if there's a horrible Nazi, like, you should treat them with kindness and respect. Frankly, I don't think so. And if you don't want to punch a Nazi, I get it. Like, I'm not, like, if a actual Nazi came up to me and was like, hey, I want to talk about stuff, I'd be like, no, there's nothing to talk about. I have nothing to say to you at all. So Natalie is going to talk about this concept because there's these feminists who hate trans women. These feminists who do not want to include trans women into femininity, the feminist movement. And they say horrible things. And when trans people tell them, hey, you're fucked, that's a fucked up thing to say. You're a horrible person for saying that. Then these trans exclusionary feminists, they go, oh, you're being mean to me. You're being mean to me. So now I must double down and be even more transphobic just because you're being mean to me. They get this sense of like privilege and entitlement that they are allowed to say whatever the fuck damaging shit they want. And we as trans people have to be nice to them about it. And that if we're not nice, then that proves that we're deranged and have no idea what we're talking about. Bullshit. Our lives are on the line. They're playing with our lives, and they wonder why trans people get angry and throw fucking tomatoes at them. And then they take that, well, I was attacked, that proves what I think about trans people. And it's just such a fucking disgusting, like, scenario. Google bored panda Nazi bar. Hold on. Bored panda Nazi bar. We're still talking about Nazis. It's because I'm telling you, I'm not joking when Nazism really is on the rise. Like, you should be scared. You should be scared that these people, this ideology is creeping its way back into society. Has it actually left? That would be a discussion. Oh, yeah. I remember this. So, here's the story. We'll read this. It's kind of interesting. So, I was sitting at a shitty crust punk bar once, getting an after-work beer. One of those shitholes where the bartenders clearly hate you. So the bartenders and I are ignoring one another when someone sits next to me and he immediately says, "No, get out." And the dude next to me says, "Hey, I'm not doing anything. I'm a paying customer." And the bartender reaches under the counter for a bat or something and says, "Out. Now." And the dude leaves kind of yelling, and he was dressed in a punk uniform, I noticed. Anyways, I asked what that was about, and the bartender was like, "You didn't see his vest, but it was all Nazi shit, iron crosses and stuff. You get to recognize them." And I was like, "Oh, okay." And he continues, "You have to nip it in the butt immediately. These guys come in, and it's always a nice, polite one. And you serve them because you don't want to cause a scene. And then when they become regular, and after a while, they bring a friend. And now that dude is cool too. So you serve them, you know. And then they bring friends, and the friends bring friends. And they stop being cool. And then you realize, oh shit, this is a Nazi bar now. And it's too late because they're entrenched. And if you try to kick them out because they cause a problem, oh yeah, you have to try and kick them out because they cause a problem. So you have to shut them down. And I was like, oh damn. And he said, yeah, you have to ignore their reasonable arguments because their end goal is to be terrible, awful people. And then he went back to ignoring me, but I haven't forgotten that at all. That is amazing. And that's honestly, that's kind of the shit I'm talking about. You know? These people with this kind of ideology, it doesn't matter how rational, how logical, how nice they are. If their core principles is Nazism, fascism, advocating for minorities to put in encampments, if this group hates non-binary people and doesn't think they exist, if they hate trans people, that is a serious thing. Nobody should tolerate that. You should get rid of them immediately. Like I said, I had friends who went this direction. They went the direction of like, no, there's no non-binary people. Like, they're all silly ass, like, fucking gross ass people that need to be in encampments. I got rid of them immediately. It sucked. It really did. Because I loved those people. And those people were kind to me and loving. And they were like my friends, and we laughed together. And in some cases we cried together. But like, I can't. I can't. I can't be around anybody like that, and I'm instantly will cut that off and distance myself from them. because I have a line, and my line is at fascism, Nazism, and ingratiating yourself to make yourself think that you're the master race or the coming race, and then you use that as an excuse to treat other people like fucking garbage. I have no tolerance for it. None. It's not gonna happen. It's never gonna happen here in my chat room. Absolutely fucking not. And if any of those people are still around, I hope they fucking hear that. No tolerance. For you. For them. Don't care. Out of my life. You can't, you know how people are like, you just can't cut people out of your life? Watch me. Snip. Moment you're a fascist or a Nazi, snip. Done. None. Done. Done. Ooh, I'm getting like heated. I'm getting a little heated. I'm like, fuck the Nazis. I better not say that word too much. I don't know if like YouTube hates that or whatever. But no tolerance. None. No tolerance. Not even if they're nice. I like this story of the bartender. It's like, who gives a shit if they're nice? We know what they're about. And this is what this lady right here is talking about. This lady that Natalie is talking about thinks that if there's somebody who's horrible and wretched and fascist and things like that, you should still be courteous to them. No, not at all. God damn, this sandwich is so fucking delicious. I get sad when it's over. That's what happened last week. I ate it and I was sad it was gone. Anyways.
In her book, in her TED Talk, in her public appearances, Megan expresses the idea that society has recently become polarized in some unprecedented way, that we've all become extremists, that in some sense, we've all become the Westboro Baptist Church.
I can't help but see in our public discourse so many of the same destructive impulses that ruled my former church.
She identifies
this lady that Natalie is talking about is an ex-member of the Westboro Baptist Church. Even though she left that and it's good, she's still highly prejudiced. And I think she comes across as super self-righteous when she says that she left the Westboro Baptist Church and she's speaking on hate speech and things like that. I think she's like self-ingratiating. And she's like tooting her horn a little bit too much, and she acts self-righteous. Like she can do no wrong because she left the Westboro Baptist Church. Let's see, Paul Cherry says, and it's so slow and insidiously methodical. Most people don't even know until it's too late, whether it be left, right, or center. It makes no difference. It's true, yeah. That person who has fallen victim to extremism maybe deserves empathetic counseling from somebody, but it's a dangerous terrain and not your job. Yes, you know, there are some radicalized people that do benefit from like compassionate counseling, but that should be done by a professional, like a medical professional, somebody who's licensed, and it shouldn't be the burden of society or friends and family members to do that. Like, if they have problems, they need to seek help from a professional counselor or psychologist, not lean onto society to spoon feed them. Ew! So much hot topic today. And they have to want that help, too. Yeah, they have to actually want that help. Which most don't. Most think you need the help. They think you need the help. They think you're the radicalist. I get people who tell me, well, you're trans, you're the radicalist. Like, am I? Because I didn't start this. I'm radical now. Someone's gonna clip that.
Things like certainty, vilification of compromise, us versus them thinking, suppression of empathy, and celebration of death and misfortune as Westboro-like elements in public discourse. And this really bothers Megan because she claims that a decade ago, when she went on Twitter to tweet about how marriage is abominable to God, it was people who engaged her in a civil, rational way that eventually led her to renouncing Westboro's ideology. And I don't entirely disagree with Megan about this. She's totally right that if you want to change people's minds, then approaching them with compassion and empathy is usually the best way to do that. But Megan reaches another conclusion that I don't agree with, which is that because compassion and civil conversation are most likely to persuade people, we should never cancel anyone, even the most horrible bigots. And
yes,
canceling is a pretty meaningless term at this point. But what Megan means is we shouldn't say mean things to bigots. We shouldn't boycott or counter-protest or raise our voices. We shouldn't shun or exclude anyone, because that's just not how you change minds. And I get why Megan thinks this, right? De-radicalization was a really important part of her life experience. She's also clearly holding out hope that other members of her family will leave Westboro and have a life on the outside. She has a quote from her mom in her Twitter bio. The last lines of her book address her family. "I want to tell them that I love them. I'll just have to find another way." This is touching and human and also kind of a conflict of interest. The problem is, Megan's views about this only make sense if you assume that Megan is the main character of reality. If you assume that the moral improvement of bigots is more important than protecting the people they target. Or if you assume that changing bigots' minds is the only way to make social progress, which it isn't. As far as I know, Anita Bryant is 83 years old, and she's still homophobic. But even without Anita's blessing, gay rights have still somehow managed to progress since the 1970s. Because gay activists didn't need to persuade Anita Bryant. They needed to defeat her. And that's what they did. We have to accept that realistically, persuading all the bigots is just not an option. Yes, we should convince as many people as possible, but there will always be bigots. And mocking them, shaming them, or boycotting them is, I think, a perfectly valid strategy. Does that mean that when we cancel bigots, we're acting kind of like the Westboro Baptist Church? Nar. You would only think that if you're a total moral relativist. I guess controversial opinion, but bigotry is shameful, and it should be shamed. I'll say it. You know, if you're testing out some racist ideas in your head, you might feel afraid to express them publicly for fear of being shamed or judged. Is that because we live in an Orwellian dystopia that punishes people for wrongthink? No, it's because racism is dangerous and shameful, and you should be ashamed of it, and the people judging you are right to do so. Yep. And sure, there are—
Yep. Hold on. Let me put my shit away. I think it's pretty self-righteous to think that across the board, the only way to defeat, like, fascism and shit is to be nice to them. It's not gonna work. That's unrealistic. Perhaps some individual cases, like in her case, that worked for her, but it's not gonna be the same across the board.
There are some very patient people who devote their lives to de-radicalizing bigots, which I think is a perfectly noble thing to do. Yeah. There's a guy named Daryl Davis who's befriended members of the Ku Klux Klan for over 30 years, and he claims he's convinced more than 200 of them to leave. And good for him. De-radicalization is a valid strategy, But it cannot be the only strategy, and it must not be the primary strategy. Because we're not going to defeat racism by telling black people to be a little nicer to racists.
Yeah.
Feminists would be wasting their time trying to convince Andrew Tate to respect women. In general, I think that the massive effort that it takes to maybe persuade bigots is better spent persuading other people not to listen to them. And it's also worth cautioning that de-radicalization is often a messy and incomplete process. 20-year-old white nationalist Peter Saitanovic became
not the tiki torch Nazis.
Face of the fascist Unite the Right rally in 2017 when a photo of him mid-scream, tiki torch in hand, was published in news outlets all over the country. Peter was unrepentant in interviews he gave immediately after the rally, but he began to question his beliefs after befriending a Muslim woman who, according to Charlotte McDonald Gibson, challenged his views without insulting him, allowing him to understand the hurt he had caused. Peter is no longer a white nationalist, but that doesn't mean he's flushed out every trace of bigotry. In a 2019 interview with the London School of Economics student paper, Peter said,
"I don't like the whole transgender thing. You're born either a man or a woman."
So he maybe still has a little bit of work to do. When I did de-radicalization work on YouTube, I used to get some criticism from people of color who were not thrilled that I was bringing a bunch of semi-reformed racists over to the left, a frustration that I totally understand. To paraphrase YouTuber Ian Danskin, diverse leftist communities are maybe not the best holding space for someone who's
a bit of a Nazi but working on it.
In the case of Megan Phelps-Roper, I don't know if she has lingering bigoted sentiments, but what she does have is a kind of hyper-vigilant skepticism about anything she perceives as ideology. This is pretty common with people who used to be religious fundamentalists. They were so certain they were right, only to realize that everything they believed about the world is wrong. So they become distrustful of any strong moral convictions because it reminds them of their former fanaticism.
Coming from Westboro, where I believed so strongly that I was doing the right thing, and then to leave and come to believe that it was so destructive and harmful, I had this moment in time, and it lasted for many months, where I was like, how can I ever trust my own mind again?
This kind of skepticism is in some ways a good impulse, but valuing dispassionate intellectualism above all else can cause problems, especially where topics of social justice are concerned. Because it can lead you to this kind of toxic centrism that asks, why are marginalized people so unwilling to have calm, philosophical debates about whether they should have rights? Are they afraid of dangerous ideas? Atheist philosopher Sam Harris, in his podcast about Megan's podcast, can we talk about how there are too many podcasts? I'm calling for a complete and total shutdown of podcasts until we can figure out what's going on. Sam Harris, in his podcast about Megan's podcast, complained that trans activism and activism in general is plagued by mental illness and hysteria.
I frankly think there's a fair degree of mental instability and even frank mental illness in the activist community. I mean, in all activist communities.
That makes no fucking sense.
Viciousness and hysteria is, it's hard to know what to compare it to.
Diversity when man accuses trans women of being hysterical. Is it really hysteria to react with strong emotions when your basic inclusion in society is up for debate? Aren't there certain situations where strong emotions are warranted? It reminds me of this awful episode of Joe Rogan feat Ben Shapiro, where Lil Benny argues that gay marriage is immoral with his usual whining sophistry, and Joe gently raises objections for Ben to talk circles around.
The human sex drive was made to procreate within a stable relationship in order to progenerate and have future generations of people. Misuse of that sex drive in any way, whether you're talking about from masturbation to homosexual activity, is therefore a diminishment of the use of that drive. That's the natural law case against homosexual activity.
All of the top comments on this video are like this.
Imagine talking about different beliefs while still having a productive conversation. Things progress when you don't demonize people.
The discussion here was excellent. Two guys with opposing opinions, speaking calmly and intellectually without cursing, shouting and making disparaging comments about each other. This is how it should be done. Kudos to both of them.
Joe is a great interviewer. He can totally disagree with someone and still have a calm, collective conversation. This is how it should be. Just two people sharing ideas, learning different point of views from each other. This is why Joe is the #1 podcast.
Dude, this is gross.
Joe Rogan beautifully asks the tough questions, and Ben answers honestly. He is strong in his faith. I love this debate because it's two so contrasting views and they have a civil conversation. Great learning.
And like, yeah, it's easy for two straight men to have a dispassionate, theoretical conversation about the ethics of homosexuality because it's not their lives and their relationships that are up for debate. These people don't understand the emotional burden placed on marginalized people who are asked to defend their rights. Like, if you're straight, do you want to publicly debate whether your marriage is valid? Andrew Dworkin claimed that penetrative heterosexual intercourse is inherently an act of violence. I've noticed that most straight men don't want to have a...
Penetrative intercourse is straight up violence? Yeah, you're getting stabbed. It's murder. You're getting stabbed, it's murder. Stabbed multiple times in ecstasy. Oh my god. There are some weird fucking feminists out there.
Calm, civil conversation about that. So imagine how they'd react if there was a powerful political movement to criminalize penetration or revoke their right to marry. Add in a lifetime of ostracism, family rejection, bullying, and discrimination, and maybe then you'll begin to understand the hysteria of a lot of queer people.
It is my right to raise my child with the moral precepts that I find to be beneficial for my child. Beto O'Rourke does not get to raise my child. And if he tries, I will meet him at the door with a gun. That is insane.
Why? Wow. Ben Shapiro threatening violence because he can't handle the debate. Sounds like a classic case of hysteria to me. Why can't Ben Shapiro just have a polite conversation about Beto O'Rourke transing his children?
I now have two choices. One is to leave the country utterly. Two is to pick up a gun. Those are the only choices that you have left me.
Dave Rubin is a gay conservative whose career requires that he convince his right-wing audience that he's one of the good ones. This means that he's willing to sit across from his so-called friend, homophobe Ben Shapiro, and listen to Ben say he would never attend his anniversary party because it would be tantamount to endorsing sin.
There's a difference between me just being friends with Dave and me actively participating in an event that I feel is religiously sinful.
The two of them then congratulate themselves about how they can still be great friends.
Why is it that we're able to do this and most people can't do this?
Because
that's what I'm curious about.
We go home at night and we can have our own lives.
And here's Dave having a civil conversation with conservative Glenn Beck, who compares homosexuality to alcoholism and then congratulates himself on having the conversation.
I'm a deeply religious man, and my religion says man and a woman, that is the basic building block of family.
Adam and Eve,
that's
not
what
Adam
I
and
believe.
Steve.
But I also am, I also know God created you just like he created me, flaws and all. I believe I have a gene, they've never found it, that makes me very susceptible to alcoholism because it runs in my family. So does craziness, but it runs in my family.
Well, Dave smiles and nods, probably because he's thinking about how much he enjoys the taste of boots.
Usually, I just take out a picture of me and DeSantis, and then we're good, because they get it, that's my governor, yeah.
I think a lot of straight people look at Dave Rubin, and they see, finally, a reasonable gay person who doesn't scream bigot at everyone who disagrees and can actually have a civil conversation. But that's not what I see. I look at Dave Rubin and I see a spineless, bootlicking doormat who won't even defend his own family from the most fundamental disrespect. I also can't help but notice that none of these civil conversations seem to change anyone's mind. Persuasion is more complicated and less rational than people think. Megan often says that she was de-radicalized on Twitter, but if you read her book carefully, you'll notice that that's not exactly true. The major precipitating event for Megan's crisis of faith was her mother's mistreatment at the hands of an increasingly misogynistic church leadership that made Megan feel like she was the victim of the church for once. She says of the church discipline, "For the first time in my life, the accused were people I lived with and knew most intimately, and I knew that the judgments leveled by the elders were wrong. I could no longer blindly trust the judgment of these men." So she finally experienced firsthand what it's like to be the victim of her family. She stopped voting for the leopards eating people's faces party only when the leopards ate her face. It also seems relevant to notice that the people who had calm, civil conversations with Megan on Twitter were generally not gay people, the people most affected by her family's violent rhetoric. They were mostly straight men, like director Kevin Smith, who started #SaveMegan because, quote, "she's hot."
That's sad. Come on, Kevin. Really?
An erotic component to persuasion, and that certainly seems to be the case with Megan, because one of the people who helped de-radicalize her is now her husband. And I feel like that's a relevant detail if we're trying to understand the role of reason and emotion in de-radicalization experiences. I think this experience is usually more akin to religious conversion than it is to logical reasoning. There's also a world of difference between the mostly private conversations that actually lead people to reflect on their beliefs and the spectacle of public debate. Ben Shapiro is never going to become less homophobic because he live-streamed a civil conversation with Dave Rubin. So who is this conversation even for? Well, obviously it's for the audience. I think these civil conversations basically function to reassure a homophobic audience that just because they disagree with the lifestyle doesn't mean that they hate gay people. Look at Ben Shapiro. He's friends with a gay. Public debate is one way that we define the limits of the Overton window, the range of beliefs that is socially acceptable to hold. So often people who want to promote bigotry will use debate as a foot in the door. It's a way of establishing that their prejudices are within the realm of reasonable and socially accepted opinion. Here's obsessive anti-trans bigot Graham Linehan in a fury that a drag queen is on Doctor Who without the British public having a proper debate about these issues. Now, why do we need to have a proper debate about whether drag queens should be allowed on television when drag performance has been a staple of British entertainment since at least the time of Shakespeare?
Life is a joke that's just begun. Three little maids from school. Fishy, 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 fish.
As I am man, my state is desperate for my master's love. As I am woman, now alas the day.
Bigots like Graham want a perpetual debate on their own terms because this is how they dignify their pearl clutching. It's how they convince the public that their moral panic about drag queens on TV is actually a valid concern, rather than the tedious, small-minded whining about nothing that it really is. Having the debate on a bigot's terms is not a good way to win people over, unless you're really skilled in the art of humiliating people, which most of the time is what public debate is actually about. This is something that J.K. Rowling doesn't seem to understand. In the Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling, Joro takes a contradictory stance on deplatforming. She brings up right-wing provocateur Milo Yiannopoulos, saying that activists are making a strategic error and giving Milo power by protesting his events, making him look dangerous and sexy. But when trans people try to deplatform TERFs, Rowling characterizes this as silencing. So is deplatforming a strategic error that gives power to your opponent? or is it a powerful tactic of silencing? I find Rowling's conviction that we ought to debate Milo Yiannopoulos really out of touch. Milo Yiannopoulos doesn't have reasons for the things he does. He has strategies for humiliating people.
I've taken some time out of my busy schedule, being fabulous and doing my hair, to prepare a speech for you. Well, a few remarks, really. Feminism is cancer. Thank you very much.
To again quote Ian Danskin, you can't really reason with someone who thinks that feminism is cancer, because you don't reason with cancer, you eradicate it. Rowling objects to the slogan, no debate, in the strongest possible terms.
And then we come to the famous two-word slogan, the stock phrase, no debate, no debate, no debate. We hear it all the time. That alarms me, really alarms me. I can't think of a purer instance of authoritarianism than no debate.
It's kind of amazing to me that someone could think angry trans people on Twitter are...
Yeah, there is no debate, and it's not authoritarianism to say that people's lives and well-being are not up for debate. Why would you fight so hard to dehumanize people? And then when they speak back and say this isn't an option for you, then you cry that it's authoritarianism. That just seems to me like just playing a victim and not like actually having any sort of reason or logic to back your shit up with. You just feel like you don't like these people. And you want to be able to be in the position, because a lot of the times for like right-wing people, free speech doesn't actually mean free speech. To them, free speech means that they can say as much hate speech as they want. And if somebody says, hey, no, that's hateful, you can't do that, that jeopardizes people's lives. Oh, well, you're an authoritarian. You don't allow any free thinking or free thought. It's like, no, we just don't allow stupid thought. We don't allow stupid, dangerous, idiotic thoughts. And if that's authoritarianism, then so be it. But yeah, no debate over people's actual lives and well-beings. There isn't.
The purest example of authoritarianism. I truly hope that one day I am privileged enough to be capable of such a perspective. Before I move on, I do want to clarify that I do think there are trans issues that are legitimately debatable by people who are not bigots. Yeah. In my opinion, trans women in women's sports is one of those issues. But it's a complicated issue. Like, first of all, which sport are we talking about? Are we talking about figure skating? Middle school field hockey? I see no reason why trans girls should be excluded from that. But if we're talking about professional weightlifting, well, then it seems plausible that trans women who have been through male puberty may still retain some kind of group advantage. But not all trans women have experienced male puberty.
No.
People are transitioning younger now,
Yep.
and that's another thing you have to consider. So I'm not against debating this issue, I just want people to approach it with nuance and good faith. And currently, a lot of the people who are vocally against trans women in women's sports sound like this.
And we will keep men out of women's sports. How ridiculous. That will take place on day one.
And I don't want to debate those people. I want to serve them a banana cream pie. Chapter 6. Illiberal methods.
Illiberal methods. All right, hold on. Sorry, my roommate just got home. I had to greet them. Greeting of the roommate. Let's see. I just had my sandwich. It's 4:30. Yeah, I'll crack my beer. Why not? I do have some root beer left. That's okay. Let's do it. Let's crack a beer. And today I have queer beer. Appropriate. Bud Light. Let's do it. Tastes like shit. Tastes like shit, but it's on sale because straight men and cis men are too scared to drink it. Anyways, Chapter 6, Illiberal Methods.
One of J.K. Rowling's core complaints about the trans rights movement is she sees it as illiberal in its methods.
So when I first became interested and then deeply troubled by what I saw as a cultural movement that was illiberal in its methods.
So what are these illiberal methods?
If you are saying this person is cancelled, that is the language of a dictator.
Lord.
It's true. Cancel culture is exactly how the Third Reich started. First, they canceled the socialists, and I did not speak out because the hashtag was trending. But maybe we should see what an actual dictator thinks.
Пресловутая культура отмены превратилась в отмену культуры. Не так давно отменили и детского писателя Джоан Роулинг за то, что она, автор книг, которые разошлись по миру сотнями миллионов экземпляров, не угодила поклонникам так называемых гендерных свобод.
You know, I can't help but wonder what counts as acceptable activist methods to an author for whom Hermione protesting slavery was taking things too far.
I am fighting what I see as a powerful, insidious, misogynistic movement. I do not see this particular movement as either benign or powerless.
Rowling seems to think that the trans rights movement is dangerous and authoritarian in some unprecedented way that makes it different from all past liberation movements. But how? What are these illiberal methods that distinguish trans rights activism from similar past movements? Canceling? Anita Bryant was way more cancelled than J.K. Rowling ever will be. Boycotts? Boycotts have been a staple of every progressive movement in modern history. Disrupting feminist meetings? Disrupting feminist meetings is a feminist tradition.
Ah, she's got the light!
The Lavender Menace? In 1969, Betty Friedan, author of The Feminine Mystique and founder of the National Organization for Women and second-wave feminism in general, coined the phrase Lavender Menace to describe the threat she believed that lesbians posed to the women's movement. Friedan was worried that being associated with lesbians would make it easy to dismiss the movement as a bunch of mannish man-haters. This understandably pissed off a bunch of lesbians who attended the Second Congress to Unite Women in 1970 to stage what used to be known as a ZAP, a disruptive public protest designed to draw attention to gay rights issues. Think glitter bombing, think pies, half aggression, half whimsy. Like that time the lesbian Avengers zapped Rowling's friend Baroness Nicholson's house, demanding that she resign. This podcast has pushed me over the edge. Centrism has gone too far and I am now pro-cancel culture. So just as the meeting was beginning, a group of 17 lesbians wearing Lavender Menace t-shirts switched off the lights, pulled the plug on the mic, and charged down the aisles laughing and screaming. Their leader, Rita Mae Brown, took the mic and yelled, "This conference won't proceed until we talk about lesbians in the women's movement." One of the NOW organizers yelled back, "I object to your coming in and taking over this meeting. You're acting like men." Betty Friedan would later speculate that the lesbians were a CIA psyop designed to make the women's movement look bad. So the Lavender Menace disrupted the—
Whoa! Interesting. We're learning about psyops. This is interesting. Interesting how things are just tying together today. Always back to the radical fascism.
Feminist meeting using illiberal tactics, not because they were against feminism, but because they wanted lesbian exclusionary feminists to include them. It's the same thing that's happening today when trans people disrupt feminist meetings, as J.K. Rowling puts it, interestingly neglecting to mention which feminist meetings these are.
I was starting to see activists behaving in a very aggressive way outside feminist meetings. There was a feminist meeting in which they were banging and kicking on windows, very threatening.
There's a historical obliviousness to Rowling's idea that trans activists are somehow more aggressive than similar past movements. Like, she retweeted a transphobic gay man called Dennis Noel Kavanagh, who says, "All those gay rights and AIDS protests, I don't remember a single one where we intimidated or silenced a woman. Not a single one. Not a single one. Not a single one. Not a single one." Dennis has also tweeted that he preferred AIDS to the trans movement. And also, quote, "I will fucking nail you to a wall what you have done to these innocent children. Your mutilation of these little humans because they were gay will be nothing compared to what I to what I will do to you legally. You think you are ghouls? Wait till I deal with you, bastard, and I mean to." Dennis, it's time to log off, Gorge. I do wonder, does Dennis threatening to nail people to a wall count as illiberal methods? I guess J.K. Rowling doesn't think so because she's never condemned it. In fact, when Dennis's Twitter suspension ended, she was right there to welcome him back. And she continues to retweet him. I've always been happy to acknowledge that angry trans people on Twitter sometimes take things too far. Things like death threats or misogynistic insults, I don't support that, and I've called it out in the past. Like when the leftist streamer Vosh—
Oh no.
Comma alert.
Vosh. We were just watching Vosh.
Who is not trans, tweeted at J.K. Rowling, "Women be quieter and start apologizing challenge." Ooh. I called him out, tweeting, "Doing edgy, ironic misogyny while defending trans people magnifies the grain of truth in what TERFs say about there being misogyny in trans activism." I tweeted that because I recognize that if people who are claiming to speak for you are doing so in a misogynistic way, and if you let that slide, you're going to wake up one day to find that you're in a misogynistic movement. Of course, Vosh took the criticism really well, explaining that actually, I just didn't understand the complex tactical arguments for the moral necessity of being misogynistic to J.K. Rowling. Good. And then he accused me of cancel culturing him while at the same time literally telling his followers to publicly shame.
I just watched this guy. Like, come on. Why do people have to be like crappy?
Me.
The more of you are in the replies being like, "That's not what's happening right here. Like, this is necessary, okay?" Publicly shame her into changing her mind on this.
Then bringing up my past struggle with addiction.
Move you off this site and into, I don't want to bring up the substance abuse.
So that pretty much confirmed to me that Vosh doesn't actually care about advocating for trans people and just uses trans rights as a pretext to act like a fucking dingus. I won't tell you to publicly shame him though, because unlike Vosh, I would never sink to that. The point I'm trying to make is, I have no—
Maybe I'll have second thoughts about Vosh, because that's not a good look. That's really not a good look.
Qualms about calling out people on my side whenever they go too far or cross a line, or do stupid tweets and then mansplain to me about how I don't understand tactical misogyny. Idiot. But the same cannot be said of J.K. Rowling. I have never once seen her call out any of the bigotry and abusiveness that is absolutely rampant in the gender-critical movement. There's a great video called J.K. Rowling's New Friends by YouTuber Sean that exposes the dishonesty of framing this conflict as meek, concerned feminists versus the abusive trans mob. A framing that the witch trials of J.K. Rowling accepts uncritically, citing numerous examples of death threats and abusiveness from trans advocates.
Things like, "Kill TERFs 2014. How about slowly and horrendously murder TERFs in Saw-like torture machines and contraptions?"
Now, I don't think anyone should joke about putting people in saw traps, but also, how serious is this threat that was posted to Tumblr in 2014? Let's use our critical thinking skills here. Do you think that Jigsaw, the villain from the Saw movies, has a Tumblr account and is threatening TERFs? Or do you think this was posted by a 14-year-old? The podcast cites 0 examples of death threats and abusiveness from anti-trans bigots.
Yeah, I mean, like, YouTubers aren't perfect. Even people like Ethan Klein and like Hassan Piker, people that I love very much, you know, there's been occasions where they've said something where I'm like, that's not right. Ethan Klein kind of has moments where he puts his foot in his mouth and I'm just like, dude, not a good look. I'm not the type of person to drop a YouTuber just because, you know, they have an incident here or there where they are completely wrong and off. I tend to look at YouTubers across the board, like how they're like growing and learning and evolving over time as creators. But it's really disappointing, like when I find a creator that I like and they do something I don't like and I highly disagree with and I think is just completely wrong. But that's just the nature of things. That's the nature of YouTubers. I myself, I mean, please, by all means, don't agree with every fucking thing that I say. And I'm sure I'll have moments in the future where I'll say something that I shouldn't have and it'll get me into trouble. That's just the nature of things. It's just kind of the ability to accept, you know, you've done something wrong and be able to take responsibility and move forward and grow and change and be different. That's a little disappointing about Vosh, though. I'm like, I just started watching him. I didn't know he did that. I also don't go on Twitter. So there's a lot of aspects of these creators that like express a lot on Twitter, and I just don't see it.
And it's not exactly like you have to dig deep to find any. I can fill the screen up with examples just from people who J.K. Rowling has explicitly supported or interacted with. I will drive you out into the desert and bury you 9 feet down, one tweet says, from a fan of J.K. Rowling. First I'll set you on fire and piss on your half-alive corpse. Fuck trans activism, fuck gender ideology, and fuck you. Another threat from the same user is so graphically violent and sexual, I don't know if I can even read it aloud without violating the YouTube terms of service. But threats like this from the gender critical side are simply not mentioned in the witch trials of J.K. Rowling. Both Rowling and Megan seem happy to cherry pick threatening tweets and sound bites of shouting protesters.
Fuck you, you ugly piece of shit! You look like you got your teeth knocked out, you fucking fascist!
As evidence that the trans movement is dangerous.
That's not funny. I'm laughing though. Alright. I shouldn't be laughing. I'm laughing. Alright, no. No? Okay. No.
Dangerous and insidious to the core. But this exact technique has been used against literally every liberation movement in world history. For example,
yeah, Paul Cherry says, I do think that we can discuss and debate in a constructive manner without Americanized style media styles sensationalizing. Yeah, exactly. There's one thing to have like a conversation and a debate. There's another to have the conversation and debate on television as a big fucking display. And to that, it just keeps people in the center and not really actually thinking about the problems at hand or the issues at hand.
Let's consider Reclaim the Night, the protest movement against sexual violence in Britain, which first got J.K. Rowling interested in feminism in the 1970s. Here's how The Guardian, Britain's spineless centrist paper of note, covered a Reclaim the Night protest in 1979. Chanting slogans against rape seems reasonable to promote awareness, but what about the hissing and swearing at any innocent male, and cries of castrate men? We were all sympathetic to the principles of the women's liberation movement, but we left the crowd of shouting, torch-bearing women when it became clear that my friend's brother was running the risk of personal mutilation if he remained with us. The protesters were allegedly singing, "Here I stand, my knife in hand, free castration on demand." So this is how the British press covered the women's movement. Angry, torch-bearing women screaming, "Castrate men!" Now, is that a fair representation of the women's movement? Should we judge every movement by its most militant extremists? Is it fair, say, to pretend that Valerie Solanas, who shot Andy Warhol, who advocated for male extermination in her Society for Cutting Up Men manifesto, is representative of feminism as a whole? Many anti-feminists over the years have done exactly that. But it's not fair, is it? So why does J.K. Rowling think it's fair to judge the trans movement by the worst things trans people have ever tweeted?
I want her to choke on my fat trans dick.
And I made excuses for you.
In the 4th episode of The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling, Megan interviews New York Times columnist Michelle Goldberg, who has written sympathetically about transphobic feminism. There's a moment in this interview where Michelle kind of stumbles into an honest observation that I find fascinating.
Right. I mean, I think you'll often hear people say, you know, I'm not going to debate my basic humanity. And part of the difficulty is that there are indeed certain issues which we have sort of decided somewhat collectively with some sort of consensus are beyond the realm of debate. And I think that part of what is so difficult about this issue is that there's certain people who think that this kind of consensus can be imposed maybe as opposed to evolve organically. And so they're sort of desperately trying to shore it up in the hopes, I think, that if they can, they will enjoy the same sort of assumed protection as other groups whose rights we've decided are not up for public conversation. I think the problem is that we don't actually have a consensus.
So Michelle correctly observes that the reason trans people are often reluctant to debate our rights is that we want the same assumed protections as other groups whose rights liberals have decided are not up for debate. But then, Michelle suggests that trans people have to debate our rights because there isn't a mainstream consensus that we deserve rights. I am really curious to know how Michelle Goldberg thinks that past liberation movements have succeeded. Like, does she think that women's suffrage just evolved organically? Did suffragettes just have calm, civil conversations about whether women are intellectually capable of voting until all the misogynists were rationally persuaded? No, they stood up and demanded their right to vote, sometimes violently, especially in the UK. Like, people forget this, maybe because they were called suffragettes, which is kind of a cutesy name, but the suffragettes, they murdered people. They were suffragette terrorists. They broke windows, they bombed churches, they set fire to a theater. In 1909, a suffragette attacked Winston Churchill with a horsewhip. Queen shit, honestly. The English suffragette Mary Lee threw a fucking hatchet at the Prime Minister's head. And my point is not to advocate terrorism or to excuse the terrorism of past movements. I think these kinds of tactics have tended to turn people against the movement. I don't think it's effective, but let's not pretend that past movements have never made demands before everyone was ready. Because there never has been, and there never will be a time when everyone is ready. I mean, Mary Wollstonecraft published The Vindication of the Rights of Women in 1792, and misogyny, in case you hadn't noticed, remains rampant. So there never has been a consensus about women's rights, and there probably never will be. In fact, marginalized groups wouldn't need rights if there was a consensus that we deserve rights. The whole reason to have rights is to protect you from the kind of people who think you shouldn't have them. I mean, it's a nice thought that we can just politely persuade everyone to give us rights, but the reality is, that's not how this works, and it never has been. Like, how do these debate me centrists think that slavery ended in the United States? Well, between 1861 and 1865, there was a little event called the American Civil Debate. See what I'm holding in my hand? This is a high caliber idea that I picked off the polite discussion field of Manassas. Do you people think that American schools were integrated because all the white people in the South were persuaded that segregation is bad? No, dum-dums. Eisenhower had to send in the 101st Airborne to enforce that shit at gunpoint. And my point is not to equate LGBT rights movements with black civil rights. I am aware that being a white queer person is not in any way equivalent to living in the aftermath of slavery. I'm just saying that there's this tendency to sanitize history and to imagine that progress was smooth and bloodless, that consensus evolved organically, when it just didn't. And then people get the impression that current movements are somehow more militant than successful past movements when they just aren't.
I am fighting what I see as a powerful, insidious, misogynistic movement, the cultural movement that was illiberal in its methods. And I believe absolutely that there is something dangerous.
No, Rowling. Rowling, the dangerous movement is you, J.K. Rowling. The dangerous movement is you. You are projecting, honey. You are sitting there on your high horse thinking, and in your self-righteousness, thinking that you're doing some good charity for the world towards women, but you are the dangerous movement. Okay? I get really fucking disgusted with J.K. Rowling and her acting like she has done absolutely fucking nothing but exist. That's not the case. She has imprinted herself and just fucking put herself out there to be the fucking disgusting representative of dark ideology that she is. She's just a dark representative of that. She promotes diversity. And she takes trans lives and she makes them out to be clowns. While she is the clown. She's pretending that she's getting attacked and terrorized when her words herself provoke and promote terrorizing movements or acts against trans people. I don't think she wants to get it, honestly. I think J.K. Rowling knows exactly what's up. She just doesn't want to admit she hates trans people and she wants nothing to do with them.
About this movement, and it must be challenged.
Why is J.K. Rowling like this? Chapter 7. Why is J.K. Rowling like this? J.K. Rowling loves to quote radical feminist Andrea Dworkin, whomst I've already mentioned a couple times in this video.
I myself favor violence. Deeply. I favor it.
Dworkin is known for her extreme sex-negative views, which I don't agree with, but she was an interesting writer, one of those half-crazed savants who gets in your head, who you can't stop thinking about. In my opinion, Dworkin's best book is Right-Wing Women, published in 1983, the era of Phyllis Schlafly and Anita Bryant. Right-Wing Women is an analysis of why so many women are drawn to conservative politics, seemingly against their own interests. Anyone who's interested in understanding the gender-critical movement, a crypto-reactionary backlash disguising itself as feminism, should read this book. In Dworkin's analysis,
the political right makes certain
Okay, I'm going to put that on my list.
Physical and material promises to women that both exploit and quiet some of women's deepest fears. No one can bear to live a meaningless life. Women fight for meaning just as women fight for survival.
And conservative politics promises women meaning.
The right offers women a simple, fixed, predetermined social, biological, and sexual order. Form conquers chaos. Form banishes confusion.
The gender-critical movement offers women a brutally simple understanding of sex and gender. A woman is an adult human female. Right-wing anti-trans activist Posey Parker has made this phrase into the motto of the gender-critical movement. Adult human female. It's on billboards, it's on t-shirts, it's on banners, signs, and tweets. Presented with the authority of a dictionary definition, it's rigid, it's orderly, it's immutable. There are no exceptions, there are no blurred lines, there can be no change. This mantra is a defense against the conceptual instability and chaos that gender criticals fear. The same fear that once drove homophobic women like Anita Bryant.
Erasing the concept of sex removes the ability of many to meaningfully discuss their lives.
Dworkin says,
within the frame of male domination, there is a good reason for women to hate homosexuality, both male and female. Women are interchangeable as sex objects. Women are slightly less disposable as mothers. The only dignity and value women get is as mothers.
Woo!
Having children is the one social contribution credited to women. It is the bedrock of women's social worth. Without childbearing, women know they have nothing. Homosexuality for women means having nothing. It means extinction.
Substitute transgenderism for homosexuality, and you'll understand the gender-critical movement. J.K. Rowling's definition of woman is this.
The woman is the producer of the large gametes.
The producer of the large gametes. Rowling says her primary concern about young trans men is the loss of fertility.
Homosexuality, its rise in public visibility, attempts to socially legitimize or protect it, makes women expendable. The one thing women can do and be valued for will no longer be valued. Male homosexuality is especially terrifying because it suggests a world without women altogether. A world in which women are extinct.
This exact fear appears frequently in gender-critical rhetoric. Trans activists are erasing women. They're erasing biological sex. They're going to call us pregnant people. Confused girls are being robbed of their precious fertility. Trans women are going to replace biological women.
As a woman, I feel threatened because biological men are aggressively replacing women.
You will not replace us!
Sometimes this paranoia ramps up to the point of obsession, and the results can be dazzling. In September 2022, Maya Forstater, who you'll remember as the anti-trans activist whom J.K. Rowling came out as a TERF to defend, went on a full-blown Twitter rampage because the Hertfordshire County Libraries announced they were changing their children's storytime mascot from the Bookstart Bear. If you don't know where this is going, strap in. From the Bookstart Bear to a bright, vibrant, gender-neutral creature called Tala. Are you enraged?
I'm
If
so
not,
fucking mad.
You haven't been spending enough time on Mumsnet. Maya tweeted the words of an indignant mother who referred to Talia, wait, wasn't it Tala? Referring to Talia as a trans bear with they-them pronouns.
What?
Describing the mascot as ideological, creepy, and gaslighting. I cannot express how upset I feel.
It's a
The library jumped in
cartoon!
to clarify that Tala, not Talia, isn't trans, they are an alien. Maya then demanded to know how this alien was birthed. Did it hatch from an egg, or was it born from a mama?
Oh my god, it's a made up fucking fictional fucking character. It's like mythological. It's just like an alien. It's like fucking Gonzo. Like nobody knows what it is. And they're gonna get so fucking like insecure about this fucking, well, what is it? How is it? Did it hatch from an egg? Is it born from a mama? Like what's going on? Like I think that's really fucking weird for a grown ass woman to be like so fucking over Katrina. Anyone remember Pat? Isn't that old? It's like a really old SNL skit, I think. It's like it's Pat and like I don't know. Is that what you're talking about? There was like an SNL skit of like a character named Pat, and the whole skit was people trying to figure out if it was a man or a woman, and they could never fucking like figure it out. Like saying like Pat needs to go to like, I don't know. It was I don't know, not really progressive. It was a little derogatory, but it was interesting. A him or a him or a her, a ma'am or a sir, it's Pat. Like something like that. Is it a him or a her or a ma'am or a sir? We don't know. It's Pat.
Some people tried to reason with Maya. There's an advantage in having a character that isn't identifiably male or female, as it can be equally relatable to either sex and avoid promoting gender stereotypes. But Maya was not convinced. It seems highly unlikely that an alien that had evolved with such recognizable vertebrate body plan is not sexually reproducing. It's a relatable anthropomorphic character, not a slime mold.
Oh my god, lady. Lady. I can't even, if this lady was saying this to my face, I would laugh. Because, like, I can't take her seriously. This outrage that this Maya Forstater is, like, saying, like, this outrage she has is just laughable. She should be laughed off the stage with this.
I need to know how the alien fucks right now. I said I need to know how the alien fucks before I can show it to my child. When Twitter understandably laughed it up at Maya's expense, she just kept posting. And she posted hard. Honestly, I don't know if I've ever seen anyone post so hard. In a lengthy diatribe, Maya wrote about the miseries of new motherhood. You are in charge of a baby. You have never done this before. You haven't had a good night's sleep for months and won't for years. Everyone has an opinion on what you are doing right and wrong, and you've become invisible. You had politics. You had a career. You had interests. You had a sex life. Now you have the daily needs of a completely dependent person, and your world has shrunk. The fact that these men and the young women that cheer them on think this is so laughable reflects society's disdain for mothers. This is what it means to say a woman is not a feeling or a costume. This is why the hub of the resistance is on Mumsnet. So I'm fascinated by this thread. I think it's one of the most revealing texts in gender critical history, because you know what? Maya Forstater actually does have valid concerns. But the concerns she has that are valid have nothing to do with trans people. And they definitely have nothing to do with an adorable cartoon alien. Honestly, reading this, I have some concerns. Concerns like, where is Maya's husband? I know she has one. Isn't raising children supposed to be a mutual project? No one should have to feel this alone raising children. That is a valid concern. Oh my god, we actually found one. It's like finding El Dorado. A valid concern. A valid concern. Isn't what's going on here that Maya is taking legitimate feelings of being overburdened and underappreciated and displacing those feelings onto transgender people? This is exactly how the gender critical movement recruits, by providing a scapegoat to frustrated women. It's not your husband's neglect, it's not the increasing atomization of society, it's not the indignities of aging, it's Tala, the non-binary alien, with its dungarees and smug aura of gender neutrality. Mumsnet is the hub of the resistance to non-binary cartoons. It's too much, these people are too much. Okay, we have to be serious now. The political right also promises women safety and security.
For women, the world is a very dangerous place. The right acknowledges the reality of danger, the validity of fear. The right then manipulates the fear.
Women fear and resent male violence, which they're most likely to experience from the men closest to them: boyfriends, husbands, and fathers.
They're most likely to be killed by sexual partners.
But the need to survive in a male-dominated society means that women's legitimate fears and resentments often cannot be directed at the men with power.
Inevitably, this causes women to take the rage and contempt they feel for the men who actually abuse them, those close to them, and project it onto others, those far away, foreign, or different.
Yes!
And this displacement of...
Yes! Yes! This whole movement of feminists that hate trans women, it's all about a fear that they're going to get replaced, and it also highlights the position that these cis women are in. White cis women are in positions where they're living in fear, and they have their safety in the little bit of value that the world has given to them by men, which is you can have children and be a mother. That's your identity. And when that identity is easily dissected, then they lose their fucking minds, and they start creating an all-out war against people that actually aren't the ones putting women in danger to begin with. It's the whole patriarchal system. Mark says, and that's why it's so important to seek out the perspective offered by another's lived experience instead of being the kind of person or person who is that. Yeah.
Rage is just transparently what's going on with J.K. Rowling. In her essay about sex and gender issues, Rowling speculates that trans men are transitioning to be the son her father wanted.
I really felt the rejection of my father, and that is one of the things that maybe leads someone going into homosexuality.
And she describes the lingering trauma from her first violent marriage.
The marriage at this point has turned very violent and very controlling.
And that, she says, is why she decided to speak out against the transgender movement. If you try to understand this rationally, it looks like a total non sequitur. But if you look at it emotionally, there's a kind of logic to it.
The existence of the dangerous outsider always functions for women simultaneously as deception, diversion, painkiller, and threat. Women cling to irrational hatreds focused particularly on the unfamiliar, so that they will not murder their fathers, husbands, sons, brothers, lovers, the men with whom they are intimate, those who do hurt them.
In the 1970s, many conservative women displaced this rage onto lesbians, the threatening outsider of the day. Dworkin attended the National Women's Conference in 1977, where she spoke to a lot of women about their fear of lesbians.
Right-wing women consistently spoke to me about lesbians as if lesbians were rapists. certified committers of sexual assault against women and girls. To them, the lesbian was inherently monstrous, experienced almost as a demonic sexual force hovering closer and closer. She was the dangerous intruder, encroaching, threatening by her very presence a sexual order that cannot bear scrutiny or withstand challenge.
It's almost surreal to read this because of how precisely it describes how gender criticals talk about trans women.
Pronouns are like Rohypnol. They dull your defenses. They change your inhibitions. They're meant to.
Now it's true that trans exclusionary radical feminism began as an offshoot of far-left lesbian separatism, with academic feminist Janice Raymond writing in 1979 that transsexualism should be morally mandated out of existence. But the gender critical movement was always destined to become a right-wing movement because it has the structure of a right-wing movement, taking women's fear and rage toward familiar men and displacing it onto an unfamiliar outsider. The momentum behind this is just too ripe an opportunity for conservatives to pass up. As Dworkin says,
because women so displace their rage, they are easily controlled and manipulated haters. Women require symbols of danger that justify their fear. The right provides these symbols of danger by designating clearly defined groups of outsiders as sources of danger.
In the 2020s, anti-trans bigotry has become a keystone of Conservative Party platforms, both in the UK, where Lee Anderson, deputy chair of the Conservative Party, predicts that the next election will be won on
probably a mixture of culture wars and trans debate, and
in the US, where the ACLU is currently tracking more than 450 anti-LGBT bills, including more than 130 gender-affirming care bans, 51 trans sports bans, 40 drag bans, 29 trans bathroom bans, and 21 bans defining trans people out of the law. Republicans have escalated anti-trans rhetoric to eliminationist extremes that have most trans people in this country living in a constant state of fear for our future.
Transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely.
The left is attacking our children, pushing sex talk, transgender extremism, and noxious politics in our schools. We should reject this demonic assault on the innocence of our children and stand fast against leftist efforts to mutilate their bodies and minds.
Stop confusing our babies with your groomer gender ideologue.
I will revoke every Biden policy promoting the chemical castration and sexual mutilation of our youth. And ask Congress to send me a bill prohibiting child sexual mutilation in all 50 states. On day one, I will revoke Joe Biden's cruel policies on so-called gender-affirming care. Ridiculous. I will sign a new executive order instructing every federal agency to cease all programs that promote the concept of sex and gender transition at any age.
A few gender criticals still want to insist they have nothing to do with right-wing anti-trans bigots, like Helen Lewis.
I mean, TERF is basically witch.
Who attempts in her interview in the witch trials of J.K. Rowling to distinguish between the transphobia of the far right and that of feminists.
I think the hardest thing for outsiders to understand is that there are two different arguments going on. One is the traditional conservative right argument, which is anti-LGBT. The other one is a criticism from the left, in which it says sometimes male people and female people have different interests, no matter how the male people identify.
But as a trans person, I don't care whether you justify your transphobia in the name of protecting women or protecting children. Whether it's radical feminist Janice Raymond calling for transsexualism to be morally mandated out of existence, or conservative Catholic Michael Knowles calling for transgenderism to be eradicated from public life, is the same repulsive bigotry to me. And in any case, the gender critical movement has recently reached an implicit consensus that they're mostly done pretending to be feminist. The rising star of the movement, Posey Parker, aka Kelly J. Keane Minshall, rejects feminism entirely.
Do you call yourself a feminist now?
No.
Did you ever call yourself a feminist?
I probably did for a short time.
But so you wouldn't be so like a Julie Bindel type feminist?
No, well, some feminists, I mean, Julie Bindel has been critical of mothers in the past, and I think that's a theme flowing through feminism. I'm not a feminist! I'm not a feminist!
This is not Andrea Dworkin. This is Phyllis Schlafly. Parker's campaign is currently funded by the right-wing CPAC.
CPAC came along and said that they would sponsor our events and cover all of our insurance throughout our whole trip, which is really kind of them. But what we would need to do is we would need to show that we were working for them, working with them.
She has no qualms about collaborating with far-right white nationalists.
I want to talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene. Let me tell you what she's been saying. She's a Republican, but I agree with her wholeheartedly.
She's opposed to abortion and contraception for teenagers.
Why are we enabling children to take sometimes contraceptives that are quite harmful, or access to abortion? I think that we really need to rethink all of this. I think parents need to take back control of their children.
Marjorie, how can you agree with anything Marjorie Taylor Gross says? I mean, the way she speaks is like somebody in the fucking later stages of Alzheimer's. Like, she literally just says sentences and words, and they don't even fucking make any sense. I do not like this lady. She's awful and pretentious as fuck.
She's called trans people fools and perverts.
Transgenderism is nuts. It's for fools and perverts.
It's not an
She's
ism,
denied
you
that
bitch.
transgender is a legitimate concept.
It's not a real thing. There's no such thing as being born in the wrong body. There's no such thing as a trans woman. There's no such thing as a trans person. There is no such thing. There are people that call themselves these things that may have other issues manifesting that then make them think they're this, but no, we have to stop using any words like transgender. There may be more words that we have to say in order to say that. We may call it transgender ideology, but when it comes to a person, they may be following transgender ideology, but they are not transgender. There is no such thing as a man or a woman.
I am transgender. I am here. Thank you. I exist. I do not believe in transgenderism. There's no ism that I'm believing in. I am just transgender. It's really not that fucking hard. Yeah, Mark says if you'll make the lowest kind of right-wing politician in this country your ally in this cause, you're certainly lost. Yeah. Yeah. Maria says talk about subjective projecting spewing. Yeah, it's just nasty.
Being anything other than a man or a woman.
And what's this? What I just, I look at women like this and I'm like, what the fuck are you afraid of? Like, because if you boil down to their fears, these fears just don't fucking exist. But instead of taking the time to focus on why they feel the way they do and where it comes from, they'd rather spend their time attacking other people. Well, I'm afraid of this thing, so I just have to make it go away. I don't understand it, therefore it makes me angry. That's like the logic that these people have.
Called trans women pedophiles.
We know that if a man has a paraphilia of dressing as a woman, the most likely cross paraphilia is paedophilia.
Ooh, that's gross.
We know that these men have multiple paraphilias. They don't ever stop at one.
She said that each and every woman who stands in her way will be annihilated.
Each and every one of you women who stand in my way, each and every one of you, let me just tell you, you will be annihilated.
Wow. And yet, wow. And this, let's see, that's not a radical, dictator sort of mentality. That isn't. Posey Parker is a fucking dunce. Yeah, Posey Parker will even say to other cis women, if you stand in my way, I'll fucking eradicate you. She just it likes herself. That's it. These people, they're not even feminists. They don't even give a shit about children. They don't even give a shit about women. They just don't like something, and they're doing anything in their power to fucking get rid of it. Pedophilia and vampirism are the deep, dark, dirty core of Nazi accusations against the Jews. Yes. mystical Nazism goes there. Today's evil morons can't seem to hope, like, replicating that. Yeah, a lot of QAnon, too, gets into, like, original, like, Nazi propaganda against Jews, trying to label them as, like, nasty, like, pedophiles that, like, that, you know, torture children and stuff like that. It's just, like, funny how all these hate ideologies boil back to Nazism. Keep that in mind. And this is why I say Nazism is on the rise.
He's called on armed men to enter women's restrooms to attack anyone they perceive as not a real woman.
And men, for once, I'm talking to you. I'm talking about you dads who maybe carry, I think that's what you say. I'm so down with the American lingo. Maybe you carry, maybe you don't. Maybe you consider yourself a protector of women. Maybe you're that sort of man. Maybe you have a daughter or a mother or a wife. Maybe you have a sister. Maybe you just have some friends. Maybe you just think women are human and you don't need any absolute connection with them to feel compelled to protect us. I think you should start using women's toilets, men.
And she's said that women who call themselves men should be sterilized, which seems to be a little bit in tension with J.K. Rowling's concern about the fertility of confused girls. You know, you might look at these differences of opinion between Rowling and Parker. Little things like pro-feminist versus anti-feminist, left versus right, pro-abortion versus anti-abortion, concern about trans men's fertility versus advocating forced sterilization of trans men, against annihilating women who stand in your way versus pro-annihilating each and every woman who stands in your way. You might look at these differences and expect that these two women would be at odds, but they aren't. Because promoting anti-trans bigotry is a common cause that for both of them trumps all else. In 2020, Posey Parker paid for a poster reading "I Heart J.K. Rowling" to be displayed at a railway station in Edinburgh, and Rowling has tweeted in defense of Parker numerous times and has modeled her t-shirts. So, the gender-critical movement, started by lesbian separatists in the 1970s, has finally passed into the hands of Pound Shop Ava Browns, as gender-critical lesbian Julie Bindel memorably described them. It's a movement that has no beliefs apart from a shared determination to reduce the number of trans people.
In the numbers we're currently seeing, particularly of young people coming forward, I find cause for doubt.
Yes. In the meantime, while we're trying to get through to the decision makers, we have to try to limit the harm. And that means reducing or keeping down the number of people who transition. And that's for two reasons. One of them is that every one of those people is a person who's been damaged. But the second one is every one of those people is basically, you know, a huge problem to a sane world. Like, if you've got people that, and whether they're transitioned, whether they're happily transitioned.
Oh no, let's be clear. This is not a sane world. This is why I do what I do. This is why, like, other Hyperians do with it. This is why we're here, like, bringing in a new world and a new era and elevating consciousness, because we live in a very stupid world. As you can see, we have lots of these women that come out and are just anti-trans for the sheer fuck of it. We do not live in a sane world. So let's not point fingers and say that trans people are operating, like, with insanity, because there's nothing more insane than these fucking women talking about this shit. Mark says, I can't stop saying that goddamn fascism hasn't changed since 90 years and depends entirely on rooking the gullible. Yes, yes, yes. This is happening today. That black and white film we saw, it's still happening today. It's happening right now. And for some reason, it's trans people. And I know I talk about trans issues a lot. The reason why I talk about trans issues a lot isn't just because I'm trans, but because trans people are under such heavy fire right now. Heavy, heavy, heavy fire right now. We are the new enemy. We are the new thing to point at. We are the new thing to destroy. Like, it's just, it's no different than other people. Ugh. Ah. My brain is short circulating. Kim says, let's eat cheese puffs in protest, right? Cheese puffs in protest. Anyways.
Whether they're unhappily transitioned, whether they're detransitioned, if you've got people who've dissociated from their sex in some way, every one of those people is someone who needs special accommodation in a sane world where we re-acknowledge the truth of sex.
So to wrap this up, is the backlash against J.K. Rowling a witch hunt? Unequivocally, no. It's very thoroughly deserved. But I will say this, a movement can't get along without a devil. And across the whole political spectrum, there's a misogynistic tendency to choose a female devil. Whether it's Anita Bryant, Hillary Clinton, Marie Antoinette, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, or J.K. Rowling. And there's always going to be people who seize on any opportunity to be misogynistic. So, I would advise trans people and our allies to keep in mind that J.K. Rowling is not the final boss of transphobia. She's not our devil. The devil is the Republican Party, the Conservative Party. The devil is patriarchy. It's the right-wing men who will be the ones to put gender-critical theory into brutal practice. Anita Bryant, Posey Parker, and J.K. Rowling are, to borrow a term from TERFs, handmaidens. TERFs are the real handmaidens. They're useful idiots who put a concerned female face on the patriarchal violence against trans people that will ultimately be enacted by right-wing men.
I call on men to consider themselves decent human beings, to call out the deviants among them, and eradicate these monsters from society.
And Megan Phelps Roper and centrists like her are wrong that civil conversation can resolve this.
Call out the deviants among them, and eradicate these monsters from society.
People like Michael Knowles and Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump cannot be persuaded. They have to be defeated. As for what to do about J.K. Rowling, honestly, let's all just block her. Open up Twitter right now, go to her profile and just block her. Problem solved. Like, don't harass her, that doesn't help. But also, I wouldn't wait for her to change. She's gone down what I call the bigotry whirlpool. The deeper you go in, the harder it is to leave. For the same reasons that it's hard to quit a cult or scam. To quote video essayist Dan Olson,
one of the most insidious elements of a confidence scam is that the victims who invested the most are often the most passionate defenders, because shame is a powerful force in the human psyche, and they can't bear the shame of admitting they were tricked.
Reformed bigots have to face not only the shame of being dupes, but also the guilt of having devoted years of life to harming vulnerable people. This is something Megan, to her credit, faced head-on. If we were wrong, then I had spent every day of my life industriously sowing doom, discord, and rage to so many, not at the behest of God, but of my grandfather. I had wasted my life only to fill others with pain and misery.
You did.
Most bigots cannot stand to face this moral sunk cost. It's why an obsessive bigot like Graham Linehan, whose all-consuming hatred of trans people has ruined his life, cost him his marriage, and left him alone to tweet about destroying gender ideology minutes before midnight on New Year's Eve, feels psychologically compelled to insist with ever more certainty that trans people are not just delusional or dangerous, but are all demonic perverts,
3 days?
an enemy so
What the
hyperbolically
fuck?
evil that they justify his
That's
self-immolating
3
crusade.
days of tweets?
They took everything from me, you know. They took my family, you know. And I just said, no, hang on a sec. Stop calling these women TERFs. Stop sending them abuse. Let them speak. And for that, they just destroyed me.
Do you honestly feel destroyed?
No, because the one thing about this that keeps me going is that I know I'm right, you know. I know I'm right.
As long as he stays here, in the bottom of the whirlpool, he never has to face that he's ruined his relationships and wasted years of life because he just couldn't let it go. And if J.K. Rowling doesn't log off soon...
There's a few people I know who I think are going to come to this conclusion later in life, hopefully.
This will likely be her fate as well. I guess what I'm really trying to say is, Harry Potter's dead to me. I'm switching to Twilight.
That was such a great last sentence. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Natalie is so good at this. Like, that was really good. That was really good. I love that a lot. I love that a lot. That was really good. Alright, bathroom break, and then we're moving on. Everybody go pee. Grab a new drink. Grab a snacky poo. Stop it. Alright. Take a bathroom break. Good night, Maria. Thank you so much for coming. Hey, Fachita. Oh my goodness. What is the sunk cost fallacy? The sunk cost fallacy is our tendency to continue with an endeavor while we've invested money, effort, or time into even the current cost, even if the current cost outweigh the benefits. And while the term sounds like technical jargon, it's a common decision-making pitfall in both life and business. The more you are invested with time and money into something, the more you just stick to it, I'm assuming. Even if it goes against all odds. Imagine getting into something and getting in so deep that you now just that's your life. An expansion on why longtime bigots will tend to stay bigots no matter what in this context. Yeah. I can't imagine. Let's see. Very good. We have the Illuminati drama where she got herself into some trouble. I think I'll tack that to the end. I kind of want to like start watching Jessie Jender's video. She just dropped a new one today. It's called The Myth of Male Socialization. I'm curious as to what this is about. So why don't we get started? But I hope everybody's doing well. If people are just getting in, yeah, we're just going about our Friday thing. At the end of the live stream, I think I'm going to make an announcement that's really important for this channel. So if y'all stick around at the end, yeah, I got something cool to say. Sorry, I was texting. Anyways. Alright, Jessie Gender on the myth of male socialization. My god, why does it get hot in here so fast? Alright. New video, haven't seen this. Raw react. In the flesh. How much beer do we have? Oh, tons. But I have plenty of beer. Plenty of gay beer. I'm take off my glasses because I don't necessarily need to read anything. Alright, my friends. Let's do this. So here's our content warning. Anti-trans hate, sexual assault, ableism, anti-Semitism, racism, sexism, pretty much every fucking thing that we've been talking about today. You know why so many creators are talking about this and getting to the same conclusions? Because it's fucking real. Like, you have Mark, just the usual suspects. Pretty much everything I like to talk about. Well, I don't like to talk about, but, you know, I want to talk about these things, and I mean, it's my channel. It's my channel. These are the topics I discuss. You know, like I said, not necessarily because I'm trans or anything like that. It's just, it's something that's really saturated into society now. I mean, it always has been, but like recently it's just like, it's really being amped up. And perhaps it's always been amped up. It's just, this is me and my life and my generation and my turn of events and stuff. That's, anyways, I don't know where I'm going with that sentence. Let's just watch.
I've been thinking a lot about masculinity lately. I think I always have been in some way.
Hold on. Let me restart.
I've been thinking a lot about masculinity lately. I think I always have been in some ways. I guess we all have. Recently, I went back home for Christmas, back to the house I grew up in small little Buffalo, New York, and my mother told me that I needed to clean out the last vestiges of my stuff that I had left in her home, or else she would throw it out. You know, that mom thing of, you're an adult with a home now, deal with it. So, I'm almost 30 now, so I guess it is probably About time. Jesus, I'm 30. So, I went to the basement's darkest corner and found 4 boxes. After finishing college and moving to Los Angeles, I had put everything that I had wanted to say from that childhood and couldn't take with me in these 4 boxes. So as a result, everything that was already in these boxes was chosen by me, things that I had wanted to ensure stuck around for later. And so when I opened them, I got lost in memory. I found a lot of toys and weird stuff like this guy. It's a whole Fisher-Price castle that I played with as a kid, and it's freaking great. Like, look, it has a little trapdoor and a little dungeon that you can torture people in. And it's got a little cave. It's got a little cave over here. Like, this thing was the absolute best, and I adored the crap out of it as a kid. But as this very much shows, these things in these boxes weren't just objects, but connections to my past. Threads and tethers to moments of emotion, and to the life that I had lived. Tokens along the path that I had walked that marked the way for me. You can see where I am now as a person and draw a direct line back to these objects, tracing them like paths on a map. I had things like my old Animorph books, or Bionicles, or my Mystic Knights of Tir-na-nog action figures, and all of these things are still the shit. Obviously, you can see how they connect to me now. They're incredibly dorky and nerdy, so that tracks. Yet, I think even deeper, they're all items about transformation and change. They all feature masks and armor, or stories of attempts to be strong, but in reality, if you break all these things down, they're about transformation into a new self. I didn't really know how to express that or articulate it, but something about these things spoke to me as a kid. As a young child struggling with gender and many other things, magic and fantasy felt like they were the only way I could ever be the real me.
I get that.
Yet, not all magical worlds contained in those boxes still hold that prominence in my heart today. Some things were hard to see in those boxes, like merchandise from a specific Wizarding franchise that I had to let go of. Such is the pain of growing older and seeing context change, and also seeing the darkness that can exist in the world. Yet, of course, there were plenty of other wonderful things that I still really love. Plenty of Star Trek things, for example. That was there with me from the beginning and has never left me. That belief, the promise of a brighter future for everyone, regardless of who they are. And yet all of these pop culture items and pain and journeys and hopes shape me and who I am today in some form. Hence why I kept them in those boxes the last time that I was at my mom's house. And I looked at every single one of those things with a swell of emotion and could easily link them with an aspect of myself. My transness, my optimism, my traumas, my dorkiness. Yet also within these boxes, I found 2 more items. And they're on the wall behind me. Posters of these 2 men. Rorschach from Watchmen and Heath Ledger's Joker from The Dark Knight. And yet, when I sat there this past Christmas looking at these 2 posters that I discovered, I tried to remember why I had kept them. What had they meant to me back then? So much so that I decided to keep them in this box of all these important tokens of my life. Because frankly, I couldn't recall why. I couldn't identify the feeling that I had associated with them. Yet, while I may not have remembered the feeling, I did remember their prominence. For my entire high school life, these were 2 of only 3 prominent posters on the wall in my room at my father's house. They were the images that I looked at every night as I went to bed. The photos of 2 men who felt lost in the world and had no real identity, but who put on an ever-shifting mask and backstory to express their anger and hate at the world. 2 nihilistic men who had no more real identity beyond the motivation to continue moving simply on the fumes of a sense of directionless anger and pain.
And all the whores and politicians will look up and shout, "Save us." And I'll whisper, "No."
But underneath that anger and pain, they were nothing. Empty. Kind of like what I felt as I looked at these posters a few months ago.
Really, that's interesting. This is already intriguing me, just by sort of like drawing me in and capturing me with this story. Like something that's really relatable, going to your parents' house and then being like, oh, you better clean out your old things or I'm throwing it away, and then you kind of go through your old stuff. I've done that. I actually just recently went through, I'm cleaning out my closet, and I found I have a small box of pictures of just myself from childhood, and just kind of like going through those pictures and just thinking about, you know, remembering where those pictures were taken and who I was at the time, and just finding connections between things I was interested in and behaviors I was doing as a child, and how that kind of relates to me today and my transformation, and sort of finding like the longings and recognizing the longings as a child for something that I didn't quite like understand at the time, especially in regards to my identity and even gender identity. Recently I joined a Facebook group that's like a fan group for The Mummy, you know, like Brendan Fraser's The Mummy, and kind of going through that reminds me of like how I used to be really obsessed with that, and like Brendan Fraser's character, and remembering like how I really identified with it at the time, but at the time I didn't really understand it as I do now. At the time I just thought maybe it was like a crush. But then I also, like, had the sense, like, I wanted to be that character. And, you know, I've had that throughout many cases, and it didn't occur to me then what that was, but now it makes so much sense that as a non-binary transmasculine, I would be, and somebody who's, like, pansexual, sexually fluid, I would make sense, like, why I kind of get caught in this area between having a crush on a character like that, and then also simultaneously wanting to be that character as well. So it's kind of makes me think a lot, just with this little bit of thinking about this story of like looking through pictures and stuff and like drawings and just thinking back on memories.
It's hard to escape thinking about masculinity in our society today. Every conversation seems to orbit around it as an ever-present topic, as if it's a gravity well at the center of our endless cultural discourse that we must move elliptically around, sometimes finding ourselves far away from it, and sometimes much closer, but always, always in its gravitational pull. We recognize masculinity as this force in all of our lives and its intrinsic appeal and sometimes repulsion to all of us. We hear it so much in our discussions, things like Andrew Tate's drawing of young men into his manosphere world, or we hear things like gender-critical TERFs yelling about the male socialization of trans people and the dangerous men, aka trans women, they see entering into their spaces. We also hear feminists discussing patriarchy and how it harms them. So many conversations relate to the idea of manhood and masculinity, always in acquiescence to or repulsion of. And within that, there has been a recent discourse in YouTube spaces that I frequent as a leftist surrounding what the left can give to men. After the arrest of Andrew Tate, the discourse became, well, Tate, as horrible as he was offering young men seeking validation as men an answer. Whereas the left often talks about manhood in terms of being something awful, vitriolic, toxic. And how the left isn't doing enough for men in terms of marketing itself in a way that appeals to those who get pulled into right-wing ideology or fascistic or authoritarian or just plain sexist manosphere energies that takes their angers in darker directions. And I've seen many men in my space make stunning, excellent videos pushing back against that very idea. Men like Fantastic Mr. Fox, or That Dang Dad, or FD Signifier, Foreign Man in a Foreign Land, or Turb have all made great, fantastic analyses of masculinity. Find ways to move that masculine center, that gravitational pull, to something new around things like caring and protection. Yet, within these discussions, I don't often see trans women like myself or other trans femme folks brought into these conversations. And it's understandable on the surface, right? You'd think as a trans woman I'd be running as far away from masculinity as a concept as possible. I am, after all, the soy boy feminized man that the left turns you into if you start listening to socialism. And admittedly, there was a point in my life right after I came out as trans that I did try to run as far away from the idea of manhood as possible. I would wear over-the-top dresses and heavy makeup because I thought the only way to be me was to distance myself from the man that I knew I wasn't. But since then, since initially coming out over the years and now, I guess, decades, I found myself drawn back to thinking about masculinity more and more and what it means for my life today. And as I look at these discourses that my fellow creators, primarily men, are having, I find myself often relating to these discussions, and sometimes even find myself watching a 2-hour video by FD Signifier and saying, yeah, I understand a lot of what you're talking about. Because the things that he's discussing were things that I struggled with too. So I want to talk to you today about my journey with manhood, both within it and outside of it, both in appeal to it and repulsion of it, and how in a weird way I've come back to incorporating it as a part of myself, but in an aspect you wouldn't expect. And as I tell this story, I want you to forget, at least initially, that this is the story of a trans woman, because I know some of you out there will instantly dismiss this video, if you haven't already, when hearing this story in relationship to masculinity. After all, that is where you see this ending, a trans woman saying masculinity bad and horrible and toxic and awful and we need to destroy it, and thereby you can just toss away this video because that's not something you agree with. But that's not where I'm going with this. Because I think as a trans woman, in my perspective on this, I have an interesting journey through all of this. And it's not just a journey that I've had, and I've included interviews with fellow trans femme creators throughout this video to help discuss it. So let's jump into a journey about masculinity and how it relates to trans femme folks.
I like this already. I'm really excited for this. I think I'm ready for another drink. Actually, this actually still has some left in it. I'm just gonna like pre-grab another drink. I need like a footstool or something. Alright, my friends, I'm really excited for this. Let's get to it. Let's do it.
We speak in our society today about things like male and female socialization. You hear this phrase mostly today in places like gender-critical TERF rhetoric. This line of thought in those spaces can be found in one of the foundational texts for the modern TERF movement, Janice Raymond's 1970 book, The Transsexual Empire.
We know that we are women who are born with female chromosomes and anatomy, and that whether or not we are socialized to be so-called normal women, patriarchy has treated and will treat us like women. Transsexuals have not had this same history. No man can have the history of being born and located in this culture as a woman. He can have a history of wishing to be a woman and of acting like a woman, but this gender experience is that of a transsexual, not of a woman. Surgery may confer the artifacts of outward and inward female organs, but it cannot confer the history of being born a woman in this society.
The argument that Raymond is making here is that there is some innate experience, often rooted in oppression, mistreatment, and their body, that all assigned female at birth people have. Even trans men and non-binary folks who are also assigned female at birth. and that trans women and non-binary people who are assigned male at birth, like myself, cannot access this experience of female socialization. And this idea has evolved further into today with the idea that trans women showcase innate...
I mean, it's true. I have no idea what it's like to be socialized completely as a man, even though I kind of grew up parallel to that, being... I grew up with brothers. I did have a sister. She really wasn't around at all. So, like, she had pretty much zero influence on my life. So, I mean, I kind of get, you know, I was just kind of like one of the boys, but at the same time, there's also this element of my upbringing where society and my parents were trying to pull me away from that, and socialize me. Maybe they were supportive of me being tomboyish, you know, but it was always like, yeah, you can do that, but like you've got to adapt to the roles that you're intended for, and that's like marriage and motherhood. Two things that terrify me to this day.
Manly traits that stem from our male socialization. You hear this rhetoric pop up a lot, that when a trans woman yells or gets angry or is vocal or takes up a significant amount of space in a discussion or, you know, physically, that this is all evidence of our male socialization.
It's the male socialization. Hard to undo by just changing pronouns. He's a man.
It's funny because you're exhibiting a common pattern of male socialization, mansplaining. You're poorly.
And what if women are like... What if women speak up and yell and stuff? Are they just seen as crazy? Like, anybody who speaks up and says anything, they're going to be seen as, like, derogatory. I don't just... Do trans women have a degree of male privilege? That is an interesting question. Because in that context, I think of people like Caitlyn Jenner, who I would say definitely sort of has that white male privilege. You know, she was able to change very efficiently with the amount of money and status that she had. Not everybody has that, and Caitlyn Jenner's definitely somebody I do not look up to for trans rights or anything. Quite the opposite, actually. But that is kind of an interesting question. Do trans women have a degree of male privilege? I think that's something that's worth exploring.
You're trying to pitch my own beliefs back at me, assuming you know better than I do.
Yeah, while TERFs and anti-trans bigots often wield this concept to say that trans women are actually just men, it's not just TERFs and anti-trans bigots who use it. We even sometimes hear this idea of male socialization even within trans-affirming and even trans-specific spaces. The idea is that a trans woman like myself are more likely to speak loudly or take up more physical space because of this. Or that trans men cannot perpetuate patriarchy and sexism because they've experienced female socialization, or feel like they should take up less space. But this concept, as an idea, presses a male and female experience into singular identities and versions of socialization. There's kind of a baked-in assumption that there's this universal male and female experience that is still innate in what genitals we are born with, or at least in what we're taught specifically based on those genitals that we're born with in each and every culture and group in society. I've heard trans men describe female socialization.
Hey, Andy! What's going on, my bud? What's going on, my guy? What's new? What's happening? What's hip? What are they saying at the water cooler? It's good to see you, my friend. What's going on at the water cooler? Busy day at work? I hope you're having a good day, though.
as some sort of singular experience that every AFAB person goes through. And the same with trans women like myself, as if assigned male at birth people have the same exact understanding of the expectations of gender that we are supposed to live up to. As if the socialization we received based on our gender at birth or gender assigned at birth determines who we are later in life. The reason I speak so loudly or take up space as a trans woman comes down to the fact that, you know, I was taught these things as a kid, and this determines who I'm going to be for the rest of my life. But is this concept true, though? For me, I think in many ways, I always was me. I was kind of a little nerdy kid, soft and band geek, yearning for connection with others. You know, I was the child who got inspired by dorky things, who couldn't pronounce words well, who couldn't tie my shoes, ties them once, and then slips them on every time after that until they fall apart and never has to tie my shoes again. I'm the one who loves Animorph books and Bionicles and Star Trek, someone who hopes for a better future, someone who smiles a lot and cries a lot. The tokens of my childhood that I showed you earlier prove that the kid that I was always that person, only discovering themselves through the mementos that I was given to express or start to give myself words to understand myself. Some of these traits aligned with the man that I was told that I was supposed to be, and some didn't. In fact, a lot didn't match up with that default avatar of a man. But I was aware of that man. Growing up as someone seen as a boy, at a very young age, you start to get the sense of expectations for the man you're supposed to become. Everything around you tells you to exist a certain way. You see images of this perfect man, this perfect exemplar of who you're supposed to be, everywhere.
Never apologize, mister. It's a sign of weakness.
We all know this man. He's the man who appears as the lead in every single big blockbuster movie. It's the man that you see on the front of every magazine cover at the grocery store. And it's the man you see when you start a video game off and turn on a character creator. That blank, naked, white, muscular dude who stares back at you as the default. You don't have to turn the dials or the sliders or mess with anything. That same endless video game man face that you see so many characters have. I saw who on TV filled specific roles of the breadwinner, the gutter cleaner, the tough guy, all men. TV shows, media, the way your mother tells you to man up, these things are expected of you. And as a...
Paul! Oh my god, Paul. Paul, you're amazing. Oh my god, bud. I really appreciate that. You don't have to do that, but thank you. I really appreciate that. Let's see, what does Paul say? We need rites of passages. Ritualization is a key we need rites of passages. Ritualization is a key component in both creating and the development identity in the socio-cultural psychological sense, and part of this is crossing the threshold, such as boy becoming man, etc. Rites of passage into adulthood varies so much between different cultures. In some cultures, you know, passing on to a man could be as simple as performing a ritual. I think in our modern Western culture, a lot of that has to do with physical puberty, perchance, and then like certain rituals you go through in high school, right? Like homecoming, prom, things like that. Turning 16, getting your first car. But like even then it's like there seems to be like different degrees of like becoming an adult. And then we try to define like the passage of like a boy becoming a man, or like children becoming adults, is like a literal government assigned like age, like 21. Mark says varies greatly depending on the culture, even though the concepts of age appropriate points for those changes is highly conditioned. It is. That, I swear we could like spend like a few hours on just talking about that in general. It's just like what actually defines becoming an adult? Because you'll find it's not like a very objective answer. But that was really good, Paul. Paul, I really appreciate you coming today. It really means a lot to me.
Kid, you learn all of these things. I saw how if I hurt myself, I was told to suck it up.
Mark says, so rites of passage sounds good and necessary, but it presupposes all sorts of cultural cohesion that might not be there. I mean, it's just like, what objectively can we, like, decide is, like, the ultimate rite of passage into adulthood? Like, what would we, especially, like, in a new world we create where things are just and fair, like, what would we make that? It's almost like, I feel like passing from a child into adulthood would almost, like, depend on the individual. I feel like people are just, like, at different stages of development. I feel like there's a lot of children, like, at a very young age that are way too mature for their own good. It's like they're, like, little tiny adults. And then there are kids where it's just like, you know, I love you, but you're a little vacant there. You need a little bit more time.
I was constantly asked to play sports, to get involved in baseball, football, something athletic, because I was a boy. I was never good at any of them or cared about any of them, nor showed any real interest in them, and yet everyone around me was telling me that this is what I was supposed to do or what I had to join to be my full self. I was to play this role. I was supposed to become that blank avatar that stares back at you.
She looks nothing like she did as a kid. Like, absolutely fucking nothing. Paul, oh my god, says in some cultures you have to wear gloves with fire ants woven in. No thank you. There's that one culture where they, like, they build, like, really tall fucking, like, towers out of wood, and then you, like, they take, like, vines, and, like, you pass into adulthood when you, like, tie that vine to your feet and jump off the tower into, like, some mud. It's like bungee jumping. I mean, in Jewish community, they have their bar mitzvahs and stuff like that. Let's see, Mexicans, there's, like, quinceaneras. My mother told me that my non-Mormon mother, my mother, she felt that your Saturn returning was, like, the mark of, like, adulthood. It was, like, she called it your universal quinceanera. So a Saturn returning is when you're born, Saturn is in a certain position. Saturn goes around every, like, 29 years. So about 28, 29, your Saturn returns to the same position you were when you were born, and so that, she felt like, was a sign that, you know, you're entering into adulthood. It was your universal quinceanera. Pretty interesting. Which, for me personally, I think that was, like, me and my Saturn returning was, like, a very very interesting time. I don't believe it does anything whimsical. It's just an interesting point of time in your life to mark, is the point where the Saturn rotates around and comes back to the same position it was in when you were born.
Sliders unmoved. We often talk about this default man in terms of how every other identity is measured up to it. How women, trans people, queer people, disabled people, chronically ill folks, black folks, indigenous folks, Asian folks, brown folks, and others are also always measured against the default, which is a man, and how that leaves them all being wanting. How they can never actually be a white, cisgender, able-bodied dude because they never were given a chance to. How our society places people into roles and places this version of a man at the top, and how all other identities are made to feel secondary or even worse, seen as deviations from the norm. And it leads them to be seen as less than right from their birth instantaneously, based on their very bodies, not who they actually are. But those seen as young white boys at a young age based upon our bodies as well, we are told that we actually could become that guy. That avatar then strips us of our ability to have our own identity. I never would be, never could be that man, and neither could many other men. But I knew I was supposed to be. And so I tried to live up to him. I tried to play him, tried to press myself into that form. He didn't have an identity. He didn't have any form of self-expression. He was a role, a function to play out the story of a man in our society. But he's just that, a part to play. And this goes even further when we think about that in terms of white men specifically.
When I talk to white people about racism, their responses are so predictable, I sometimes feel as though we are all reciting lines from a shared script. And on some level, we are, because we are actors in a shared culture. A significant aspect of the white script derives from our seeing ourselves as both objective and unique. To understand white fragility, we have to begin to understand why we cannot fully be either. We must understand the forces of socialization. Individualism is a storyline that creates, communicates, reproduces, and reinforces the concept that each of us is a unique individual, and that our group memberships, such as race, class, or gender, are irrelevant to our opportunities. Individualism claims that there are no intrinsic barriers to individual success, and that failure is not a consequence of social structures, but comes from individual character. According to the ideology of individualism, race is irrelevant. Regardless of our protestations that social groups don't matter and that we see everyone as equal, we know that to be a man, as defined by the dominant culture, is a different experience from being a woman. We know that to be viewed as old is different from being viewed as young. Rich is different from poor. Able-bodied, different from having a disability. Gay, different from heterosexual, and so on. These groups matter, but they don't matter naturally, as we are often taught to believe. Rather, we are taught that they matter, and the social meaning ascribed to these groups creates a difference in lived experience. We are taught these social meanings in myriad ways by a range of people and through a variety of mediums. This training continues after childhood and throughout our lives. Much of it is nonverbal and is achieved through watching and comparing ourselves to others. We come to understand who we are by understanding who we are not. But because of our society's emphasis on individuality, many of us are unskilled at reflecting on our group memberships. To understand race relations today, we must push against our condition and grapple with how and why racial group memberships matter. The inability to acknowledge these forces inevitably leads to the resistance and defensiveness of white fragility. We must reflect on the whole of our identities, and our racial group identity in particular. For white people, this means first struggling with what it means to be white.
Interesting.
I have a lot of empathy for white folks because it's a really weird position to be in, to see a whole bunch of people around you identified as like a race or a culture, and then have you just be white. What I see it manifest as is like white people having to augment themselves with other cultures' things. You know, white people who want to feel like, you know, they're doing black culture or something like that. Like, what I think I am seeing is people trying to fill that void and not realizing that one, that void was created, and two, there's your own history that you can trace to fill that void.
Yeah.
You know, like you go to Poland, there's an identifiable culture in Poland. You go to Germany, it's the same thing.
You made me just think of like, you're very good at making me self-analyze.
Good.
But you just made me think of like a moment where in my childhood, I got really into indigenous American culture and wanting to have like trace my history to that at one point and realizing that I couldn't. And then there was another kid in my school who I remember feeling jealousy towards, because he stated like he did have some indigenous heritage, and he would like explore that, and I just remember feeling a lot of jealousy. I didn't say this to him, but like I wanted that, and I didn't have that. Like it just like that idea of like, oh, I just don't have anything to draw upon and don't have any culture to pull from, you know, and you like search for it. Like my family, my grandmother is on one side is Russian, and on the other side we're Welsh, and you know, you like try to figure out what that is, but there's like such a distance to it. Like it feels like, oh, that's what we did back in when our family lived in Russia or our family lived in Wales. But it's like not something you have now. It's gone now.
So incredibly on purpose too. Because you see, like, even just the way that you're talking about, I'm hearing like some sense of like pseudo resentment when whichever ancestor was that immigrated here, they absolutely dealt with that. And their options, you see it a lot with like Russians do it for sure. There's a big Russian population here in Philly. Russians do it, and Jews do this a lot. I've noticed, where they like anglicize their names. Yeah, it's like this sort of push toward assimilation. You hear it all the time, and that's what's happening essentially. And that's what happened to you. It's what happened to every other, you know, descendant of like white person who's a descendant of like some immigrant somewhere here. I mean, you know, we're all the descendants of immigrants. Some of you are the descendants of settlers, but that's a different conversation. You come here and you're expected to wipe yourself clean of all of that dirty shit that you would have brought otherwise.
Yeah.
And then what the U.S. has done, and I would argue Britain does this too, but they take the things that they like, and then they call them American, like pierogies. It's a good example that like pops into mind, right? Like that's a Polish fucking food.
Yep.
That's a white American thing. Like no, that's from Poland.
We aren't told to be ourselves, and so we attempt to become that automaton, that robot. We keep trying to be that man, yet it takes everything from us, our ability to be anything else.
I mean, whiteness has wiped out its own cultural roots in its way by the sheer sickness of whiteness. When white becomes the main focal point, even the multitudes of different white cultures that originated in European countries and such have been pretty much trashed in the move over to America. And the Americanization of things makes the concept of man a very plain default character that nobody can seem to live up to. It kind of doesn't exist in a way. And even though some people take on that character, there's nothing really at the heart of it. It's just kind of there. Paul Cherry says, I do think the ceremonies we have in Western cultures have lost their potency due to a multitude of factors such as globalization and technology, but there can be individualized methods to create a stable individual. Yes, I totally agree. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I mean, I could hold it for a while, but I just as well go now.
Because we're always end up just trying to live up to this guy. And we end up lost, meaningless, without identity. We have no identity, no sense of self. Our personhood has, in this attempt to live up to this man, been annihilated. And we're told to end up being totally alone, because we've now put on this mask of this man and told never to allow anyone else to see underneath it. So the mask becomes us. We become a role and a function.
Yeah, I was being like kind of targeted at school for my I guess my failure to be masculine enough. And so I kind of I tried, I gave it a shot. I did eventually cut my hair short around 13 or so. I started working out, and I started my voice started getting deeper, and I didn't think these things bothered me at the time,
Yeah.
It wasn't painful so much as it was not me alienating.
Yet, we yearn so deeply for...
I gotta say, being socialized as a woman, I never felt completely dysphoric looking feminine and having feminine traits. But there was always something about it that I felt was very foreign. It was just kind of out of my element. I could perform it well. I could take it on. I didn't necessarily hate it. But it also didn't feel right. So that's been kind of my weird relationship with femininity, is that I don't hate it, but it doesn't feel like the right thing for me, if that makes sense. Hey, heretical response. Thank you so much for the super chat. Good to see you. Anyways, let's continue.
Someone to see us, to find us under the mask. Please see us. We don't care who it is. We just want connection. Yet we're not allowed to connect with other men. We have to be isolated from them in our own autonomous unit. Be a man. Do it by yourself. Be in competition with other men. We can't have deep emotional ties with other guys. We can't touch each other or be close. And I'm not talking about sexually, but just physical and emotional closeness. To feel like someone is connected with us in some meaningful way.
One of my memories around age 10 was I'd gone to a summer camp, a scouting camp for a week, and I had this stuffed rabbit with me that was my mom's, and I guess the boys from some other group in the province, they found it in my sleeping bag and threw it around and stuff, and took it to Lost and Found. Yeah. And with the intention that I would have to then claim it in front of everyone.
Embarrass yourself as yeah.
Exactly.
We aren't allowed to see other men as capable of connection. We are told instead to be a function in this capitalistic game. We are told to go into the workforce or join the military. And I felt that exact impulse. I felt like I was terrible at being a man, so I joined the Boy Scouts. I thought that it would help me and give me a masculine structure. And I was really good at it. I got to be an Eagle Scout. I literally won the award for being the best boy. I fulfilled the role. But it still wasn't me. But there was something that I did find beyond that role of masculinity I was supposed to fulfill at Boy Scouts. I worked at a Scout summer camp every summer for 10 years. 8 weeks in the woods spent with a bunch of boys my age, all teaching other boys that were just slightly younger than us, but not by much. And every summer was the same arc. Our staff would start somewhat distant from each other, being able to only find connection being rude and crude and gross, expressing ourselves in ways that we were told was just boys being boys. Yet, at one point during every summer, someone would say something like, "My back hurts." And I would respond, "Hey, I can give you a back rub. And so I did. And that's how it always began. By the end of the summer, we'd be hugging each other, giving each other shoulder massages, and being more physically close than we had been before, or really with anyone in our lives. And this closeness wasn't judged. It wasn't seen as weird. It would have been at the start of the summer, but by the end, it was just us being intimate and close. Yet those were not...
Intimacy does not always have to be sex. Something I like to talk about is intimate friendships. I think intimate friendships is something that needs to be more normalized and talked about. Friendships where, like, you have a friend that, like I said, it's not sexual, but it's like you're not afraid to touch. You can hug the friend, you can give them a shoulder massage, you know, you can embrace them. You can tell them I love you, I miss you, I want you around. That to me is like a friend intimacy. And I'm a huge proponent of intimate friendships. I think it's something that people need in this world. Friendships that are intimate but not in a sexual way, on just like a very emotional way. In an emotional way.
The most intimate moments. You see, there's a magic in the woods that we found. All of us lived in our own nice tents provided by the camp, and we'd have our own campsite just for the staff with a fire pit. And every night, we'd often gather around it and wind down our day. And we share moments under the nighttime sky with a campfire as the embers glowed in front of us. We'd play guitar, tell funny stories, some gross and weird, but more often than not, telling stories of our lives. Or, as the summer went on, sharing our fears, our hopes, our vulnerabilities. And in those moments, the night sky seemed brighter than ever before. Most of us were city kids, used to light pollution that made us think that the nighttime sky was just a black, empty void, punctuated by tiny little lights. Yet here in the woods, away from the lights of society, that night sky was not black, punctuated by dots of white, a duality, a binary of color that felt all expansive, but had gradient, color, vibrancy. Above us, the endless expansiveness of stars twinkled as you watched the glowing, floating embers of the fire fly up and fade into that sky, as if becoming stars themselves. As if the light of our stories somehow had an ethereal quality. They got swept up into the heavens. That because we had now spoken them aloud to each other, these parts of ourselves that we had never shared before suddenly made us part of a larger universe in a way none of us had ever knew was possible before. We had become a part of the colorful tapestry of the galaxy above us that many of us had never known existed until we had escaped the worlds that we had grown up in. And it made us connected to something bigger than just our single selves, but to each other in a way that we never had. This connection wasn't inherently romantic or sexual, though I'm sure some boys at the camp explored those aspects too, but for most of us, it was just connection with other human beings who happened to be seen as boys. It took time to get there, but by being away from everything and just being with each other, we could be close in a way we were told not to be back home. But at the end of 8 weeks, we'd go home, back to the world, back to society, and that connection would go away. We'd be isolated again. back to the light and pollution of the world that we had so briefly been allowed to escape. And when we returned to the real world, it seemed like those 8 weeks were a dream, something that never really had happened. And yet we still yearned for that connection that now we knew was missing, the connection that we had found in the woods, but didn't have in our everyday.
You know, I gotta say, I've been to some religious-based camping trips. I remember one specifically, it was like 2 weeks, I think, during the summer, and it was, you know, a Mormon girls camp and stuff. And I really actually enjoyed those camps, mainly because the actual, like, even though they were religious camps that we went to, that was the least amount of religious saturation I got. Like, I got more religious saturation in my everyday life. But when we went to those camps, we definitely did have church lessons and religious overtones, but it was so minimal, and the focus was just like making friends, hanging out in the woods. We would put on skits for each other, skits and plays and things, and even though they had like a religious message, like, they were really fun. We would sleep out underneath the stars, you know, campfires, stuff like that, hang out, eat food, go hiking, and I really, really, really enjoyed it. And it really was sort of a situation where, like, you go on these camps and it's just kind of like a bubble of its own reality away from your everyday life. And, you know, I always felt like kind of forlorn a little bit, like, coming back from those camps into my everyday life and just into the religious saturation. And it was just kind of like sad. It just felt like a dream, you know, like here was a nice state where I was like getting along and there was like hardly any worry, and then now I'm thrown back into the fire. K. Paul says, I had a horrible experience. Yeah, a lot of people have horrible experiences. My church camp experiences were actually really good. Katrina says I was the same way with Presbyterian camp when I was growing up. Yeah, I don't know why the religious camps, like the church camps I went to, were far less religious. You think they would double down on it, but they really didn't. It was a lot of just chilling out, like learning how to build a fire, like eating food and snacks, giggling in our tents. It was really interesting.
I enlisted in the Army well over a decade ago. And going...
What happened to my captions?
Seen as boys. It took time to get there, but by being away from everything and just being with each other, we could be close in a way we were told not to be back home. But at the end of 8 weeks, we'd go home. Back to the world, back to society, and that connection would go away. We'd be isolated again. Back to the light and pollution of the world that we had so briefly been allowed to escape. And when we returned to the real world, it seemed like those 8 weeks were a dream, something that never really had happened. And yet we still yearned for that connection that now we knew was missing, the connection that we had found in the woods, but didn't have in our everyday.
I enlisted in the Army well over a decade ago. And going through training in the Army, although I think it's changing now, but essentially it's just trauma. They just traumatize you with other people. So then you form a bond with other people. And then, you know, you deploy and that gets even worse. Because then, yeah, that's just fucking literally everyone involved. There's something about, I think, being isolated and also being asked to do things together that breeds some semblance of like emotional vulnerability among like men or people that are masculine or whatever, because in training I got closer to men than I'd ever gotten like prior to that like, time in my life, because these are people that I'm learning to depend on, that I'm learning are supposed to support me and that I'm obligated to support in return. And after having established that trust with this many people, we were doing shit with one another that like externally would be like, you would look at it and you'd be like, that's just a bunch of gay men sitting together. Like they're all gay.
Yeah, no, same with my Boy Scout experience. Yeah, it's interesting too, because like seeing like the parallel and also the difference. Like one parallel is like Boy Scouts is sort of like it's almost like pre-military training for kids. And but I think like part of the difference is like the expectation there is like, okay, we're gonna go build baskets and like cut wood and like do like quote unquote manly things, but it's like more of like constructive and like kind of healthy directions that they sort of like put that towards, even though it's sort of like training for that military aspect. Whereas in the military, it's sort of like they use that trauma bonding and that closeness to then like manipulate people to do violence against others.
Yeah, I mean, don't join the military, kids. It's really fucking bad for you and everyone else.
Yet we were not allowed to be as close with each other, or at least other men around us, as we were with the men that we were at the camp, because society wouldn't allow us to be. We wouldn't be seen as manly if we had ended up being that emotionally and physically close with each other. But we'd still want it, even though we knew that we shouldn't. So we sought out the only people that we were told as men to seek out to fulfill this void of connection. Those who were viewed as women. Women are supposed to be men's receptacles. And yes, I use that word very specifically. It's not just the sexual connotations that I'm evoking, but the emotional ones too. And it's not that it has to be a specific woman, but any woman can be this receptacle for our desires and yearning to fill this void of connection that we all want. Comic artist Kate Benton wrote about her time working in Canada's oil sands in her autobiographical graphic novel, Ducks. While working at the oil sands, Katie depicts how she was constantly surrounded by working class men who worked for these oil companies because the oil companies primarily only hired men. And then these men would live in work camps on the work site together, not actually getting to exist out in the real world. This was very similar to my experience being a boy in the Boy Scouts. But here there was a slight difference, because these men were told to be strong, tough, oil workers working for the company, to be cogs in a machine, and to be strong men doing it. And Katie spoke about how so many boys around her at the oil company followed her around, trying to be with her. They sexualized her, ogled her body, and she was made consciously aware that it wasn't because of who she was. All it was that caused them to follow her around was that she was the only woman there.
All you need here is to be a woman. You stick it out, and that's all it takes, and someone thinks they like you. But that doesn't make me feel good. That makes me feel like I'm not even a person. But how can I say that? And then, I don't know. I just feel insane every time something happens because this never happened before in my normal life. Like, they don't even know me. And there's no way they'd feel or do the same thing if we weren't here. And it's so awkward. I just don't know. I don't know how to handle these guys.
Those seen as men are told to see women as objects to be used, not entirely people. And any woman can be interchangeable with the next one. They just have to be a woman. They are just meant to be reflections of our own selves, these receptacles to dump our feelings into. And women are also to be physical connection too, even if they don't want it. Kate Benton also speaks about the sexual violence that men did to her, how they just expected it of her without care for her consent. And even after those moments, even after they happened, the men themselves wouldn't even recognize what they had done to her as violating her consent. Because that's the role women are supposed to play. And that's all they saw her as. They saw her as a willing
That's
participant.
sad. That's really sad. I want to read this. I totally want to read this. I really want to read this. I gotta get this.
And these are roles that both those seen as men and women learn equally. We learn the role of a man and the role of a woman together at the same time, even though we're enacting different ones ourselves. For men, it's be strong, tough, and dominant. Control. Control yourself, control your body, control your emotions, control the situations, control the conversation, control others. Control. That's the role of men. And yet in reality, we can't control everything. And in our capitalistic world today, where we're told to be functions for these companies, you don't get to control your fate or your ability to find a job, for example. Sometimes we just have to take the job that we can get, if we can get one at all.
And so many men subsume their identities into the company, the job that they're doing. But it's an identity that is ultimately empty, because it's not actually what they want, it's just what the company wants. And yet, because they don't really have any other way to figure out how to identify themselves, they start to identify with this capitalist culture, the consumer culture, because it's all they have to go into, and it's what they're told to go into. They lose themselves into the function that they're seeing they're supposed to play.
Oftentimes, too, you're not able to pay your bills. You don't have enough money to be able to provide for those around you, be able to provide for your family, your home, and that's what men are supposed to do, right? And yet, many times they can't. So many men feel emasculated.
I can't really begrudge people for being masculine so much as the systems that like impose that on them, you know? Of course it's everyone's job to work through this shit, but like masculinity as a force, I would say like primarily as it exists now is to protect the nuclear family, which I am not a big fan of, and to protect like the current class system we have going on.
The man would be the breadwinner, woman's at home, and like class sort of like reinforces like that, like men having to like constantly earn money, and women sort of being cut off from that too. But then also sort of like a man now needs to provide for an entire family by himself, and thereby like it makes him more reliant on a capitalist system.
Most definitely. And I think it also, the position that men have, you know, for the past, I don't know, 60 years been expected to hold is one that can like plant a seed for like such a dangerous resentment. I know, you know, the whole thing of like boomer guys hating their wives, hating these people they've spent their entire lives with.
Yeah, boomers, always about hating the wives. That was something I never understood. It's like you get married, but then like the whole context of the marriage is that you completely and utterly hate your fucking spouse, but it's important to do anyways. I don't get it. Anyways, I'm gonna pee. Gotta like stretch my legs out.
if you've like built a life with them.
You know, we live in a capitalist system that forces men to have to like see themselves as like needing to provide for all these other people, and makes them more reliant on the capitalist system, because now they have to like spend their money on not only themselves but on a wife and kids, who those people are generally cut off from access to capital, and like less, hopefully less so today, but still to a larger degree so. And then that sort of builds the seed of resentment of men, not towards the system, because they don't see the system. They see the people around them who are sucking away their money and their bank accounts, and you know, they just see the individuals and not the system that's causing that hurts all of us.
Like becoming aware of our class society also for men means like having to acknowledge the ways that they do have power. And a lot of working class men don't feel like they have any real power, you know? So I guess there's like a reluctance there.
The other thing that the graphic novel Ducks touches upon is how corporations and colonialism constantly tries to control the land and push indigenous people out from it, moving indigenous people off their lands in a genocide and try to control their resources.
What is it going to be? What is it going to look like? And what our kids are going to live on, you know? It'll never be the same. Our lives will never be the same. It's ruined completely. Everything is ruined. Our lives are ruined. Our lands are ruined. Our water, the air, everything. The almighty dollar comes first. You know, that's pretty sad. You can't drink oil to live. You know, you can't eat money to live. I would like to let them know the way we're being treated here. We're not treated like humans. We're nothing because the money comes first. Our lives don't mean anything to them.
And then erases the history of that land, so it only becomes the hegemonic history of the culture that white men are told to press themselves into, shoving all of the history down into that black hole that sucks and consumes and erases everything but the idea of a singular solitary man at its center.
Especially those seen as white men, trying to fill the function of a man. And as a result, they get resentful. We get angry. We're doing all the right things. We're trying to be this thing that strips us of everything, and yet we still aren't doing it good enough. We don't see our purpose being fulfilled. We can't be who we're supposed to be, and we aren't even given the tools to express who we actually are. So we're just angry. Angry at everything. As a kid, I was angry a lot. I once got suspended for punching through a door in school. And the reason that I punched through the door was because I was told to walk around the cafeteria and not walk through it because they were cleaning it.
Hey, Fachita, thank you so much for your super chat. I really appreciate that. You're so nice. Thanks.
It's stupid and dumb, but I was just angry that day. I didn't really know why, and being told what to do, being told that I had to walk somewhere else just pissed me off. So I punched the door in front of my cafeteria lady. And still to this day, I still kind of feel pain in my hand because of it. Yet it doesn't just stop at self-harm or harm at inanimate objects. I once, and I will tell you this first, the cat was absolutely okay, but I once threw a cat in anger. Again, no real reason. I don't even remember what the argument was. I was just pissed off. So I picked up the nearest thing near me. Didn't see it as a living being. Just picked up my cat and threw it across the room. That cat was scared of me for the rest of its life, which was very long and very happy, to be clear. But I almost deeply harmed another living being because of how angry I was. I also hurt myself because of how angry I was, permanently.
That's gotta be
I felt like an empty shell, a person wearing a mask.
That's gotta be so hard to talk about and admit.
As a result, angry at the world, feeling like it was pointless and meaningless, and wishing I could just shove that violence onto others and other things around me.
I like those men behind you.
I remembered all of this as I stared at those posters that I found in the box. And I remembered why these characters resonated with me. Yet, why had my Bionicles and Animorphs rung so instantaneously in my soul as soon as I saw them? Why was I excited to find them even before I opened the box, remembering that they would be in there? And yet why had I forgotten these posters, which had been a prominent part of my life and even, as I just stated, represented a huge part of my emotional worldview at that time? Why did I not remember them or even putting them in the box? And why did it take so long staring at them to even remember and articulate what they had meant to me? I think it's because these touchstones of my childhood connected with who I actually was. Whereas these posters behind me were about what I was made to feel. Remember when I talked about socialization, the idea of some intrinsic universal male and female experiences? To me, I think that's bullshit. I think that all of us are individual people underneath what society teaches us to have to be. And I feel like I'm lucky. I got to see and understand a little bit who I was underneath that mask I was told to put on. I got to find characters like these, or characters like Jadzia Dax in Star Trek Deep Space Nine, who were fictional people, but who cut across identity boundaries. And through them, I was able to see who I actually was and a path to get there. I saw myself in them, and thus began to have the language I needed to be able to express myself in a way. And as I started to go online and learn words like trans and gender and things like that, I began to be able to articulate it. I began to see someone who I could put myself into, a different role that I could put into besides that default avatar that I knew I never could be. And I walked that path and found me. I shed the role that I was given and found who I actually was because I got to see myself.
I didn't really have the language, honestly, until 5 or 6 years ago. Prior to that, it was just like something, you know. And I think had I had the language back then to label it, my life would have been much different. But
This is what I'm talking about. This is, at least for me and my personal experience, you know, it's like, I recently came out as non-binary and trans. There was a brief point when I was like 18 where I sincerely thought I was a trans man. But I felt torn about that because I'm like, I felt stuck between a dichotomy of like, I have to either choose one or the other. I either have to choose man or woman. There was no language about being non-binary available to me at that time. It was only when I started exploring what non-binary meant that I discovered, holy shit, this is me. If I had that language available to me as a kid, I think my life would have been a lot different. But I'm grateful and I'm happy to have that language now to accurately describe who I am, who I actually want to be.
always liked things that are like feminine, so to speak, right? Like my arms, they're covered in flowers.
Love it.
On both sides.
I love it.
And what that was for me, trying to like smuggle in things under the guise of like masculine things, right? Like cars, very like like the obsession with cars, very masculine thing, right?
Mhm.
So I'm playing Need for Speed Underground, and I have these cars. So I'm doing a masculine activity, right? Like customizing cars. Like that was a huge thing back when I was a teenager. Customizing your car, blah blah blah. on top of that, you can do like, you can pick like different art, like different decals and stickers and stuff to put on your car. And I would put roses on everything. Because that was a way for me to kind of try and grab at what I wanted to grab at, but didn't have like the breathing room to be allowed to do that.
Trans women aren't seen as being part of this function of this capitalist world. We don't fit into very obvious buckets to sell to. Back then, we could only be imagined in the mainstream as a metaphor, as aliens, fantasy Power Rangers, or whatever Bionicles are. And as a result, it allowed me to think of myself free from needing to think of myself as a function for a capitalist world, about finding a job that I was supposed to be perfectly fit within. I knew it would suck to exist within that system, but I also realized that that system would never want me in it to begin with. It would just accommodate me. I realized that that system would never function for me because it wasn't built to include me. While that is oppressive and sucks and is dehumanizing, especially when we live in a society that makes us all feel like we have to be part of that system, it kind of freed me of the anger that I had internalized. It let me take the anger that I felt in here and put it out into realizing that the system itself was the problem. The function that I've been trying to live up to was never going to accommodate who I actually ever was. And so I realized, oh, yeah, fuck that system. Even more so, I started to resonate with this idea of escaping the matrix of our capitalist world because of the community that I found online. I grew up in an era where the internet was much less solidified and codified and put into our more corporate systems. An era where I could find other trans people.
Yet many young men don't have that chance. Instead, they gravitate towards cultures online that they're told to inhabit to fill that void of identity that they're feeling. One big one is gamer culture. Gaming TM culture is often centered around men and was especially more so when I was growing up. But this was not just a natural occurrence, but one literally created by consumerist culture. When trying to enter the video game market...
Hey, good night, Kate Paul. Thank you so much for coming. And yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming. I appreciate that. You have a good night, honey. Take care.
Nintendo created Rob the Robot to sell its NES consoles with in the 1980s, so that they could market the system as a toy instead of a console. But toys in the 80s were marketed in incredibly gendered ways, and so gaming consoles with the NES were marketed exclusively towards boys. And as such, young boys were given an entire medium of art to feel was centered solely around them in its infancy.
Nintendo Entertainment System. Now you're playing with power.
But as this artistic medium began to grow, especially in online gaming spaces, it was very much built upon this insular culture for manhood and masculinity to thrive. One which excluded all others and thus allowed this angry, unaccountable spaces to grow. But this culture was taken even more advantage of, because boys were marketed to as the central audience for gaming and thus were used as tools of corporations. You see this not only in the fact that many games were sold to young men, but you also see examples in how corporations used young men to defend themselves in their practices. That physical and sexual abuse and crunch cultures at these corporations is okay as long as the gamer's favorite game gets out on time. Or you see it in things like the competitive console wars mentality that grew up around Xbox versus PlayStation versus Nintendo in the 1990s and 2000s that still exists today. It creates these combative, capitalistic mindsets all built around defending a corporate culture version of gaming. Young men in gaming spaces become tools of corporate interest, all motivated by selling them an identity that they can press onto the empty void of identity that has been stripped from them. Yet this is where my and many young men's paths diverge, because I was lucky, because many of the places that I found online were through communities like Star Trek, communities that were often very queer accepting, if not actively queer themselves. In many ways, both Star Trek as a nerddom and finding a queer and trans community online as well gave me that sense of culture, community, identity, and personhood that I had never had before, that I should have had before. And I was able to find these spaces because of who I was inherently. For spaces like mine, Star Trek was indeed also a consumerist product sold by a Hollywood company, But I engaged with that intellectual property with fan fiction or fan art. Generative communities that are very much about moving beyond the control of corporations that own the IP and creating our own versions and love and identifications with it, not just the versions that were sold. This is why you see things like reading Kirk and Spock as gay, because it allows us to put ourselves into a space that we never were allowed to see ourselves in because we love something like Star Trek so much. It's a place where women and queer folks and people of color thrive because we were not who Star Trek was marketed to in the first place, despite being a big part of its audience because it did resonate with us.
I got to escape the matrix of capitalist function. I think a lot of you realize that I'm evoking the movie The Matrix, a movie made by, at the time, 2 closeted trans women. But a movie that many now recognize as reflecting an overt trans experience.
Yeah, people forget the fact that the writers of The Matrix are now trans women. So, it's funny that the Manosphere constantly references The Matrix when it was written by 2 trans women, even though they were closeted at the time. So funny.
Experience, something that these 2 creators were trying to express. I recommend my friend Aeronoc's excellent video about how The Matrix as a movie is intrinsically transgender for more specifics, but you can see it very obviously in just the story of the film. It's a movie about a boy, or someone seen as a boy, fulfilling a role in society, who learns that he doesn't perfectly fit that role, and he does so through the internet, through computers. Computers allow him to connect with others and see representations of a world and other people that he's never been able to envision before. And he uses pills that at the time happened to kind of look like what an estrogen pill looked like to be able to escape and express his true self, who is much more powerful than anyone actually ever thought, but through which was never actually made to be part of this world around him. He even has an agent of the state, of the world that the system represents, who wants him to work for a function for it, constantly dead-naming him.
Goodbye, Mr. Anderson. My name is Neo.
It's all very transgender, and it's an experience that I very clearly resonate with. The idea of escaping the Matrix is one that feels intrinsically transgender.
All I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
But it is not only transgender, because it's a film that made millions, not just because of its incredible action set pieces, but because so many others connected with what it was saying. A lot of young white men responded to The Matrix very viscerally and emotionally. That's because, unlike many trans people, they haven't escaped The Matrix. But they feel like they want to. They desperately want to. They're so angry and just want out.
This is so good. Oh my god. And we still have like a whole half left. Yes, I love this so much. Alright, I gotta grab a new drink. This is so fucking amazing. 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 Oh. 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 Oh, my old joints. Oh, all right.
I want to escape that anger and express it, and for a moment, The Matrix gives them a way to articulate that and feel catharsis within that. Yet, many cisgender white men aren't who I am. They're not trans. They are different than me. They don't get to express themselves the same way as me. They don't have characters like Jadzia Dax to be able to connect to and understand that they're trans, because they're not. The only role that society even closely reflects them in our pop culture and media is only and always that blank, empty avatar. So even when they see works of media that seem to give them that catharsis and emotional feeling that they want, they still aren't given someone really to go into, to feel like they are fully a part of. They may feel like Neo, but they aren't really Neo. And that's because they aren't really told to escape the Matrix, but become the winners of the Matrix, to be the best part of the Matrix. That blank every avatar is supposed to be the one like Agent Smith, the one who gets to control others. That's what they're supposed to aspire to be. And that's who they're only able ever to articulate being. And so their anger grows because they want to escape the Matrix, they feel it emotionally, yet they can't, they don't know how. And so much so that they use that language all the time. And yet, those communities online who use that language are not ones that are off the grid, so to speak, but are simply places that have found ways to commodify the concept and emotional feeling and catharsis of the red pill for the Matrix itself. What do I mean by this? This seems very heady and confusing. Well, let's take Andrew Tate. Because Andrew Tate himself often uses the language of the Matrix to sell his appeal to young men.
We are living inside of the Matrix, and I am Morpheus. And when I say we are living inside the Matrix, I'm not stating that with irony or as a joke, or I don't want you to use it as an example of how the world could be. We are genuinely, actually living inside of the Matrix. The Matrix is real. The very basic premise of the Matrix is that humans are nothing more than batteries for the machines. And in the world we currently live in, every single one of you is being reduced in real time to nothing more than a QR code. You're losing autonomy over your own bloodstream. You're losing the ability to walk freely, to go where you want, to make own personal choices regarding your medical decisions. You're losing all of that. That's all being replaced because you are a cog in a machine, and that machine is soulless. The reason that the humans are fighting the machines inside of the Matrix is because machines have no soul. All they care about is efficiency, slavery. And this is what's happening to you. They don't care if a few people die from it. They're not interested if a few die, if most don't die. You're all expendable.
And this seems to resonate with a lot of ideas that I've been expressing, that there are people trying to control you, trying to make you be a certain way, and that he defines that as the Matrix. Yet, it's even more interesting to see how he articulates what escaping the Matrix means. Because for him, escaping the Matrix is power, anger, violence, control.
That has any kind of warrior spirit inside of you should be very much like me, struggling to sleep at night. I'm actually genuinely losing sleep over this stuff because the world is falling apart in real time. And for my short human existence, every single time something went wrong in my life, I knew the answer. But the answer to this one's pretty difficult. You need to become obsessed with wealth. I can't explain how many times during this episode of human history I have managed to skirt the rules purely because I have huge sums of money. It doesn't matter if I take a private plane when there's no flights. It doesn't matter if I contact my friend who has a business to get me the correct visa to get into a country I'm banned from. It doesn't matter, right? I can give you 100 examples, many of which I won't see on YouTube. The point is, when you have a lot of money, you then get a lot of influence over others. And with influence over others, you can begin to skirt some of the rules.
This is the language that young men are already being given. And so when they hear it, they think, oh yeah, that's what I'm supposed to want. That's what I'm supposed to do. He sells the tough guy ideal as a way to escape the Matrix and tells them that their path to walk to get out of that is to become that avatar, the best version of that avatar that they're supposed to be the perfect controller, be the yerk inside someone else's head, to be all-encompassing. He takes their anger and desire to escape the Matrix, but then pushes it further into that role of control, of controlling women, of others' bodies, gaining a company, and be in competition with all the men around you. And these young men believe that Tate is offering them a way out of the Matrix because that's the only path that they feel is.
I think it's super juvenile of Andrew Tate to be, like, peddling out this concept of, like, the Matrix and that you have to beat it and stuff like that. Like, here's a grown-ass man trying to say that the Matrix is real. I mean, The Matrix definitely has some interesting philosophical parallels to like the reality we're in, but you all have to remember at the end of the day, The Matrix is just a movie. It's just a movie. Yes, it's got interesting philosophical concepts, but it's just a movie. The end. And Andrew Tate's trying to use this to sort of like entrap young boys into thinking that there's something they have to work towards breaking through. And in a sense that's true, but Andrew Tate gets it completely fucking wrong.
Real. It's the only one that they are given the language to understand, to be that blank man avatar. Yet they're not escaping the Matrix. They're part of it, because he isn't offering them a path to themselves, he's offering them a path to his course.
Stop. You cannot give up. You're in the most fantastic place on the planet for making money, Hustlers University, and the only person who can ruin that is you. Most of you are happy to be losers part-time. You want to escape. That's why you joined. You don't want to be a loser anymore. But then that new video game comes out. I'll just play the video game. I'll just be a loser for 2 more weeks. Then I'll get back to trying to escape the Matrix. It doesn't work that way, because you jump in and out of complacency from I'm happy to be a loser and do loser things to I can't be a loser anymore. And when you jump in and out, you never get momentum. You cannot quit. You cannot give up. You need that momentum to break free. Every single second you're not in Hustlers University, there are things happening. Conversations happening that you're not watching. Information. That could be the one little piece of information you need to break out. It could be that one little sentence that changes.
Oh my god, are we talking about stealing cars in the chat? I am not a fan. Can we not? I don't know what's going on. But y'all, come on. We're watching this. We're not talking about stealing cars.
Everything. You're in Hustlers University and you're going to make money. But it ain't easy. It ain't going to be given to you on a plate. You're going to have to work. You're going to have to work. You're going to have to work. You're going to have to work.
Tate sells this Angerman persona all to make millions and sell his product. He isn't escaping the Matrix. He's just trying to win the game of the Matrix.
Ferengi workers don't want to stop the exploitation. We want to find a way to become the exploiters.
But the game is only built to let some win it for a time. And everyone else loses, but feels that they are in competition to constantly get to that top dog position.
Competition with the entire world. Everyone wants to escape. You cannot be lazy.
They have to beat each other. They have to dehumanize and push each other down. They have to be in competition with other men. Don't feel connection with them.
And I remember this because once I was in the gang, then you're constantly being tested.
Mm-hmm.
Those spaces heavily police themselves for masculinity. They heavily police themselves for homophobia, and transphobia, etc., etc. It was almost like any day at any time you could end up in like a physical fight with another gang member, and you were expected to fight. You did not opt out because that made you look weak. There's like another, like back to the danger, specifically when it comes to like being black. Like if you're not dangerous, then you are potentially a target, right? I remember I was with my brother, and my mother, my older brother, and my mom. My older brother was telling a story about this guy that he was getting ready to pay for like a cheesesteak or something like that at like a corner store, and he was getting ready to hand over $5. And somebody came in and snatched the $5 out of his hand and then walked off, and he didn't do anything. And me and my brother were going back and forth about how ridiculous it was that he didn't do nothing. And my mom looks at us and goes, "What do you mean? It's only $5. I'm like, "Mom, like if you don't fight over that $5, if you don't fight right then in that moment, then everyone else knows that they can take money from you." So you're pushed into danger. You have to be dangerous. Otherwise, you become a target.
And yet, while at the same time these men are starting to feel in competition with the men around them, they are also told to control those who are seen as their lessers, those who they're supposed to view as just objects for their success, those who they're supposed to control. Idea that is constantly reinforced through the utilization of masculine mindsets. A mindset that for many trans women is easier for us to see once we have a chance to escape from it.
And so I went the extended Thanksgiving weekend without my T-blockers, which meant...
No, it's repossession, not stealing. I mean, repossession is just like capitalism. It is stealing. Repossession is stealing. It's capitalistic stealing. It's targeting poor people for not being able to afford their payments and taking what should be rightfully theirs. No offense, of course. Anyways, we're not talking about cars and repossession and stuff. We're watching this show. Let's backtrack a little.
He was getting ready to pay for like a cheesesteak or something like that at like a corner store. And he was getting ready to hand over $5. And somebody came in and snatched the $5 out of his hand and then walked off. And he didn't do anything. And me and my brother were going back and forth about how ridiculous it was that he didn't do nothing. And my mom looks at us and goes, "What do you mean? It's only $5. I'm like, "Mom, like, if you don't fight over that $5, if you don't fight right then in that moment, then everyone else knows that they can take money from you. So you're pushed into danger. You have to be dangerous. Otherwise, you become a target."
And yet, while at the same time these men are starting to feel in competition with the men around them, they are also told to control those who are seen as their lessers, those who they're supposed to view as just objects for their success, those who they're supposed to control. Idea that is constantly reinforced through the utilization of masculine mindsets. A mindset that for many trans women is easier for us to see once we have a chance to escape from it.
And so I went the extended Thanksgiving weekend without my T blockers, which meant testosterone got into my system again for the first time in several years. And I really hated how I felt. And I don't mean like I felt physically ill. I mean, I felt like my brain was hijacked by the person I used to be. The way of viewing the world in a more, how can I use this? And the amount of unbidden sexual thoughts in my head, if I could have scooped the pleasure center of my brain out during that stretch of time, I would have. It felt like somebody who I hadn't been for a long time suddenly was in my head again and had access to me, and it just really felt gross. Now, I do want to say that this is my sense and my sense of disgust with my own masculinities, and then filtering that very reductive view of the world through what society thinks men are supposed to be. Yeah, probably was a factor, but I think that was just societal influence funneling a thought process and structure that I just don't ever want to.
Yeah.
I don't ever want to be who I was again.
And this viewing of control, of viewing those who aren't like you as men as only the functions that they can serve for you that our society fosters in men, is most obviously seen in how men are taught to view the women around them, as Andrew Tate himself so often expresses.
The only way you're supposed to feel connection, as Tate puts it, is to treat women as objects, to be tossed aside, controlled, and used, to be sought as trophies and rewards for being winners of the Matrix. But not as whole people. Be a little trophy to put on your shelf.
I believe that as a man, I should pay for the first date. I believe I should open the car door. I believe I should protect for her, provide for her. I believe if she's my woman, she should be able to come to me with her problems and I should fix them. That makes me a sexist and a horrible person, fine.
It doesn't.
You agree with the baseline. Everyone agrees with the foundations of what I say, but when I build on top of it, they try and pretend it's sexist. By extension, if I have responsibility over her, then I must have a degree of authority. For the same reason, if I have responsibility over...
That's where it's sexist.
And everyone's going to lose their mind. It's an example. It's only an analogy. If I have responsibility over a child, I have to have some authority. You cannot be responsible for something that doesn't listen to you.
But women are not children. Why are we infantilizing women?
You can't be responsible for a dog if it doesn't obey you, or a child if it doesn't obey you, or a woman doesn't obey you.
Super sexist path.
Cool. Let's take a beautiful sports car. It doesn't matter. A house.
Yeah,
land,
that didn't help.
Whatever. It doesn't matter. Whatever I'm responsible for, I have to have a degree of authority over.
This sense of controlling women because you are owed them as a strong, manly man who is making a lot of money for capitalist culture was showcased very recently with right-wing talk show host Steven Crowder. Steven Crowder is someone incredibly bought into this idea of constantly making more money is what you need to do as a man. Even going so far as to say that $50 million that were offered to him by the Daily Wire was a, quote, slave contract. which is an absolutely disgusting way to frame making $50 million freaking dollars, but showcases how much to his mind making more and more money is tied to autonomy and masculinity.
This is where, in going through this, and I needed to take some time because, look, I've always tried to be a happy warrior, and I want to go back to that. I haven't been happy for a while.
No,
to be really, I haven't been happy for a while because when you know what goes on behind these scenes, and you see how many people are complicit, it creates an air of hopelessness.
Yet it's because of this exact mentality of Steven Crowder being so ingrained in this culture of capitalism and masculinity that it was such a big deal when he announced recently that he was divorcing his wife, Hillary Crowder.
The proverbial boot on my neck for going on years now. Since 2021, I've been living through what has increasingly been a horrendous divorce. Now, let me say on the outset, to be clear, there is no infidelity, any kind of physical abuse at all on either side, and no, this was not my choice. My then wife decided that she didn't want to be married anymore.
Steven Crowder denied when he announced their divorce that there was any emotional or physical abuse in their relationship that led to the divorce, to which Hillary Crowder's family released this video in response to, and warning for abusive behavior displayed by Steven Crowder in this video.
You've made me. What do you need me to pick up? I'll get it. I'll be back when I'm back. No, that doesn't work either. You'll be back when you're back.
That doesn't work either. God, he's such a fucking... I can't believe this is coming up again. Just that fucking tone that he has. That doesn't work either. Like, he's such a fucking child. Such a child. Sorry, I gotta back that track because that fucking sound just... That doesn't work either.
Either side, and no, this was not my choice. My then wife decided that she didn't want to be married anymore.
Steven Crowder denied when he announced their divorce that there was any emotional or physical abuse in their relationship that led to the divorce, to which Hillary Crowder's family released this video in response to, and warning for abusive behavior displayed by Steven Crowder in this video.
You've made me. What do you need me to pick up? I'll get it. I'll be back when I'm back. No, that doesn't work either. You'll be back when you're back. That doesn't work either. Do you understand the difference between my life being set to the second and you going, I'll be back when I'm back? Steven. The only way out of it is discipline and respect. It's the only way out of it, or we're at an impasse. We are at an impasse. Good. Because you can't have any discipline or respect. Yeah. There you go. You throw your hand, you give up so easily. I don't give up, Steven. Hillary, you give up so easily. I just said the only way out of this is discipline and respect. You said, then we're at an impasse. Steven, no, we are at an impasse, okay? I love you, but Steven, your abuse is sick. Your abuse Watch it. Is sick. Watch it. Fucking watch it.
Fucking watch it.
Go, I'll get what you need me to get. And I need some space. We need you to just stop engaging for a little bit, okay? I love you. I love you very much. I don't love you. That's the big problem. I've never received love from you. And the fact is, when I go, look, I need you to do A, B, C, and D, you can just be disciplined about it. You go, no. But I love you more than life itself. Okay. Put on some gloves. No. But I love you more than life itself. That's not fair. That's not fair, and it's disingenuous.
Throughout that video, Steven continually gaslights Hillary, refusing to allow her access to things like her car, denying her access to movement and ability to get away from him and her ability to have autonomy in her decisions, and demanding that she do, quote, wifely things like pick up food for him, all while she was 8 months pregnant with their twins, to the point where she ends up crying, trying to plead with him that she loves him, trying to make him back down by trying to emotionally placate him, while he emotionally manipulates her by saying that he doesn't love her because she won't acquiesce to his entire desires for him, while he completely ignores her own. This is clearly emotionally abusive, yet if you look in many of the comments on the video from folks in Crowder's audience, they often ask, where's the abuse? They don't see what Crowder's doing here as abuse because they don't see Hillary as a full person. They see Steven's actions as a natural extension of how men are supposed to treat women, as objects who are there to exist solely in service of their quote-unquote man, and any anger that Steven expresses is justified at her for not performing her quote wifely duties, as he puts.
As he fucking puffs his big fat cigar in his pregnant wife's face. Yeah, you don't see the abuse? Blind. You're blind. You're blind if you don't see the abuse there. If you think abuse is only intertwined with physical exertion, like, there's a whole other world for you to be open to. Steven Crowder is a man-child. That doesn't work either. Like, he's such a fucking man-child.
It showcases how much the idea of control over women is tied into one's sense of masculinity that both Crowder and his audience try to demonstrate and believe in, and that Crowder himself is required to constantly project to his audience. And we can see this need to constantly project this masculinity to his audience around him to showcase that he is a dominant man in how Crowder had to announce his divorce. Because when Crowder announced his divorce, he had to go on his show to affirm to his audience that it was most certainly not his choice to divorce his wife, but because he lives in a one-party divorce state, which legally allows people to get a divorce even if only one party seeks it, his wife was able to get the divorce without him consenting to it.
Now, let me say on the outset, to be clear, there is no infidelity, any kind of physical abuse at all on either side. And no, this was not my choice. My then wife decided that she didn't want to be married anymore. And in the state of Texas, that is completely permitted. It's been the most heartbreaking experience of my life, what I consider to be my deepest personal failure. And just so you know, my opinions on parenting and families have not changed. I've always believed that children need a mom and a dad, that divorce is horrible.
Steven Crowder is the biggest piece of fucking shit ever. Like, honestly, it doesn't surprise me that this is, like, coming out about him. I have, like, very little words at how astonished I am that there's people excusing Steven Crowder's words to his wife. Ugh. Ah! Oh, hold on. My roommate's calling me. Hold on. Oh my god, Steven Crowder. Oh, this guy is an absolute nightmare. He's not gonna last much longer, I'll tell you what.
And I still believe that children need a mom and a dad and that divorce is horrible. But in today's legal system, my beliefs don't matter.
The reason Crowder had to constantly state this over and over again to his audience and make it expressly clear to them that it was not his choice to get a divorce is because in the mind of his heavily masculine-centered and patriarchal
I think it's really disturbing to see Steven Crowder speak to his wife like that. And also, within his interaction with his wife, he said very vehemently, "I don't love you." He said very specifically that he doesn't love his wife. He just wants her to be loyal to him in everything that he asks. So for him to say that and then turn around and say, "My wife is divorcing me and I don't agree with that and I don't think that should be legal," is very disturbing. Very, very disturbing. He's saying that even though he recognizes that he doesn't love his wife and his wife doesn't give a shit about him, that they should be married anyways just because he says so. And because he can't go ahead and say so, he's feeling a loss of control.
Audience and world, they see it as an embarrassment that he cannot control his wife's entire body and life completely. It is seen as an attack on his masculinity and sense of strength, his ability to be a dominating man in a capitalist world, that he cannot control entirely the choices and autonomy of the women in his life. Crowder and many other right-wing men like him are attacking things like one-party divorce laws and even no-fault divorce laws, which are laws that mean one does not have to require proof of physical or mental cruelty, adultery, or some other marriage breakdown in order to get a divorce, something that is harder for women to be able to do for numerous reasons, from police not believing women when they report abuse more often, to women not feeling safe to even report in the first place.
But in today's legal system, my beliefs don't matter.
No, they don't.
In Texas, divorce is permitted when one party wants it, period.
Ultimately, this whole event with Steven Crowder and Hillary showcases how much Steven, who is so involved in this culture of masculinity, invests so much of his masculine identity with his ability to control women, and how that pushes out not only into his personal relationships, but into the politics of controlling that this culture reinforces them, and why this culture of masculinity pushes many men into right-wing politics, which itself is about all controlling and reinforcing a hierarchy and status quo with men at the top in quote-unquote traditional roles. Yet all of these events with Crowder also underscore the anxiety that constantly underpins all of these men's motivations. The fear of women embarrassing them, the fear of not constantly having control, the childish motivations and attitudes expressed when controlling others and controlling women specifically that Crowder displays, not even being able to go to the store for himself. It's all stemming out of that fear that they aren't enough, that they aren't men unless they're constantly displaying this projected manhood for others in competition with others to showcase that, yes, they're the more dominant manly men. It's all horrible and disgusting. Yet it's all just stemming from a childlike sense of anxiety and a lack of feeling of self-worth.
One study found that a man who feels personally deprived in his personal life is also more likely to endorse sexist attitudes, because they think that they are owed women, and because they aren't getting women, because they feel deprived, they feel that they need to react angrily at the people not giving them what they are owed. Yet this idea of control leads to the dehumanization of others, as I've said, and anger extends beyond just women, but when we talk about race. I remember a moment in elementary school when a new Hispanic kid named Jose joined our class. He barely spoke any English and was actually from Mexico and had just come from there. And my class at the time was predominantly white. All but 2 kids, Jose included, were white. So Jose and his clearly distinct culture were strange. And to me, and many kids in my grade, Jose became a novelty. An object, not a person. And as I spoke about with Bellamy in the clips that you've seen throughout this video, I personally longed to be closer to a culture as I didn't feel like I had one of my own. I felt like I was that blank avatar, and to see someone who had such a distinct cultural identity, to me, felt fascinating. To me and one other white kid at the time who was also angry a lot as I was, we were so isolated and so desired to be friends with Jose, but in a way that dehumanized him, saw him as an object. In fact, quite literally, we argued in front of him over who got to be his friend, as if we were in competition with each other, as if only one of us could ever be his friend. Yet beyond that, we objectified him without even giving him the ability to express a desire if he even wanted to be friends with us in the first place. He didn't even understand our language. He only spoke limited amounts of English at the time. There was no question in our minds whether he would want to be a friend. We got to determine that for him.
Katrina says, like that incel that tweeted that he felt there should be a law if a man can... I'm sorry. Glasses. Like the incel that tweeted that he felt there should be a law that if a man cannot get a woman by his own designs by age 25, he is given one. Ow! Like women are just fucking cattle to be assigned to people. Like what the actual fuck? Incels are just fucking gross. Stink cells. They're stinky.
It was gross, and thankfully I've had a chance to apologize to Jose years later. But at the time I was just a kid who thought that way and was told to think that way. Being honest, I was nervous to write that story into this video.
Fair
and
enough.
I kind of sat and tried to analyze why I was nervous to do so. And I realized that it came from two places within me. From guilt and fear. Guilt is easier to understand. It was a shameful thing to do about how I dehumanized and objectified Jose. But I also know that my guilt would keep me from being open about this being a thing that happened. And I need to admit that it did happen, that I did it, to be able to not only talk about it, but to understand why I did that. And to hopefully be able to share it with others in a way that's constructive. And also, to be able to take responsibility for what I did. To be able to apologize to someone. To get over my guilt. Because my guilt isn't helpful to anybody, least of all myself.
Never apologize, mister. It's a sign of weakness.
The fear, though, that's more interesting. What am I afraid of? Of being seen as a racist? There is a fear that admitting that I did things that will make others see me as a racist. But that's the interesting thing, though. The fear comes from not having been racist. That was in the guilt part. The fear comes from being seen as a racist. I did this decades ago, but I fear being essentialized because our culture tells us that once we are something, we are that thing forever. And if we are branded that as such in the eyes of others, that's all we should ever be seen as. So a lot of people are afraid to be open about it because we don't want to be commodified as the racist person. But because we don't want to be seen that way, you don't want to be essentialized that way, commodified that way, we deny it, hide it, push it away when we need to take ownership of it. I need to be open about it because that's the only way that I can grow and that others can hopefully learn and grow too. And if people hate me or don't forgive me or don't like me because of what I did all those years ago, well, that's absolutely their right. They have every right to feel that way. I hope that I've shown that I've grown since I was 12 years old, but I understand if that's not something that you're okay with, even all these years later. That's fine. I don't have any right to tell you how to feel about me. And yet, our society tells us that we should be able to control what others feel about us. In our Western society, when people call out, when people do things that perpetuate sexism, racism, etc., people's inclination naturally is to run from our fear and our guilt.
Given the dominant conceptualization of racism as individual acts of cruelty, it follows that only terrible people who consciously don't like people of color can enact racism. Though this conceptualization is misinformed, it is not benign. In fact, it functions beautifully to make it nearly impossible to engage in the necessary dialogue and self-reflection that can lead to change. Outrage at the suggestion of racism is often followed by righteous indignation about the manner in which the feedback was given.
We saw an example of this quite clearly recently when 3 lawmakers were protesting against gun violence in the Tennessee House of Representatives. Yet the Republican-controlled House only expelled the 2 black lawmakers who were protesting, not the white woman, despite her doing the same thing as the other 2. It was quite clearly an action born out of racism, of wishing to punish and control the bodies of 2 black men who were seen as more aggressive than the white woman was, because black men are often seen at odds and in competition with white manhood due to everything that we've been talking about. White men, as I've talked about, view other men, and specifically white men around them, as in competition with them on an individual level, but many white men will also view the white men around them as part of their in-group when they are framed against black men, who then they view as the out-group, framing race as a way to create a line of competition and us versus them mentality, painting black men as lessers and thereby dehumanizing them in that us versus them mindset. Yet, when these Republican lawmakers were called out on their racism, tapes that were leaked behind the scenes of their conversations revealed that these lawmakers were more upset by being called racist, as they did not wish to be essentialized individually as a racist person, than for actually committing racist actions, showcased by them continuing the meeting to talk about the process of how they chose to target the 2 black men for punishment by expelling them from the house.
I think now, more than ever, everyone should recognize that Democrats are not our friends. I listened for the last 3 days to Democrats, Sam McKenzie, to Chisholm, Parkinson, trash us as racists. I've never had anybody call me a racist. And for the last 3 days, all I have heard from them is how this is the most racist place. One of these white supremacists. Good Lord, we have to realize they are not our friends. They can smile, and man, that doesn't mean I can't be polite to them, but they are not our friends. They destroy the republic and the foundation of who we are, or we preserve it. That is the reality where we are right now. And if these last 3 days have not proven that, we need to find a new job. There's never been a more important time for us to be unified. And Jody, I'm just going to say it here because you signed the letter. You straight up came to me and said you were 100% where I was. And you went on the House floor and you did the opposite. Man, you hung us out to dry. And I like you personally. This is not personal. And if Brian Terry was here, I'd say the same thing to him. This would have been bad anyway, but dear God, we brought the racism into it because you didn't stay with us. I need to know.
Why is that your biggest concern? Why is that your biggest concern? That you're being called racist and not actually at what you said. If the shoe fits, honey, if the shoe fits. If the shoe fits, love, wear it.
So why you flipped your vote at the last minute, you didn't let them know beforehand.
The questions start coming up about the resolution. I know what she did. I know what she did broke the rules. And I know that she deserves to be expelled. We got to do it right. And that wasn't right.
Yet these Republican lawmakers didn't view their actions as racist because racism has been so ingrained in many of our systems in the United States that it makes itself invisible to those men who treat it as normal, as just part of the way our world works. And this systemic structure then also allows these men to remove themselves from culpability for their actions by saying, well, it was just the system. We were adhering to the rules of the system. We were just respecting the importance of the office, rather than taking ownership of their actions.
I'm concerned about the House floor following the process and procedures that are laid out that you should follow and not having a protest, as it was described over here, on the House floor.
This is often how men, and specifically white men or those viewed as white men, handle having committed racism, by removing their personal culpability and placing it onto a system that makes these racist actions seem natural and invisible and makes it the responsibility of a group of people rather than one individual person, making the individual person feel less culpable in those choices. Thus, this continually serves to perpetuate the system that places white men at the top and make it difficult, if not impossible, to have conversations about how that system continually enacts its will.
We don't want to be seen as sexist or racist, regardless of whether we were actually sexist or racist. We can't because we know we're good people, and we want others to know that we're good people too. We don't want to wrestle with what we did or what we might have perpetuated because it would mean self-analyzing. And our world tells us not to self-analyze, to constantly put on the mask that we're supposed to wear, to never take a moment. We must always be strong, appear strong, project perfection. And so for a lot of men who are told to always be strong instead of self-analyzing, people seen as men take it as a personal attack. They're calling us a racist or a sexist or transphobe. How dare they? Don't they see that we're actually a good person? We don't want to be essentialized that way. We don't want to be commodified that way. Screaming, yelling. But for men, those who are seen as men, we get angry. We scream and yell because that's the tools we're told to use. And sometimes our anger lashes out in violent ways, punching, kicking, throwing. That's what our anger tells us to do, to those who are making us feel angry.
How much can you know about yourself if you've never been in a fight?
Often, that violence can make the other person shut up. By yelling and screaming, by using violence, we've scared them or shut them up, hurt them so they can't talk back. And when they can't talk back, the criticism goes away because it's not being said anymore. And suddenly you feel good because now you don't have to be in a space with people who are just asking to be considered. They're gone now, and our cognitive dissonance can dissipate. But you haven't addressed anything. You just lashed out and hurt others and fail to hold and see your own culpability. That's what a lot of men are told to do. Often class can play a significant role in this too. Capitalism takes advantage of white men who are told that they should control everything but can control nothing.
Hi, Flower Dragon, and hey, Susan. Yeah, I wish y'all were like here at the beginning of this video because it's really good. But it's talking about the myth of male socialization. Really good stuff talking about masculinity in society in general. So yeah, really good stuff. Too bad you're just at the end of it though. Yeah, we started this like a while back. Like this is like an hour and 50 minutes and we're already an hour and a half into it, so anyways.
And tries to tell them that they should be using the anger that has been instilled in them. Going back to Tate, this is exactly what he's told others to do. To lash out, to be angry, to shut other people up. He's not offering them, though, that natural red pill. He's offering them a placebo. No, he's selling them a placebo to make money for profit. And he's not the only one. So many groups and people who tries to sell an authentic masculinity are really just selling a product. But it gets darker. Because it can be more than just trying to make money. Because as I said, while many men still feel angry that they can't live up to this version of manhood they're supposed to be, they can't always win that capitalist game, they're left to squander and flail about.
All of this creates a sense of loneliness in men, a terrible weight and isolation. And within that loneliness, they begin to think about the others around them. They look out into the world and think about those who they are not next to, how they desperately wish that they could be near someone who is not like them, something new, something different. But because they are not exposed to new ideas, new worldviews, new perspectives, they begin to think that those other than them must think exactly like them, because it's the only mindset that they've been taught to think through. It is not that they don't understand other perspectives, it's that they quite literally don't have the tools to be able to think of them, to imagine them. From all the pollution, they can only see the black and white dots in the skies, the binaries, the us versus them, not the actual gradient of colors that exist. And because our world teaches men to be in competition, to be on top, to control others, they think that the others around them that are unlike them also wish to do the same to men. That instead of trying to create a world that is equal for everyone, like most people who are fighting the status quo want, they begin to think that everyone who is not like them wants to control men, the way men are taught to control others. And so men not only fear, they lash out and try to control even more.
And where does that anger end up going? It can be used for violence.
And you want to know the secret? To borrow a phrase from a friend of mine, our secret sauce here, it's these young white men. That's what we call the secret ingredient. America and the world has forgotten about them, but not us. You know, they say about America, they say, diversity is our strength. You know?
That indulgence requires taking away the rights and customs of so many people. If it is false, then for the good of society, and especially for the good of the poor people who have fallen prey to this confusion, transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely. The whole preposterous ideology at every level.
Signifies drag queens dancing for toddlers, males invading women's bathrooms. It signifies castration drugs given to children. It signifies the destruction of the nuclear family. When government officials send that thing up the flagpole or paint its ridiculous colors in the street, that is what they're promoting. It's what they're advertising. It is the cause they want us to salute. Not only should we refuse to salute it, but we should treat it with disdain. We should treat it as a hate symbol, because that's what it is. They fly the flag, that flag, because they hate you and your values and what you believe and everything you stand for. And so we should respond in kind to this symbol. In other words, we should give the pride flag all of the respect that the left shows the American flag.
Must be familiar with the red pill community.
I'm vaguely familiar with them.
Their whole thinking is that feminism is oppressing men.
No, their whole thinking is that radical social justice warriors are polarizing society. And that's exactly what's happening.
There are those in power who stoke anger in dissociating young men, young white men, and tell them that the problem isn't the system, isn't the matrix, but it's the fault of others. Of trans people, of women, of black people, of Jewish folks. They control the matrix. They're stealing what you rightfully deserve.
And they say that they're taking away your culture, American culture, which is the only culture and identity that many young white men feel because they've deliberately been cut off from their own cultures and heritages and backgrounds, as Bellamy spoke about earlier.
Proud Boy's not racist.
You need to find a sense of your identity because you're just slavery was wrong. Slavery was wrong. But we're living in a time period where whites are becoming minorities.
Are you a communist? Are you a communist? No. That's a strange question.
Well, you're calling me a nationalist and a Nazi.
Yeah, I have a problem with nationalism.
Why? What's wrong with nationalism? Pride for your country? That's wrong. How is that wrong?
Nationalism leads to problems. If everybody is out there saying their kind is superior to everybody
No one's
else's
saying
kind.
superior. It's a love for your kind.
Oh, you
So
are saying superior. I asked you a minute ago, and you said
never
whites
said
are special.
The politics of sexual anxiety is particularly effective when traditional male role models, such as that of family provider, are under threat by economic forces. Since fascist politics has, at its basis, the traditional patriarchal family, it is characteristically accompanied by panic about deviations from it. Transgender individuals and homosexuals are used to heighten anxiety and panic about the threat to traditional male gender roles. Fascist politics distorts male anxiety, heightened by economic anxiety, into fear that one's family is under existential threat from those who reject its structures and traditions.
And so, men who are now angry at the world enact violence, hate, and anger towards these groups because they feel they have nothing else left and are told by those that they trust, those who are selling them a version of manhood that they've been told since birth is what they should have, that these are the people that they should get angry at. Instead of being in community with those around them, they're viewed as antagonists. And so men will dehumanize and lash out because that's all they're told to do.
These horrific ghouls set angry, isolated young men upon minorities to prop up their own power and authoritarianism. It's why you saw people like Steve Bannon use movements like Gamergate, which is a movement of people within male-centered gaming culture lashing out at women in gaming spaces like games journalism. Steve Bannon used Gamergate and generated ones after it to prop up his Breitbart magazine and things like Donald Trump's presidential gambit. And yes, I did say Gamergate, I had to in this context. Apologies. This hate and anger is why you see hate groups begin to form. And it's also why you see many hate groups that form based around the idea of minorities controlling their world also create rhetorics of things like a white ethno-state or talk about ancient European...
Susan says Tucker Carlson looks perpetually confused. Tucker Carlson has like 3 expressions only. The first one is like confused, where he's like got his eyebrows scrunched and he's talking about something as this is happening. And then he goes to surprise, like, isn't that something? And then my third favorite expression of his is like the Joker laugh, like, ha ha ha! Isn't this confusing? Isn't this confusing, the stuff that's going on about gender ideology? What an incredible thing! How ridiculous! Like, that's like his like 3 fucking main like expressions is like confused, surprised, and Joker laughing.
Culture as some mystical force.
Heimbach, let me ask it this way. If you could snap your fingers and live in a white ethno-state without any other groups experiencing oppression as a result of the creation of that ethno-state, is that something you would do? Yes. Am I racist insofar do I have racial animus towards anyone? Then no, I am an anti-racist. But I do have a pride in my culture and my identity, and it's what I want to pass on to my children. It's part of what I want to preserve.
We have to decide culturally if this country is going to have, as a normative American, is it going to be a European Christian who subscribes to Anglo-Protestant culture? And look, the country has always had, the country at the founding had 20% blacks. The country at the peak of its whiteness had 10% non-white. And I still think that would be ethnic national.
It's young white men trying to create an idea of a mystical past identity that they can draw from, because they don't feel like they have a culture or community to call their own, outside of the communities based on hate that they've now formed. And these communities are also built on hurting each other and reaffirming masculinity. Look at something like the Proud Boys, which requires you to beat up each other to gain entry.
Really? I didn't realize that. I didn't realize Proud Boy. I mean, I knew they were Proud Boys, and we labeled them as such, but I didn't know that they were so self-identified in such a way where they actually have, like, initiation processes of, like, hazing. I didn't know that. That's weird. I don't like that. Anyways, continuing.
Young white men are never given any other alternative, any other path out. They never are able to even see a way out of this constant cycle of violence and being used, and offered another vision of that.
It's funny because I can simultaneously say and believe that the pace at which I came to an understanding of myself was probably the right pace for me. And I've said in the past, I was who I was meant to be at the time, and that who I am now has been built on who I was before, and that the person I am now, even if I had a better understanding, I don't think I'd be the same level of comfort if I was trying to be this 5 or 10 years ago. I can say that and believe it to be true, while simultaneously also acknowledging that if I'd had the language and the understanding and the education to just understand now what I didn't understand then about who I could be, who anybody could be, that just were things I didn't even consider, I probably would have been on this path sooner.
I see all of that. I see these men who go through all of this, and it's partially why I think about masculinity a lot. Because I know that path. I walked it for a time. I know the emptiness I was forced to feel. I understand how this system creates angry, violent men like this. How it turns them to wring them of all their money, chasing this thing that they'll never achieve, and then turns them against others. After all, I could have seen how that could have become me. And how lucky I was because I was able to see and envision a path out. A true one. Because of who I am specifically. Who I am inherently, beyond the male and female socialization. I escaped the Matrix. Or at least, so I thought.
Hey everyone. So this is where this part is going to end, but it's not where this video ends. This video is actually part 1 of 2 parts, and honestly, I really think the second part of this video is required for the full message of what I really want to get across with this discussion. If it hasn't already been evident, this video is a really personal one to me, and when I finished it, the whole video came out to be 4 hours long. And as many of you know, if you are part of my regular audience, that is not abnormal for me by any means. But I also realized when I looked at this video as a whole piece that it is a video that I think might be one of my most painful and personal and honestly important videos that I've done. And I also know, given that one of the biggest barriers for new people or people looking at my content to come into it is how long my videos are.
Not only just in terms of people seeing a 4-hour video and not really wanting to buy in on that, which is understandable, we only have so much time, but also in terms of the algorithm, which does like long videos in certain cases, but I think there's like an interesting sort of like middle ground around like 1 to 2 hour length that like video essayists can get away with. And so thinking about all of that and my desire to have this whole message be heard, the entirety of the 4-hour discussion, but also sort of wrestling with the realities of YouTube, the algorithm, and, you know, capitalist market forces and all that jazz, I really was wrestling with the choice of whether I wanted to split the video into 2 parts or not, because I really think they need to be working together to be able to have a full picture of what I want to say. And ultimately, I have come to a decision that I hope will allow me to sort of have my cake and eat it too. So what I've decided is that I am going to split this video into 2 parts here on YouTube, with you now having watched the entirety of the first part of this video, and then I'm going to release part 2 of this video next week on Friday. And to a degree that worries me, because I really want this catharsis to be there. I really, really want people to hear the whole message. But I also know that people aren't going to be watching the whole 4-hour video anyways at one point, so hopefully this will be a way for people to buy in. And I'm just going to deeply, deeply stress that if you have watched this whole part and feel like it is touching a nerve in you or
Totally
meaningful to you, please come back for part 2 next week.
Oh,
and I should say, if you're
we're
watching
gonna
this
be here for
video
part 2.
after, you know, a week has passed since it came out, part 2 will now be out, and I would just recommend...
Absolutely, we're going to be there for part 2. If there's a part 2, I'm here for it.
Stop watching the rest of this and just go jump in right into that right now. I'll link it up above and down below when it's out. But that having been said, the and eat it 2 part of the sentiment is that if you want to jump into part 2 right now, and just keep going with the discussion I've had, the full video in its full intended format as one big 4-hour chunk is currently available on Patreon and Nebula. Now, I'm not going to do my whole usual spiel about Patreon and Nebula because the goal of this isn't to...
I do have access to Patreon. I would rather wait so we can like see it publicly though, because I don't think it would be a good idea to take something that's made private on Patreon currently and then like show it here.
Sell those, you know, platforms to you, but to express how important this video being seen in full is to me. So just to say it, Patreon is where you can support me paying my bills directly and get your name in videos and things like that. And also I'm, you know, having extra special content there. I'm releasing, you know, the full interviews with Vera, Bellamy, and Lily, who you've been seeing throughout this video on there as well. So you can watch those. So check out Patreon if you want to support me that way and get the full video. But also, if you'd prefer, there's Nebula, which is the streaming service that I and many of my fellow creators are building where we can make content separate from the algorithm. And where I can go and release full videos like this one without worry that it'll tank in that algorithm. It's also got things like Nebula classes with some great friends of mine who do really great discussions like Foreign Man into Foreign Lands discussion on how to write personal stories. And Nebula also is a place that's been supporting me and other creators to make really cool original content like Abigail Thorne's Amazing the Prince play or my own upcoming science fiction short film that I'm making that I'm really excited about that I've been announcing some of the cast for that you'll probably see on screen right now called Identities. And I'll put the link below that I've used for other videos that have promoted Nebula that gets you a discount on Nebula if you sign up, and also supports me directly and Identities directly as well. But I felt that this was the best way to get this video seen and the message heard while also sort of allowing it to be teed up as best as possible in the YouTube algorithm. And so just to stress, well, certainly I would appreciate you signing up for Patreon and Nebula. Part 2 is coming out in 1 week, and I highly, highly, highly encourage you, and it would mean a lot to me if this video meant a lot to you to continue.
Join me for next week when
then,
we
my
watch
friends,
part 2.
I hope you all take care of yourselves. Thank you so much for watching all of this, and until next time, live long and prosper. To all of you patrons who support me doing this, who allow me to...
Pretty much, in a nutshell, whiteness has essentially shot itself in its own foot. Because whiteness over time has even destroyed white people's own culture, whether they're fucking, I don't know, Irish, this, that, or the other. It's left American white, cis, hetero men with a genuine void. A void where they have to live up to this sort of avatar of a strong white man that they can't exactly reach. And because they can't reach that, because it's kind of like a unicorn role in life, they're left feeling angry. And that anger is turned to people who have culture, who have an identity, who are a different race, who are gay or trans or something. In the eyes of this cis white hetero male, they don't have anything, but other people have something to feel special about. So it kind of becomes this weird area of like envy. They are envious of minorities. They are envious of people who are different than them. And so they eventually learn to hate that. And they try really hard to describe themselves as the minority, which they are not. So when minorities attack the idea and the avatar of the cis white hetero male, people who identify with that feel extremely threatened, even though they can't actually meet this criteria themselves. So you get a lot of young, white, angry boys with a hole to fill and nothing else either to fill it with than anger and resentment for other people who are genuinely struggling in life. And they feel that that makes their struggles insignificant so much as they can't even talk about that, which isn't even true. I think there's a bigger conversation to be had here. But unfortunately, this is the case, and this also affects cis white hetero women in the sense that these men, the patriarchy, reduces women's value to nothing but bearing children. And if you can take a woman and dissect that concept and define somebody who is a woman without the ability to bear a child, then that is a threat to those women who can, because that's all their identity is reduced down to. So whiteness, cis heteronormative whiteness is a big problem. And it doesn't mean that we have... It's like we can't tolerate their bullshit, but at the same time we gotta recognize there's a hole to fill there. I'm here for a new era, a new age, a new way to help people recognize their divinity and eternity and be able to self-actualize in a way that's healthy and not be angry about other people and their circumstances just because they seemingly have something you don't. And to be envious of struggle, to be envious of racism, to be envious of transphobia, to be envious of all that stuff, that to have that on you is weird to me. It's like these people are angry, they don't have anything to suffer from. So they feel guilty when they do suffer from a void that lacks cultural influence, that lacks anything that sort of enriches their identity. Really good. Really good episode. And I'm looking forward to part 2 next week. So, anyways, hey, let's try and move on here a little bit. Let me check in with the chat though. How's it going in the chat? Who's all here? We got an evening crew going on? I see Flower Dragon, I see Heretical Response, I see Cassidy is still here. We got the evening crew. The next on our list is iilluminaughtii. iilluminaughtii is that triangle head chick that I love to watch right here. And she's in some hot fucking water, which is really disappointing, but I want to cover it because it's important. So this iilluminaughtii chick, as you know, we've watched a few of her videos. Not all of them, but we've watched a few. She's really good at presenting information. She does have a writer's team. Recently, it's come to light that her, as an individual, is a pretty manipulative, terrible person. Which is really disappointing. But at the same time, it kind of doesn't surprise me because of the kind of material she presents. She really does, you know, she's in a position of self-righteousness. So it's really sad to see some things come out against her. So, basically, in a nutshell, she, in her previous years, before she started this channel, was involved in another channel, YouTube channel, that did similar things, and she was involved with other creators, and this project was called Sad Milk. And in this, she was rather, not a very good person to work with, and these people that have worked with her in the past on this project are coming out now to say, and this is only just a few years ago, they're coming out to say that she's really stressful to work with. She's very manipulative, and she's not all there as much as people would like her to be. I originally was introduced to this by iilluminauttii's own video response, which was like 45 minutes towards these people. And I found it to be informative. However, I found her to sort of like distance herself a lot from the situation. She gave a lot of excuses. And it just didn't really come across as, I don't know, genuine. Which is, like I said, disappointing because, like, I like this presenter. However, she's not as great as she seems to be. So, we're going to watch Vangelina Scoff just summarize this for us. Because there's so much to this. Like, responses from people that actually had something to do with her. So, we're going to watch Vangelina Scoff just sort of summarize things for us. And give you an insight what's going on.
Of some pretty bad things, like allegedly backstabbing friends, spreading lies about people, and spearheading smear. iilluminaughtii has recently been accused of some pretty bad things, like allegedly backstabbing friends, spreading lies about people, and spearheading smear campaigns. And although she's responded to all of these allegations and tried to paint herself in a pretty good light, things seem to just get worse for her. We recently did look at some of the controversy surrounding iilluminaughtii, and in that video I tried to give a brief overview of what's going on currently with Legal Eagle, The Click, Wonderstruck, so on. But some of you pointed out that in doing that I may have left out some key information, which admittedly probably wasn't a good choice. For that video, it probably wasn't the best idea just to give a brief overview of some of the events. So we're going to be looking at iilluminauttii's entire history of controversy, which of course will include Wonderstruck's response video, which we didn't cover in the last video because it wasn't out yet. As we already know, this whole story started when iilluminaughtii accused Legal Eagle of plagiarizing her, because an editor for Legal Eagle reached out to iilluminauttii's team to find out what plugin they were using to do some certain effects. And she took it a step further and said that Legal Eagle had been copying two effects that she uses in her videos, which was a torn paper texture and a highlighting effect on words, which Legal Eagle pointed out that he had...
Okay, so right off the bat, very recently, iilluminaughtii tweeted about this YouTube channel, Legal Eagle, She accused them of copying her editing style, but her editing style is not unique at all. It's very frivolous to be talking about these like little bits of editing style. So instead of messaging Legal Eagle herself in private, she went to Twitter instead and accused them of like copying her, plagiarizing her, or whatever, which to me is not a good move. If you genuinely have like some issues, you should seek it out in private first. And then if it doesn't go anywhere and the person is unresponsive or just like doesn't give a crap or is super rude, then take it to the public, sure. But like the fact that she like went public first and was like, these people are copying me, these people are plagiarizing me, these people are terrible, it's like it just doesn't, that doesn't look good. That doesn't make you look justified. It's just kind of like, what are you doing? Anyways, I'm still gonna watch Illuminaughtii, but if she does shit like this again in the future, I'm gonna bag out. But for now, I'm not happy, I'm disappointed. Let's see where this goes.
Been using for many years. And though we can't say that it's connected, after this, Illuminaughtii deleted this post and later said that she and Legal Eagle had made amends and that she realized this was not plagiarism after all, she just responded too quickly. And with that, they've made amends. We can let that story die. But it does paint a picture of somebody who's very reactionary and very hot-headed, and of somebody who isn't afraid to accuse others with little evidence. And former friends of hers seem to feel the same way. Because after this all took place, former members of a group called Sad Milk, which included Illuminaughtii, came forward to say that she has always acted this way. The Click, Wonderstruck, One Topic, and Oz Media all came forward with their own stories about her, and all of them seemed pretty bad. These were all in the form of Twitter threads, but the main threads that people seemed to be focusing on were the ones by The Click and Wonderstruck. In The Click's thread, he said that Illuminaughtii would often lash out at people and turn on friends on a dime. He said that she had poor anger management skills, and overall that she just treated people badly, which became the reason why he and other members left Sad Milk, pointing to the catalyst of it all being a call that they all had to discuss the future of the channel, during which time she apparently screamed at him for half an hour and called him a bunch of names. And after this, he says that she would commit petty acts of revenge, like deleting comments from the Sad Milk channel that talked positively about him, while leaving comments that said they were glad he left, making it look like people had more hatred for him than they did. Also vague posting about him, potentially trying to dig up dirt on him, and trying to take control of his Discord server. In Illuminauttii's response video though, she paints a terrible picture of the Click, saying that there was a 19-year-old in his Discord server.
She did. Okay, so in Illuminaughtii's thing about the Click, she was trying to say that the Click had a Discord server, and she was trying to say that he allowed sort of pedophile sort of situation to happen, and that he wasn't taking any action against this, and she had to take action herself. But the truth of the matter is that this weird, crazy person started saying inappropriate things in this Discord server run by the Click during like 3 o'clock at night when the Click was asleep. So he had no fucking idea this was all going on. And when he woke up, he found that Illuminaughtii had sort of taken over the situation and dealt with it herself, while simultaneously accusing the Click of allowing this when he did not. He was asleep. Like this, and I have been a moderator for things for like 5 years now, maybe more. I know what it's like to be a moderator of something and you go to sleep and you wake up and like there's just drama going on, and you're like, I've been asleep for like fucking 8 hours. I have no idea what's happening, and you have to catch up with a whole bunch of shit. So it's a little sad to see this situation happen. Anyways, let's continue.
Who was bragging about being with a 12-year-old, and that the clique did nothing to stop this despite the fact that she had tried to reach out to him multiple times. This makes him look really terrible and really, really negligent, and potentially even complicit. But in the clique's video, he says that this wasn't the case. He was asleep when this message from the 19-year-old was sent, and it was deleted and the user banned while he was asleep at 2:14 a.m. And according to him, iilluminaughtii didn't even reach out to him to try and sort this out, and that was a lie. So why did she try to make him look so terrible? Well, according to the clique, this is a pattern of behavior for her, and that this is not the first time that she tried to make him look bad.
That's unfortunate.
He believes that she has been running a smear campaign against him since he left Sad Milk, showing receipts that seem to point to Blair paying people to dig up dirt on him, and trying to dig up videos of him saying the
No, she did. There's receipts. She literally, like, offered somebody $200 to dig into the clique's past and, like, find shit against him. Which is, like, that's fucked up. Because as much as I know, I like YouTubers, I know not all of us are perfect. And I can't imagine somebody purposefully digging for shit to paint me in a light that I'm not sitting in. You know what I mean? It's just, it's not fair. And I feel like at this point, there's been this whole culture on the internet of digging up people's pasts. And after people's lives have been like pretty much ruined by what they've said in the past, it's kind of like a little bit of an unspoken online social consensus that if something is about 10 years old, like 5 or 10 years old, we don't give a shit about that. If the person isn't currently doing that shit, fine. If they've said some shitty shit in the past, we all have, okay? We all have. What you have to keep in mind is the bigger picture of a creator and how they have evolved over time. But it sounds like iilluminaughtii is like doing this shit today, and not this specifically, but this all sprouted from the time where she accused Legal Eagle of copying her editing style, and that wasn't the case. And she didn't contact them privately, she just wrote a big Twitter thing. So it's like, and then her old coworkers are coming out and saying, this is how she is. Anyways.
Forward when he was a teenager, something which as an adult he has owned up, seemed to point to Blair paying people to dig up dirt on him, and trying to dig up videos of him saying the R word when he was a teenager, something which as an adult he has owned up to and has apologized.
Okay, so this thing right now is her digging up in the past when her and the clique and friends have gamed, and he has used the R word, the derogatory R word, multiple times, and the clique himself, you know, he hasn't used that kind of language in a while, and he himself recognizes that that's wrong, and he's moving on. But here, iilluminaughtii is trying to say that he's doing that now.
And potentially trying to make it seem like he's still saying these things to this day. First of all, he shows receipts of Blair's alleged alt account, and although this is alleged, it does seem pretty damning. This was an account that she allegedly used to harass and smear former members of Sad Milk. I don't know what kind of person would go to such lengths to do this to former friends and colleagues. It's horrible, immature and vindictive behavior, especially when you look at the fact that if this was the case,
I know what it's like to have previous friends run a smear campaign against you.
iilluminaughtii was trying to associate the clique with horrible accusations involving minors just to smear him. It is truly horrific. And one thing that Wonderstruck pointed out in his response video is that if Blair did have documented evidence of something terrible going on, which she claims to have, why did she wait 3 years to come forward? Is that not negligent, especially when you have such a huge audience and could make a difference if something terrible like this was going on? And why only share it on an alt account, unless you know that it's not true? And he also points out a time that iilluminaughtii contradicted herself by first saying that she didn't know about the clique saying the R word, and that she would have ended their friendship sooner if she had known, but then later says it didn't come as a shock to her because her and Oz Media had discussed how he'd say it when they played games together.
A very convenient series of videos resurfaced with him saying some not-so-savory things after he left Sad Milk. I was actually unaware of those videos at the time of our friendship, but had I been aware of them, that friendship would have likely ended sooner. When those videos surfaced, it wasn't really all that shocking to me, as Oz Media and I had actually talked about how Click had been using the R slur while we played games together.
So which one is it? So let's get to Wonderstruck's statements and
Yeah, which one is it? If you were aware, then you would have not been friends with him, but then at the same time you're admitting you had a conversation with your other friend that they were using that slur. That's a bit of a conflict, Blair. I'm sorry. Blair is the actual name of iilluminaughtii, by the way.
Things that Blair said about him. Firstly, about this call that the clique was talking about where he said that Blair had screamed at him for half an hour. iilluminaughtie's version of events was that all she had said was, "Can you let me speak for a minute?" because everybody was talking over her. And both the clique and Wonderstruck say that this isn't the case, with Wonderstruck saying that she was really irritable during this call and raising tensions when she didn't need to. And speaking of this call, the whole reason iilluminaughtii said that this was happening was because she wasn't happy with the channel. She felt like she wasn't getting any help with it, and that she was doing everything and paying for everything. In her video, she says that they were all responsible for paying the editors. They all had to pay an equal share. But a lot of the time, people would not pay, and that it was just simply left to her. But Wonder shares receipts, at least from his side, showing that this was not the case. Moving on from that, there was a very important part of Wonder's thread which people seem to be focusing on, and that is the Christmas video for Sad Milk. In his thread, Wonder says that he had to miss Christmas with his father and his brother to work on editing a video for the Sad Milk channel, which was supposed to go out on Christmas Eve. In iilluminaughtii's video, she says that she never asked him to do this, and she doesn't understand how he possibly could have missed Christmas when the video went out a day before Christmas. But Wonder does give us more insight into this. If you don't know, ad revenue on YouTube is generally higher in December because more advertisers are paying more money because they want people to buy Christmas presents. And I'm just a little bit salty because this is the case for everybody that I've ever talked to or seen talk about this, but it is not the case for me. In fact, December seems to always be my absolute worst month for ad revenue. So I'm not sure what that's about. Maybe they've decided that I'm not very Christmas friendly. Regardless though, this is not about me, and this ad revenue was the case for Wonder. He was a small creator and was working full-time on YouTube, so he was pumping out videos and trying to get as much ad revenue as possible while still creating good content. He had pulled an all-nighter to get a video out on his channel on the 19th of December. And after all this was going on, Sad Milk were waiting to see what was happening with their Christmas Eve video. It had been sent to a new editor, and iilluminaughtii had apparently never checked in with the editor to see how things were going. When this editor sent the video over, it was just bad. There's no other way to say it, it was just bad. Wonder didn't want the video to be scrapped because a lot of money had been spent on it, and they'd even all flown to Colorado together to film it in person. And he also just didn't want to post a bad video because the audience wouldn't like it. And he points out very importantly that although Blair did not ask him to do this, she had made it very clear that she felt like she didn't have any help from any of the other members. So he did an all-nighter again to get this video ready for Christmas Eve. And after this he was so tired and his sleep schedule was so screwed that he slept through until the afternoon of Christmas. So you could argue...
I believe that. I believe that you can spend so much time editing a video that even though you meet your deadline and you have free time afterwards, you're so fucking tired that you just can't even deal with it. Anyways, let me use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. with you. Off with you now. Off with you. Okay.
That no, this was not Illuminauti's fault. She didn't say that he had to do this. However, she didn't check in with the editor that she hired. And she had made a work environment where she had made it clear that she felt like she was the only one doing anything to make the channel work. And after this portion, he does show receipts to show that he was often paid late. But this is where we get into the deeper aspects of the story and where things start to get quite sad. Wonder apparently wasn't too happy with his life in Austin. Although Illuminaughtii did try to paint this as him saying that he hated everybody and his roommates were awful and everything was terrible. Wonder says that this isn't the case. He only had one roommate who is still to this day his best friend, but he just wasn't the happiest with his life there. Illuminaughtii had already wanted to get into real estate. She wanted to be a landlord. And she may have seen this as an opportunity because she discussed with Wonder that he should move to Colorado. She was planning to build homes.
I'm a little sus of Illuminati's interest in owning houses and renting them and being a landlord in real estate because, well, let's just say I've got a lot of opinions about landlords in general who are just essentially wastes of spaces. So it's a little curious to me. So she has this editor Wonderstruck who worked really hard for her, worked throughout the night to make a deadline on Christmas Eve, fucked up his sleeping schedule so much that he overslept into Christmas, missed Christmas with his family. She didn't check in or give a shit. Meanwhile, he's living in Austin, right? Austin, Texas, and she's trying to own houses in Colorado. So she tells Wonderstruck, who's supposedly, not too happy with his situation, come move over here and live in one of my houses for rent. While she's simultaneously employing him, which is a little sus to me. It's a little... I don't like the idea of your employer also offering your housing. So, I don't know. Yeah, anyways, let's continue.
Homes for 3 other members of Sad Milk and rented to them. This is something that Illuminaughtii completely left out of her video, and all that she says is that Wonder had lived with her and Oz Media in Colorado rent-free. And this is the case. He did technically live in their home.
Yeah, so she did end up securing one house. Her, another creator called Oz Media, were living in there, and then they invited Wonderstruck, this creator, to come and live with them. And yeah, Katrina's right. And eventually, down the line, we're going to find out that Blair buys a car for Wonder. Also repossesses it at the same time. We're going to get into that. It's a little... this is fucked up. I really am, disappointed.
Home in Colorado rent-free. But that is because he was supposed to move into this new home that she was building to rent to him to be his landlord in August. And when he had a month left before moving and he had already finalized the ending of the lease, she informed him that it was delayed and going to be pushed back to December, and that he could stay with them for the time being.
I'm sorry, I gotta rewind this. It's just such important details.
3 other members of Sad Milk and rented to them.
Hold on.
Sad. Wonder apparently wasn't too happy with his life in Austin. Although Illuminaughtii did try to paint this as him saying that he hated everybody and his roommates were awful and everything was terrible. Wonder says that this isn't the case. He only had one roommate who is still to this day his best friend, but he just wasn't the happiest with his life there. Illuminaughtii had already wanted to get into real estate. She wanted to be a landlord. And she may have seen this as an opportunity because she discussed with Wonder that he should move to Colorado. She was planning to build homes for 3 other members of Sad Milk and rented to them. This is something that Illuminaughtii completely left out of her video, and all that she says is that Wonder had lived with her and Oz Media in Colorado rent-free. And this is the case. He did technically live in their home in Colorado rent-free. But that is because he was supposed to move into this new home that she was building to rent to him to be his landlord in August. And when he had a month
August.
left before moving and he had already finalized the ending of the lease, she informed him that it was delayed and going to be pushed back to December, and that he could stay with them for the time.
Okay, so you were originally supposed to move into this house and pay rent for it in August. We're not ready yet, so you have to wait to December. Meanwhile, you can still live with us rent-free. Okay.
This is something he expressed that he was deeply uncomfortable with because he did not want to feel like a burden. So the entire time he was there, he tried to help them in any way he could and tried to find work to do. iilluminaughtii had also become his employer at this time. And this is something that she talks about in her video. She says that she gave him a salary of 50k a year, plus some very generous benefits, which she points out that he never used. And then she also said that he had never met deadlines, but she decided to keep him on the payroll anyway. However, he had continuously not met deadlines and had said inappropriate things in a work chat, and this was grounds for termination, so she terminated his employment. Again though, this is another case of this not seeming to be the truth. Because with receipts, he says that he was fired before the deadline even came up. He was fired at the end of July, his deadline was August 2nd. According to him, the reason that he was delayed was because his editing software corrupted, and so he flew himself from Colorado to Austin to get his old computer from his dad so that he could edit on that and get the work done. But once he got...
Oh, she's doing all this shit, but she couldn't provide him a decent computer to edit her fucking work on? That doesn't make any sense to me.
To editing this video, he found he'd been locked out of the files and fired. And what about that inappropriate comment? Well, he'd never heard about it. Nobody had said anything to him about it. And he found out from Oz Media what it may have been.
As for the inappropriate comment I made on a forum, I have never heard of this. Blair claims to have a strict policy on discipline, yet why didn't she or her staff ever reach out to me about this problem? Why does she not provide evidence on this comment, and what forum? So I reached out to Oz and I found the answer, and the comment I made was supposed to be grounds for termination. I'd like to reiterate that means a total loss of income to a person. This was along the lines of the comment that I made. If I could be an animal for a day, I would be a furry, and my favorite food would be ass. You can't make this up, man. Total loss of income because I said as a joke, I said I was a furry.
And personally, I don't think it's an appropriate comment to be making in a work chat, but it's not a fireable offense, and nobody ever said anything to him about it.
No. Oh my god. I mean, I'm definitely in a work chat, and I don't think my colleagues would ever say to me, like, hey, we're gonna fire you. They would just say, like, you know, can we just put this in the other chat, you know? I just like that. I mean, yeah, no, that's not an appropriate comment in a work chat, but at the same time, that's not exactly a fireable offense at all. If anything, that's just an opportunity for some correction.
In situations like this, I think the best course of action is to talk to the person, tell them that they can't say things like that in work chats, and then they won't do it again. It's not something you fire somebody over.
Exactly.
Not to mention the fact that he was fired before his deadline was due, but we were all told that he never met the deadlines. How could he? He didn't work there anymore. And he'd never even used the benefits that iilluminaughtii was talking about because he only worked there for 60 days. What benefits is he gonna use in 60 days? Before all this had happened though, and before he was fired, iilluminaughtii decided to help him to buy a new car, and a very expensive car at that, a BMW. He didn't want that expensive of a car, but eventually she...
Why a BMW? If you're gonna buy your employee a car, like, why a BMW? Why a BMW? Like, why not buy them, like, just, like, a very functional, like, used car? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Convinced him that it was a good idea. They were taking out a loan for the car together, but he never saw the paperwork and he had no idea of the process of this. But let's jump ahead to later on, after everything went wrong. Eventually he spoke to iilluminaughtii because he felt like he was a burden in that home with her and Oz Media at all times. And she told him that he needed to leave immediately. Before he left, she had him sign the BMW contract. And not knowing where to go, he went to visit his father for a while. Very soon after this, on the 28th of July, Oz Media and Wonderstruck had a conversation. In it, Wonderstruck said that he wanted to move out of Colorado. He wasn't feeling like it was the best thing for him at the time. Oz Media also informed him that iilluminaughtii wanted Wonderstruck to pay the depreciation value of the car. So, the agreement that they came to was that Wonderstruck would go to Colorado, sign the depreciation contract, and sign over the lease. And of course, leave the car. And because Wonder wanted to know what he was paying for and ensure that the depreciation value that he was agreeing to pay was correct, he asked to see everything that his name was tied to in the car, but this was never provided to him. Then, hours later, when Wonder was asleep, iilluminaughtii texted him at 3 a.m. saying that she was in Texas and was repossessing the car.
Oh,
because apparently he had
not nice.
numerous contract violations.
That's not nice. So she came at 3 o'clock in the fucking night and, like, repossessed the fucking car? That's not nice. Like, why didn't she work that out with him? Where's... I feel like this is Swiss cheese. It's cheese, but there's holes in it, you know? Like, there's some holes in this cheese, alright? This is Swiss cheese. I can see the holes in this Swiss cheese.
She took the car without speaking to him first, with all of his possessions inside of it. This included things like computer monitors, a drone, camera equipment, his PlayStation, and his YouTube play button. There was a lot of stuff in there. And apparently there wasn't even contract violations because the contract that he signed wasn't legally binding. She said that she would make arrangements to get this stuff to him, but he never heard about it again despite reaching out to her to try and make this happen, and even sending a legal demand for his items. And allegedly, according to Oz Media, she threw them in the bin. She threw his stuff, his very expensive stuff, in the trash. Bin. That is vindictive and inexcusable, and I'm pretty sure illegal? So yeah, he still hasn't gotten his stuff back. What makes this situation really scary is that Wonder's employment, housing, and car were all in the hands of iilluminaughtii. And seemingly overnight, she just snatched them all from him and set his life back. A lot. He gets very emotional about this when he talks about it, very understandably, and watching it I felt really bad for him. I had to pause the video and walk away for a while just because it was just such a terrible situation, and I can't understand why one human being would want to do that to another human being. This is definitely the biggest part of all the allegations that Wonder has made against iilluminaughtii, but there is other stuff too. iilluminaughtii had painted him as being negligent towards his dog, which doesn't seem to be the case at all. And in his Twitter thread, he had posted a picture of one room in iilluminaughtii's house showing how...
Okay, the story with the dog situation is Wonderstruck had a dog, and there was one night where the dog got out. Okay, I don't know if y'all have been dog owners, but some fucking times the dog gets out and they run down the fucking street at 1,000,000 miles per hour and you don't see them for a while. And Wonderstruck was really upset about this, and he stayed up all night to like, you know, figure out where the dog went, and the dog eventually came home. But after the dog came home, the dog was kind of sick. It was like barfing and like shitting a little bit, understandably, because it probably ate some shit that it wasn't supposed to while it was out. So iilluminaughtii took that opportunity to say that Wonderstruck was a bad dog owner, that he didn't take care of it right, and that it got sick and shit everywhere because he was negligent, when that wasn't the case. Now we're moving on to the situation where the house that Wonderstruck lives in with iilluminaughtii, with Blair, is really messy. And Blair tried to say, like, no, this is just one room of the house. But it's not just one room of the house. Like, her colleagues came out and showed that it was like the whole house. The whole house was just kind of like crappy. So it's a little interesting that I don't know. These are things that I'm really disappointed that she's doing. And I totally believe that she's doing this because here are the receipts.
messy the entire house is. In her video, she said that this room was completely off limits because it was for boxing, and that it showed how disrespectful that Wonder was towards her and Oz. But once again...
Yeah, so the picture of that messy room, iilluminaughtii tried to say that that room in particular was off limits to Wonderstruck, and that he had no right to go in there, and that that room was made specifically for boxing. That was not true. That was not true.
This just seems to be a time where she's allegedly just okay with lying and twisting the truth and trying to make people look really bad. Because that photo was taken when Wonder didn't even live there. There was a new mattress that hadn't been in the home until 2022, and this was corroborated by Oz Media, who in fact did take the picture. And while we're at it, let's talk about Oz Media for a bit. At the end of iilluminaughtie's response video to all of this, she cries for a while talking about her relationship with Oz Media and how she's so sad that it's had to end this way. But Oz Media made an appearance in Wonderstruck's video, and he doesn't seem to be buying it. He says that he's seen her work up these tears on multiple occasions. These were times when she's had to have tough conversations with employees or with him, or even when she's had to have conversations with other creators that she's had problems with. Essentially, this is just manipulative behavior to try and garner sympathy. He also says that this was a completely different tone than what she had had with him in private. But he didn't go into details about this because he wanted to keep it private. There is one more thing that we need to discuss about Wonder's video before we move on, and that is the stuff that iilluminaughtii shared about his mental health. Now, in my original video, I didn't talk about this, and that was just for the reason that iilluminaughtii had clearly shared very private details that weren't meant to be publicized. And I didn't feel that it was right for me to continue to publicize that to potentially more people when it might not be something that Wonderstruck would want out there. And he does speak about these events in his video. But again, I don't feel like...
What a nasty bitch. Honestly, like, Blair is an actual bitch for doing that. And I can't tell you how hurtful it is for somebody to take details about you that are meant to be private and turn them out into the public in order to serve their narrative that you're a crazy person or whatever. Like, that's such a sick thing to do. And I'm not happy with that at all. You don't take somebody's private issues that they share with you and make them public to serve your agenda. That's fucked up and wrong on all sorts of fucking levels.
Like, it's appropriate for me to share this when it was originally shared without his consent, which is the only reason he's talking about it. So if you want the information on that, you can watch Wonder's video. Of course, it is shared in the description. The whole thing is timestamped, so you can find that section really easily, but you can also watch the whole video too if you want, just to get a full picture of the entire situation. It is his story to share, and I'm just not comfortable sharing it for him. If everything said by these creators is true, then it looks like iilluminaughtii just treats former friends really badly and falls out with people very easily. But this behavior is not limited to former members of Sad Milk. iilluminaughtii has had really controversial encounters with other creators, like Nicholas Diario, Thomas C, or/, and Cruel World Happy Minds. It's just Happy Mind, it's just one mind. I've said her username 10 times in a row now. I can't say it again. That was the best take I got. I'm sorry. Let's look first at Cruel World Happy Minds, because this is what I talked about in my previous video. But we have just a little bit of extra information that I didn't give in that video. Cruel World Happy Mind, whose name is Madison, which I'm going to say because I have such trouble saying her username, had made a video about Tyra Banks's failed MLM, which did really well at the time, especially considering that she had about 20,000 subscribers at the time. A little while after she made her video, iilluminaughtii made a very similar video, and people had been reaching out to her saying that this may have been copied. So Madison reached out to iilluminaughtii in a very nice and very kind message, saying that she just wasn't sure if this may have been copied and she'd like to talk about it. iilluminaughtii never responded, but she did talk about this whole situation in a podcast, where she didn't name Madison, but belittled her and twisted the situation, saying that someone had come at her aggressively, saying that she had copied their video. iilluminaughtii also allegedly shared false information and lied about Madison in her Instagram stories, saying something along the lines of, "I can't believe a creator messaged me accusing me of copying them," even though Madison had already made a video talking about this situation where she rectified things and said that you don't have ownership over a topic, and that just because iilluminaughtii posted a similar video doesn't mean that it was copied. But she was new to this whole thing, and a lot of people were saying that this was the case, and all she wanted to do was reach out and talk to her. And she made another Instagram story saying that Madison was untrustworthy, that you shouldn't subscribe to her, and here are other people you should subscribe to, and also accused her of using sub-bots. They did have a very lengthy phone conversation after this to clear things up, and they came to an agreement, which was that Madison would have to cut out bits of her video that made iilluminaughtii look bad, and iilluminaughtii would not do a live stream about the situation, which she was planning to do. Essentially saying, "I won't destroy you in front of my much bigger sub count as long as you don't say anything negative about me." But this is not the only situation where iilluminaughtii had accused somebody of using sub-bots. This also happened with a creator called or/. However, the thing is that he did jump from 2k to 350k subs really quickly, and that does kind of look suspicious. It's not necessarily the case that he was using sub-bots, but there is no way for me to take a stance on this when I have absolutely no idea. But people in my comments were flagging it, so it is worth mentioning. But there are some situations which we can get a fuller picture of, such as the falling out with Tommy C. This all happened in
Hey, good night, Paul. Thank you so much for coming tonight and leaving awesome comments and stuff like that. Really appreciate it. You have a good night, hun.
2021, when iilluminaughtii used to work on a news parody show on Tommy C's channel. But because she had such a big part in this show, she had admin control over Tommy C's channel, which essentially means that she can do anything on his channel that he can do. Upload videos, change details, even delete videos. Which is what ended up happening.
iilluminaughtii deleted my videos over a fat joke. I didn't even tell the fat joke. Like, I have literally nothing to do with this. She had met up with Real Talk and some fans of mine and fans of hers too. I'm not going to sit there and, you know, obviously she got 100,000 subs for a reason. And they met in Las Vegas. Her, one of my news team guys, Rico at the time, and they wanted to put me in a room. Real Talk was there and thank me. And so how they did it is we all went into the news chat room where all the other members were, and you know, we kind of said hello, and I guess Rico said it, and for reasons that I'm not quite sure to this day, Vault kept repeating over and over again, "God, Rico, you're fat." And then that was kind of uncomfortable and funny, and Real Talk cackled as loud as he could. And then, like 5 minutes would pass, he would go, "Jesus, Rico, you're really, really fat." And it was, I gotta be honest with you, it was kind of uncomfortable.
Despite the fact that she had previously made fun of Tipster's mental health next to a picture of him with a hamburger for his face, she took offense to this. She messaged Tommy C saying they had moved separate ways and wished him all the best. But she sent this video after she had already gone into his channel and deleted any video which had her in it, without consulting him or even warning him, or even mentioning it in her goodbye message. And Tommy C had no way to recover these videos. It's a very reactionary response from iilluminaughtii. Even though you could say that it was fair enough that she got offended by a fat joke, she should have at least talked to the owner of the channel before deleting videos from his channel.
No. If you're a joint admin on a channel like that and you have the power to delete videos, you should not be able to just delete them as you see fit. You should be able to have a conversation about it first with the other person who owns the channel. That doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Even though you're really sure and you're like, this has gotta go. Like, you gotta have that conversation first before you just go in yourself and delete shit without saying anything. It's like shooting first without asking questions.
In control, that was because he trusted her, and she broke that trust. If she wanted videos with her deleted, she should have said it to him. And this is not the only situation where she has tried to take down content on other people's channels. Nicholas Diorio had posted a video which was criticizing iilluminaughtii. And in that video, there was a fan art somebody had made of her used in the thumbnail. So iilluminaughtii took it upon herself to message the artist and fan of hers, saying that a hate channel was using their art in the thumbnail and that they should probably copyright strike it. They did, and the video was taken down. Instead of false claiming a video herself, which could get her and her channel in trouble, she went with a middleman and got somebody else to do her dirty work for her because she didn't want to deal with the criticism. These are not the behaviors of a mature, level-headed person. And if it was just one scenario or one situation or one bad falling out, you could maybe brush it off as just somebody doing something wrong and hopefully they learn from their mistakes. But this all seems to be a pattern of behavior. She seems to keep doing the same things over and over again. She seems to keep being petty and vindictive and all around just not the nicest person, and generally not being able to deal with any kind of criticism towards her. Maybe she wasn't wrong in every single situation, but there are far too many situations to just brush them off as just a coincidence. Now, since all of this has gone down, iilluminauttii's channel has suffered. I mean, in fairness, her channel is fine, like she's not in any serious trouble. She has 1.5 million subscribers, but she's lost 130,000 subscribers after all of this began. And although her videos are still pulling in great views, when you compare them to her previous videos, you can see that there is a clear dip in viewership. So it looks like a lot of this stuff has finally caught up to her. And no, I don't believe in cancelling people and taking away their livelihoods. But if everything that is said about her is true, then hopefully all of this backlash that she's getting will make her reevaluate herself and the way that she behaves. Because nobody should be behaving that way. Anyway, thank you so much for watching today's video. I hope that this extra information cleared things up, and I hope that you enjoyed it. Of course, there may have been some situations that I missed, but this is everything that I could find valid information on. Please, if you haven't already, subscribe to this channel. It really helps me out a lot.
So essentially, I mean, she's in hot water. I don't like any of this. However, I'm not in the position yet to completely unfollow her. I'm still going to watch her material. However, if from this point forward, something else comes out about her and she doesn't change this pattern of behavior, I am going to unfollow her. And I am going to stop looking at her material. As fantastic as I love it, you know, I can't support somebody who's, like, inherently, like, toxic like that. Anyways, what time is it? 9? We still got some time. Alright, night crew. Who's here for the night crew? Disco balls for the night crew. Post a disco ball if you're in the night crew. I'm gonna use the bathroom and we're gonna move on. Alright, Susan has to go. Thank you so much, Susan. I'm glad you got to stop by. The Night Crew. Alright. We're gonna watch this. I haven't seen this in fucking ever, and we're gonna watch this to finish off the night. Then I'm gonna give an announcement, and then we're gonna say goodnight. So that will be that. So shout out to the night crew. We are in the final hours. This is the Goblin Hour. This is where I'm off the rails and unhinged. This is where we turn our brain off and we watch some shit. We watch some brain-rotting shit. Let's do it. Let's unwind with this Trading Spouses episode with this, like, crazy god lady. I've seen this before, but, like, it's been so long, like, it's essentially new to me. So... let's chill. Alright, let's do this. I'm pretty sure we're able to watch this. If not, I'm gonna be sad. Anyways.
Tonight,
She's not a Christian!
the mother of all reality shows
I think you're rude. That's pushing it. Too much slip.
is back. Trading Spouses returns with more one-of-a-kind moms,
Everybody asks me about my breasts.
more unbelievable switches,
I love, like, early O's, like early 2000s sort of, reality TV editing. It's so intense. It's like punch in your face. It's like, like... Hold on, I'll be back. Let's go! Final hour of our stream. It's time to get unhinged. It's time to let loose. It's time to think the unthinkable. It's time to relax. I pee a lot, okay? And honestly, I gotta say, when I know I'm going to do a live stream that's like 6 to 8 hours, I allow myself a lot of breaks. And the peeing is, like, necessary, but, like, I also need to just, like, stand up and walk around for, like, a minute. You know, it's a long time to sit here, like... Anyways, Goblin Hour. We are officially calling the final hour of Friday Night live streams Goblin Hour. This is where we are unhinged. We are fucking off the rails. We're watching some mind-rotting garbage. We're decompressing. We're having fun. Like, it's Goblin Hour. Goblin Hour, my friends. Goblin Hour. Let's go. Let's go!
Scary being the only white person here.
and even more unforgettable moments.
What's your nationality? I'm African American. What part of Africa?
The rules haven't changed.
I got to spend their $50,000.
This is a fucking... Dude, reality shows back in the day are so unhinged, I swear.
She wrote a letter.
But for some families,
$30,000 down the drain.
things will never be the same.
That's a crock.
You add anything more, and I... Higher power.
We'll put one mom to the test
I felt attacked.
and have the other
I rebuke this in the name of the Lord.
looking for help from above.
I need the Holy Spirit just to take over.
And before this switch is done,
She's not a Christian!
there's a meltdown.
Not a Christian! I just love that at the end.
Of biblical proportions.
I don't want someone hated doing anything with my family!
It's the most explosive Trading Spouses ever.
Everything's ungodly!
And it starts right now.
Get the
Oh my
out
god.
of my house in
It starts right now!
Jesus' name!
Okay, I should stop yelling. I think people are gonna be... Oh, wait. Oh, it's 9 o'clock. I can still yell. I can legally yell till 11 p.m.
Pray!
That
Two
doesn't...
totally different families
That doesn't mean my roommate will appreciate it.
are trading one parent for 1 week. New house, new kids, new life. Each family gets $50,000, but it's up to the new mommy
$50,000? Jesus.
to decide how the money gets spent. It's two families' quest to answer one age-old question. Is the grass truly greener on the other side?
Yes, I love it. Goblin Hour. We're relaxing now. We're relaxing. Oh my god.
I feel like I need an ice cube on the back of my neck.
She is just a queen, let me tell you.
Just to cool me down. Oh, how about you do it? Oh, Abigail, that feels so good. Oh, that ice cube feels good. They say that nobody's happy unless I am happy. That's hitting the spot. That I am what controls the whole house. I am a queen. It seems to be the consensus, so I guess I'll have to give in and say that that's true. I need my back popped.
As long as she gets her way, she's happy. It's better if I just try to work with her and do the things that she wants.
Pop it, pop it, pop it, pop it. I love my husband. What I appreciate is how passive Barry is and how much he does. Abigail just dropped a glass on the front porch there. If you don't mind getting that, I'd appreciate it.
I'm kind of the handyman. I'm the pool boy. I'm the yard boy. Trash and stuff. That's pretty much for Dad.
Whoopsh, whoopsh, whoopsh. This man is whipped. Whoopsh.
To do. I myself have only had one sexual partner in my life.
You poor, poor man. You poor, poor man. That is your only sexual experience in life? That is your only sexual experience in life? Andy's at work. Andy, don't get into trouble. Andy, don't get into trouble. Don't get into trouble now, man.
And that's my wife. Not that that's anything to be proud of, but...
I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Is this real? No. Come on.
Hell, I was a skinny white boy, couldn't get any action whenever I was in school.
I need the purple. Give me 5 seconds. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. Abigail.
We have 2 children, Ashley Nicole Perrin and Brooke Mixon Perrin. And we also have a granddaughter, Abigail Allen.
Down here.
Abigail Allen.
Wait your mommy's finger. Ashley got pregnant with Abigail when she was 16 and a half. I really didn't know what to do. And then I prayed. And God gave me the answer. I just said, Ashley, God has just given me this message. You're gonna open up a dance studio. And she says, are you crazy, Mom? All right, ladies, we're gonna get some music on. Ashley started dancing when she was like 7. It just brought her personality out and she loved it.
I said, when I grow up, I want to be a jazz dancer. But I guess God wanted me to be the dance teacher instead.
All right, stop. We're stopped. Super big jazz hands.
Abigail, panties in the panty castle now. Ashley's parenting is exactly like mine. It's so similar in so many ways. Hey, Brooke, put on your leotard.
Unload that.
That's a bit much.
Brooke, go hang Dad's shirt on the back deck.
Get some bottled water. Fix that sheet.
Brooke, go get the apples. Start cutting them. My mom and my sister, they're like always telling me what to do. Go do this. Mother says go do that. Go do it. Go get the ladder. Now.
Brooke, get the cream cheese.
Brooke, just get over here. It's hard.
Andy. Oh no, Andy. Oh no. I shouldn't be laughing at your misfortune. Thankfully, she cheated. I mean, at least you had an out.
Brooke, have you vacuumed in here yet? But I just do it and don't put up a fight.
Oh, Lord, thank you. I felt you last night. I can hear God.
I'm sure you can.
I'm constantly talking to God. Ooh, I forgot something, Lord. And he talks as much as I do. One more thing, Lord. Help me make some Cajun food that everyone will like. If you don't
She's praying to God to make Cajun food? What the fuck is wrong with you, lady?
believe that God died on the cross and he's our Savior. Lord Jesus, thank you for gathering us all here today. That bothers me. Yes, amen. Yes, yes.
I don't believe in living a conventional life.
Okay, so this is the other family.
I'm a spiritual person. I am very open to a lot of different non-traditional things.
I'm trying to find the miso soup.
Was there any more soy milk? My husband Chris and I are not average people.
High five.
We're unique. I have two kids, Elliot and Emma, and Chris has a son, Miles.
What are you doing today?
I think I'm doing hypnosis. I'm involved in astrology and hypnosis and feng shui and past life regression work. Always start by breathing in. I've been a certified hypnotherapist for 14 years. Through your abdomen, right through your belly.
I'm just a person that likes to connect with people. I think that that has a lot to do with being an Aries.
So this is your physical body, but you also have emotional, and you have a mental body, and you have a spiritual body.
Oh no. It's like very two stark polar opposites. A very like conservative Christian woman against a woman that's like extremely liberal and like new agey and like love and lighter like. I mean, she's like a past life regressionist. I'm not knocking past life regression therapy. I'm just like, she's all. This is a reality show, so this person is silly.
I think everyone needs to know that there's a tool out there for them.
These are dowsing rods. This is just a tool to help you trust in your knowing. Right now, just say yes, no, and they open right up. Yes, no. Just say yes, no, Just yes, no, because you have a yes side and a no side, and so that's why it's going yes, no. Just keep no, your fingers in the way there with it. It's going to get stuck. Okay. I see. So that's amazing, isn't it? Right.
Welcome to Love Talk USA.
I also co-host a national radio show with my husband, Chris.
And today we have David Stackhouse of 5 O'Clock Shadow, and we're going to hear a taste. No, we don't have that yet. Okay.
Chris and I are newly married, not even a year yet. We met on Match.com.
Caution. Insincere charade, masking true feelings. Whoa.
Fortunately, she had a chart that was very compatible to mine.
He was very impressed that I was an Aries, so that's the first thing that caught his attention. So, not my beauty or anything. Just
You guys know that on July 16th, Saturn moves into the sign of Leo. It's a huge event. The next 2.5 years will be significant for you.
2.5 years?
Yep, challenging.
I think everything is challenging.
Some people have a very easy life.
But it just may be...
They just sort of coast through it.
I don't think so. I think everyone has a challenge.
Oh, they don't really.
Chris and I absolutely love each other, but we do butt heads a lot. It's always something I think someone's challenged with.
Some people's challenges are less than others, so.
I always find the people who are new age like and who are always preaching about like positivity and stuff like that They're also the most fucking toxic people you could ever fucking come across. Like, hands down. Like, new age, love and lighter people are also the most vitriolic and just, like, antagonistic fucking motherfuckers you'll ever come across. The world is always against them.
I do think that Jeannie's overreacting in some cases. I think she's a very sensitive woman.
I have to admit, we're not perfect. What do you do when you fall in love and you really want to bring your families together? But the parents in the house aren't getting along. It's really difficult because I want peace, I want love, I want a great marriage, I want a family.
Oh, departure day. Departure day.
Can I have a prayer?
I gotta watch Obi and take care of her.
Amen.
We'll take care of the new mommy when she gets here.
I'll carry this one.
Okay.
Can't carry both. Does my hair look all right? I'm all wet still.
Oh, interesting. So Lauren says, when I used to tell people I was divorced, they would say, oh, that must have been so hard for you. I always told them that the worst part was the marriage. The divorce was the easy part. I believe that. 100%. Yeah. I could only imagine you're in a marriage that you're just not, like, content with. It's not happy. And a divorce is a relief. A divorce is a relief unless you're Steven Crowder.
I'll see y'all in a bit.
Bye.
Ah! Ah! Andy says, yes, I was sad for the kids. I mean, kids can't control that aspect of their lives when they're children. So, yeah, I mean, you know, hearts go out to the kids in that situation because they can't, the kids are smart, but at the same time, they're not dealt the tools to deal with the situation. You know what I mean? Like, it's a very adult situation and they don't know what to do with it in themselves, and recognizing and being aware of themselves in that context. So yeah, hearts out to the kids. Oh, Cassie says, as a child of divorce, I wished my parents had divorced way sooner. They made everyone's life hell. Yeah. Flower Dragon says, yep, it's always that the kids that suffer the most. Yeah, I mean, because I think they don't, fuck, when you're a kid, you don't know what the hell is up. And if nobody's there to teach you how to deal with the situation, you have only choice but to rely on just, like, raw emotion and raw response to that emotion. I can only imagine. Honestly, I wish, I don't know, my parents were not divorced, they were not separated, but they separated themselves within the home, and they slept in separate bedrooms for the majority of my childhood. So that alone was kind of like, and they really didn't get along. So like that was just like a symbol of like, but like, you know, there was that kind of connotation, but they didn't actually get divorced. But they were like separated in a way. Not legally separated. They slept in different bedrooms. They were definitely not a loving couple. Absolutely fucking not. In fact, I to this day have never, ever seen them throughout my entire childhood exchange any sort of like intimacy as a married couple at all. Katrina says Mormons don't divorce. No, they don't. You can't. You're sealed for all eternity. You can't divorce. Like, what the fuck? Ugh. She's right there.
Who are you? Are you meeting someone here?
Supposed to meet somebody here.
Were you expecting someone a little more daintier?
I was.
You're probably looking for me. I wasn't hard to spot, was I? I promise you I'm normal. How are you? Nice to meet you. We hug.
That's kind of funny.
What's your
It's
name?
Margaret Perrin.
That's actually really funny. She's like, I ain't dainty, ain't I? I'm sure I'm not hard to spot. Like, that's actually really funny.
Look at you. Oh, my goodness.
Let me take your bags.
It's going to be fun.
Okay.
Can't wait. Oh, thank God.
You all right?
I was praying for Mary, Jesus, and Joseph to help me. And you look like Jesus, so I'm comfortable.
You look like Jesus.
Is this my new mommy? Hi, I'm Barry.
Oh, hi, Barry. I'm Jeannie.
Jeannie, great to meet you. Let me catch that bag for you. Well, that.
My first impression of Barry was that he was a very Louisianian.
Where are you coming from?
Boston.
Boston? Get out of here. Beantown. We're gonna have a lot of fun.
I knew Barry was really embracing the fact that I was here.
Well, what do you do?
I do lots of things.
Okay.
But I want to be careful with my words until I feel that he is open to new things.
So,
okay.
Where should we start?
I know they've been waiting because they got up at 4 o'clock this morning.
Is it her? When I saw the new mom's hair, I was like, whoa. But they always say don't judge a book by its cover.
I mean, your mother has no hair, so I'm sure any hair on any woman is surprising to you.
Nice to meet you.
Me too.
Thank you
I'm
for
Ashley.
the
Give me a
gift.
hug. We're hugging, apparently.
This is Abigail.
Hello. You're 6 years old, right?
Just gonna have to shine.
That's okay.
Wonderful.
Come on in out of
Yeah.
the heat. We melt down out here.
Oh, it's beautiful. I can feel it.
When I came here, I could feel the energy in this house. I caught on to that right away.
Let's turn to the other side, where it's not so sunshine and roses.
Let's get you in the house first, and then we'll come back and get the bags.
Man. Oh my goodness. Oh.
Emma?
Don't be surprised. I promise you, you're gonna like me. Can I hug everybody? I know I'm a big thing.
Look what she's...
She has enough self-awareness to know that she's gonna be scary.
I'm harmless. I promise you, you're gonna like me. Don't be scared.
The boss music for the Karen. Trina, that's so fucking funny. Just straight up like boss like vibe for this lady. The other lady was like, oh, okay, it's sunshine and roses, and this is the final boss.
Scared. Look, he's scared. Don't be scared.
Don't be scared. I'm just a very eccentric Christian lady. Don't be scared. Honestly, I would be scared. Like if somebody tells me don't be scared, I'm immediately afraid. Okay? Like I'm immediately terrified for my life. That doesn't help. Don't be scared. I'm scared, lady. I'm scared of you and your gap tooth fucking like Christian nonsense.
Over here is where our office is. And these are mandalas. This is, I'll show you.
I've never seen that before.
You know what these are, right?
When I walked in, I could tell by the things in their house. I don't know what that is. Is that like for a quilt?
It's an astrology chart.
It's the hippie partridge family. And I was thinking, oh, Lord, how am I going to do this?
So here's the backyard. I'll show you that.
What is it? There's a star.
It's not that kind of star. You think it's some sort of witchcraft star? No, it's just a star. Nothing funny about it.
Margaret thought that the star in the barn was like the witchcraft or something like that. Not that there's anything wrong with witchcraft, I mean.
I
don't know, I'm just asking.
It's just a star.
Meh. Gargoyles.
Stay tuned.
Darkness.
Before this switches
Dark-sidedness. It's dark-sided.
over.
She's not a Christian.
She's not a Christian.
She is dark-sided too. Gargoyles, psychics, everything's ungodly. Get the out of my house. In Jesus' name, I pray.
Oh no. Oh my god, his man titties hanging out.
My first morning when I got up, I wanted to get a jump start to get things moving. I haven't had the chance to really talk to everybody. Want a taste of the soy?
No.
No? Okay. It's vanilla soy.
Dude, vanilla soy milk or like almond milk or like rice milk is so much better with cereal than milk, like cow's milk. It's so much better. I'm not a big fan of milk. That's one thing. Like, I'm not vegan, but I don't like to sit and drink like cow's milk. Like, if I'm having a bowl of cereal, bet your ass I want like rice milk or like something else. Like soy milk, I don't know. Especially like vanilla soy milk with cereal, it's the fucking best. Like rice milk, I like oat milk. Almond milk is like my favorite. So like vanilla almond milk with cereal, it's way better.
Tell me about you. What do you do?
I'm a hypnotherapist.
Okay. How did you arrive at becoming this? Is it schooling, or is it education, or is it just...
Oh, I've had a lot of education in this. I'm getting my doctorate.
Okay, so you currently have a master's in this?
No.
Okay. When you're starting to mess around in the mind and in the subconscious, it's like, I'm not gonna go there.
Surprise, surprise, the conservative father does not want to go into the mind and the subconscious. Like, I ain't gonna mess around in there. Like, no shit, that's why you are the way you are. It's only those who actually have the bravery to mess around within the subconscious mind that are anybody that is, like, actually admirable as a hero. That's where the real fears of men lie, is within the subconscious.
You gonna help me with some cinnamon rolls?
Cinnamon rolls?
I don't think that Barry really understood about hypnosis, so I asked Ashley to give it a try.
So if you wanted me to do hypnotherapy, I brought a real treat for you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
I'm game for anything. Jeannie talked about doing the hypnosis on me, and I'd be more than willing to, to do that with her.
Okay.
I'd love to see some of the glimpse of the things that she does in
Okay, open-minded daughter.
every aspect.
Ready for the hypnosis?
Yeah.
I am definitely out of my element. I don't read horoscopes. I don't believe in it. I'm closed, totally minded to that.
Yeah, Mom. Yeah.
These little paintings that your dad, Chris does, the little, are they Chinese? What are they?
The mandalas?
Yeah, what exactly are they?
I don't know. They're mandalas. They're just drawings.
So you don't know the, history behind them?
Not really.
I'm not so sure of any of this. I don't want to open up any windows or doors or what I consider dark-sided things.
I'll see you later.
Bye.
And if you need any help with that,
I'm okay. I'll hold down your little fort.
I love the editing in this.
Just begin by breathing all the way up, all the way up, up. And now exhaling all the way down. Your entire body is free from all your cares so that you can just simply relax. I take hypnosis very seriously because it's important for people to understand how their bodies, their energy field works. Say each phrase after I've said it. I actually am a grown-up and I can choose for myself.
I actually am a grown-up, and I can choose for myself.
That's good because I am now in control of my life.
And that's good because I am now in control of
That's
my
not
life.
satanic.
Great. Excellent. Feel a real sense of pride in that understanding. And now it's time to bring this session to an end. You will wake up at the count of 5, refreshed, happy, and full of vitality. 1, becoming more aware of the room around you. 2, becoming more aware of your body. 3, beginning to move. 4, waking up, opening your eyes. And 5, wide awake, and
She's
noticing.
asleep. She's
great
like totally
feeling.
falling asleep.
Whew.
How do you
It's
feel?
good. I feel so relaxed and good and clean. It's very nice. Thank you so much for doing that with me.
So
I'm so glad to see a glimpse of some of your craft and like what you do and your talent. So it's wonderful.
Ashley gave me the biggest, genuine thank you. That's good.
Yeah.
It made me feel really good. I connected with Ashley, and I know she really liked it.
Isn't it nice?
Yes. I don't really know quite what was supposed to happen, but at least I was able to get a nice, restful sleep.
Nice restful sleep. All right, hold on, P-Berg. This is so fucking funny. This is the most ridiculous show ever.
This morning, I heard this noise coming from the dryer. Oh no, this is no. I'm telling you, I had the most uneasy feeling come from my toes all the way to my head.
It's just a dryer. What do you mean uneasy?
Miles! Anybody? Miles. Oh, it's the deal. I don't know what it is, but I have a very uneasiness.
What do you mean? What do you mean? The dryer doesn't work. Why do you feel uneasy? What's going on?
Guys, the dryer is making this noise.
It always does. It's fine.
I just had this feeling, and it was like ringing through me.
Oh my
I cannot explain it.
Oh my god, here we go. Here we go. Here we go, kids. Strap yourselves in. It's Satan's dryer. It's Satan's dryer.
What stinks? Okay, guys, it stinks really bad. I don't know what it is. What did y'all put in there?
We didn't put anything in it.
Guys, this is like real.
It's just weird that she started like freaking out. There was no need for it.
Guys, what is it?
No, you're gonna make me gag, lady.
I gotta do something.
Throwing up.
What the fuck? She's like harfing her ass off. What the fuck? Why? Because the dryer didn't work and it made noises? What the fuck?
What is it?
Oh, well, look! There's a trash can right there next to her. Maybe that's what you're smelling. No, I can't. Stop it, lady. Stop it.
What is it? What is it?
They're all looking around the house like, what the fuck? Like, what is she harfing about? Stop it, lady. Stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Stop it!
So I'm trying to figure out how this is going to work. So hopefully we'll get a tent out there. We're having a solstice party today, and the reason that I'm doing this is because I'm hoping that Marguerite understands that whatever it is that I represent, it's simply another way of looking at life. I want her to be comfortable, and I want her to feel at home. I really do. We got a party to plan, you know. We're having a solstice party. The solstice is the sun is at the highest and the angle of the earth makes there more daylight at the end of the day. So we will light a fire, bang some drums, and we'll drink some beer, and we'll maybe have some jambalaya. So this is the sort of thing people...
Yeah, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I'm down for that party. That's a party I want to be invited to.
People do.
How's your new spouse?
Well, you're going to meet her in a few minutes. You got to meet Marguerite.
Hello.
This is Marguerite.
Hello.
This is Shannon.
It's nice to meet you.
And this is Christopher.
It is so nice to meet everybody. Yeah, I'm having a little anxiety about this. It's Margaret.
Hi, I'm Joel.
Nice to meet you, Joel.
Joel's from Seattle.
I'm Maya.
Maya, nice to meet you, Maya. I don't understand this whole ritual. It's very odd.
It's not a ritual. It's just a solstice party. Come on, lady.
A very uneasy feeling.
So far, we're having fun in this house. And I'm really glad that they got to know a little bit about me, but I want to learn more about the parents today.
Yeah, today at noon.
Everybody's pretty excited about this.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. We're going to be having my mother's friends over to the house. They come in probably 2 to 3 times a week. It's such a fun group of ladies.
They get loud, like Margaret.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
Lord help you then.
I'm excited about the thought of meeting their friends. Who knows, maybe they'll help me and have a better understanding of this family. That's kind of how fate works.
Oh no, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go with the Christian ladies. Here we go. Oh my lord. And they all have a casserole. They all have a casserole.
Yes. This is Miss Barbie. This is my good friend Casey, Abigail's godmother and Nana. This is Miss Kathy. And this is Miss Diane. So these are Mom's close friends. When Mom has her friends over, they're not just guests, they're workers too. So we're trying to get the meal together so we can all sit and talk. Yeah, and you heard what she does, huh? No, I haven't got to that part.
The prayer group.
I also...
Yeah, exactly, the prayer group.
About 9 years ago, started a radio show from my office that I wanted to introduce to the world other tools, other things like feng shui and astrology. I became Jade, the love muse, on my radio show because I was sort of coming across a lot more relationship issues.
So would you consider yourself kind of new age?
No, I don't.
So what's your spiritual background?
I just, well,
Do y'all go to church?
All of a sudden, she started asking me some questions about church. Is that any of her business, first of all? Whose business is that? Well, I was a Catholic until 8 years old, and then my parents found the Unitarian Universalist Church.
What exactly do they believe?
We're all one. We're all equal. We're people of
So we're all one
religions.
equal with the rapists, the terrorists.
Assembly of God, or
You're not a Christian, in other words.
No, I believe in God, but I'm in a
Do you
spiritual...
believe in God, or do you believe in a higher power?
This fucking saltiness, the spiciness that is in those questions. Do you believe in God or a higher, in quotations, a higher power? I mean, these are legitimate questions. These are questions that should be asked, but it's in the nature of how they are asked. Like, this is kind of like sad. Like, they're really putting this woman on target. They're putting her under the spotlight.
Not higher power. So, I felt attacked. Are you spiritual? Do you believe in God, or do you call him the higher power? That's not the first thing you ask somebody. I would never in my life do that to anybody.
Okay, let's go see what's going on in the kitchen. All right, girls, what are y'all doing?
I felt like an outsider at the party. To be actually treated like that was painful.
Okay. Father, Son, Holy Spirit, Amen. Blessed is the Lord, and these thy gifts which we are about to receive from thy bounty through Christ our Lord. Amen. In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen. Anybody that reads tarot cards or does psychic readings or any of the above is considered of the devil.
Anything with tarot cards or psychic readings or anything like that, it's of the devil. Gargoyles, stars, everything is of the devil.
I think I made too much salad.
Somebody always eats more.
She's not a Christian, but hopefully one day she'll be saved.
Oh, come on now. Come on now, leave the poor lady alone. Well, she's not a Christian, but hopefully one day she'll be shaved. Like, come on, really?
I got that sense there was an issue. They have a certain belief, and they don't want to be flexible with someone else's.
No, they don't.
I just don't want the girls to be influenced like that, so I'm not sure what to do.
Here we go, guys. Incense?
Ellie, you need your incense.
Here, Miles, you got one? Has everybody got incense? You don't have incense. Here you go.
Oh no, here we go.
Ryan, grab the drum. Everybody get a circle.
Here we go. Now she's gonna be uncomfortable. This is dark-sided!
Circle here. Like a big semicircle here. Okay, all right, everybody around the fire! Summer solstice represents the halfway mark of the year. So, we must get back into relationship, vivid and nourishing relationship to the cosmos. We must return to the way of knowing in terms of togetherness with the earth, the sun, and the stars. Okay? So now, throw it in the fire with good intention. That's all I ask. Good intention. So, there we go. We start the drums. The drums will begin. Come on. This is good intention. Think of a positive thought for peace in the world. Throw it in.
I didn't like the drum and the music, and I didn't like anything that I considered not of God.
This is just a ceremony celebrating the fact that we're all members of the planet. There's no religious dogma attached to this. There's no cult belief. It's just plain fun.
I was so uneasy, and something just rose up in me. Oh, it was the most awful feeling. I've had enough of this. It's just, I didn't need to be right there. I just wanted to get away, and I didn't want any part of this. I need help here. I need help because my Holy Spirit is rising up in me, and I need my spiritual warmer.
I mean, the solstice party actually seems like a fun party. You just, like, I don't know, you gather, you eat food, you drink, you be merry, you take something and throw it into the fire with good intention. That sounds like a pretty reasonable time for me. I would totally participate in that. I wouldn't think it's anything demonic or devilish. I don't know.
Stay tuned, because before this switches over...
This is tainted. I don't want it. Whatever it is you're giving me, I give it up to God. I'm a God warrior, and I don't want someone tainted doing anything with my family. Get out!
We're entering in our final hour of the stream. Let's see, what is it? Almost 7 hours into the stream. Ooh, okay. I'm getting spicy. I think I'm a little bit sauced. That's okay. All right, let's go.
Oh. I had like a little restless sleep last night. At this point, I'm tired of the dark-sided and New Age, science, doctrine kind of things. I keep thinking, what is my purpose here? Will I even know what my purpose was here? I just ask God just to give me direction with this family and just to guide me and give me some godly wisdom.
Let's go before it gets cold, guys.
Okay. You want to say grace?
Oh.
Thank you.
I can say one that I knew when I was a kid.
I would love that.
Okay.
I'm trying to get Marguerite so she feels comfortable. There's nothing wrong with prayer.
Okay, so she wants to pray at the breakfast table, and this guy is saying, I can give a prayer that I remember as a kid. So they're trying. They're trying with her. They're trying to make her feel included and comfortable.
If that is what satisfies her.
Come, Lord Jesus, our guest to be, and bless these gifts bestowed by thee.
Yes.
How's that?
Oh, that was wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate that. That was nice. It gave me hope, and I feel so much better.
Today, Marguerite is going to take Jeannie's place on our radio talk show.
So tell me about your show.
There's a love and relationship show called Love Talk USA.
Mark says, wow, it's been such a long stream. Your little girl's like conked out from being in front of the telly. Yeah, you know, I'm ready to conk out soon too. But yeah, we are entering our final hour, our final beer, our final, I don't know. It's the goblin hour. It's the fun hour. It's the hour where I am unhinged, ladies. Girls, I'm unhinged. Here we go. We're just getting to the good part too.
And we have a producer, and you're going to be on the air.
You're telling me I'm going to be a radio talk show host. Oh, this is going to be interesting.
Okay.
We are here.
All right, Marguerite, you ready?
Am I ready?
You bet.
No.
This is the studio.
Hello, I'm Margaret Perrin.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
This is Scott Cooper. He's our producer for the radio show.
I was feeling anxious about the show, but I'll try. We'll see what we can do.
So what we're going to do, we're going to get callers.
Okay.
And you can put your opinions out there, whatever you want to say.
Yeah, I can do this. I can do this.
All right, stand by.
Welcome to Love Talk USA.
Love.
Well, you're listening to Love Talk USA, and today we got a really special treat. I have Marguerite Perrin, so we're going to take some calls. We have Chris from Chicago. This is calling in on line 1. Go ahead, Chris. What's your question?
What relationship has a better shot of longevity? One based on passion or one based on security?
Well, that's a tough one. It's. What do you think, Marguerite?
I think you need both. I think you need a nice combination. You have to be creative. Whenever it starts getting stale, throw something in there new.
I like that. It's a great idea. Okay, on the line right now, we have Jim from Philadelphia. What is on your mind today?
Hi, my girlfriend wants to take our relationship to the next level, but my religious beliefs are against premarital sex.
I think you should pray about it heavily, and I think you ought to pray it to existence, and don't compromise your positions, and I promise you, you'll never go blind. I was so surprised I could deal with that radio show and me speaking. I'm like, okay, it's gonna be okay, it's gonna be okay.
So stay with us. We're gonna be back after a few commercials. Love Talk USA.
I like that. That was really nice.
And you had some
it's bringing some things out of me, and I'm gonna go to the restroom.
Okay. For a novice, I think she did a great job. You're doing such a great job.
Okay. Thank you.
As soon as she got up and left the studio, how you doing, man? We had a guest come in. His name was Tristan Rimbaud, and he is a psychic. But I'm really glad you were able to come up, and I certainly appreciate you. I didn't know you were coming. I had no clue. So.
I knew at the last minute.
A psychic. Oh no, a psychic here.
And so Jade is in a different part of the country.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to go with it.
How you doing, man? We had a guest come in, and he is a psychic. I didn't know you were coming. I had no clue. It's right here. Her name is Marguerite, and she's a guest, and she's from a different part of the country.
Okay.
I'm back, honey.
So you came back.
I am here.
Tristan Rimbaud, meet Marguerite.
Hi.
Nah. This was not coincidence. This was not coincidence. The producer of the show purposefully brought this guy in here to throw a wrench in his situation. Like, this is not just, like, happening by coincidence. Like, this is an editorial choice. This is the producer saying, this is too easy. We gotta, like, throw in something here to, like, press her as much as we can. So, like, this is intentional. This is on purpose, totally. It's funny, but it's like, it's intentional. All right, let's go.
Welcome to Love Talk USA.
Hello, everybody. You're listening to this show about love and relationships, and we also have a very special guest today in the studio, Tristan Rimbaud. Tristan is a psychic.
Immediately when he said psychic, God took over. I said, you know what? No more. I will take no more.
And
Margaret Perrin is very unhappy to be here today.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, Marguerite Perrin is very unhappy to be here today.
He's not of God.
Don't worry, I'm not the devil. My head's not going to spin. I grew up in a house that was quite religious, a very strict Christian home. And I absolutely embrace God and Christianity and Jesus. I grew up with that as my basis.
It doesn't matter where you grew up. End of discussion for me.
Okay.
Period.
But Tristan...
Go ahead, continue conversation.
Tristan is...
I'm out of here. I'm Margaret from Louisiana, and I'm a Christian.
Wait a minute. And there's nothing wrong with that. You can be that and be this, too.
Good night. End of discussion.
Oh, she's
done. I rebuke
done.
this in the name of the Lord.
I rebuke this in the name of the Lord.
I don't like dark-sided stuff, and I don't believe in psychics.
Here we
so don't
go.
near me.
The meltdown.
Thank you.
The meltdown
And
is
you can cut that light
happening.
off. I'm over, and I am done. And you know what? I will have God in my life until the day I die, and I'm going to heaven.
I've worn this every day since I was 12. I've always had this on.
I can take this and shove it up there. Find me a church. I've done everything everybody else wants to do. Find me a church to go to. I need peace in my heart. I need it now. Bring me.
I didn't know what to do. She's a little bit far out of control. You know, I'm a little bit confused by all that.
I'm not fence riding. I'm taking a stand here. I will not go to anything else. And I don't want psychology. I don't want anything.
I'm not fence riding. Oh no, I'm a good Christian woman and I will not stand for this injustice anymore. I need to cut in 5% for like dramatic music, fold it into like creative editing. Yeah, it's like the edit. This is what I love about early 2000s style editing of reality TV. It's so dramatic. Like, we don't get reality TV today like we did back then. Like, it was like the golden age of reality TV, and frankly, I miss this art.
This this is a test. This is a God test. I feel like I've just opened a window that I just really did not want open. I feel like I need prayer because I feel so uneasy and I'm so alone. I feel under attack, a spiritual attack.
A moment that she's presented with open-mindedness, she views it as a spiritual attack. Keep that in mind.
I have to stay my ground.
Next week,
Brooke, please tidy up. Brooke, get the boiled corn. Brooke, you wear your orange dress.
Ashley tries to control her sister's every move.
Brooke, do you hear me?
Ashley needs to back off.
But Jeannie's determined to help Brooke break free.
What does Brooke want?
It's really neat to have someone listen to me.
Margaret goes on a religious crusade.
God is forcing me to take a stand.
Starting with the kids.
God needs you, and He wants you, and I wish you'd give Him a try.
And ending at the meeting of the moms.
I have to say this.
Then,
She's not a Christian!
you're in for a meltdown so momentous.
This is tainted. I don't want it.
Yes!
Up to God. I'm a God warrior.
You'll be talking
Let's get there.
about it for months.
And I don't want someone tainted doing anything with my family.
It's the Trading Spouses ending.
Her kids don't go to church or believe in God.
That'll blow
One Bible in the whole place.
your
Everything's ungodly.
mind.
Get the out of my house. In Jesus' name, I pray.
Where's the other part? Wait a minute, where's the other part? What? Where is the other part?
Get back into relationship with the earth, the sun, and the stars. Age therapy.
Washer. Just press.
Thank you.
Today.
It's terrible. Oh, this is terrible. Look at that. It's amazing. More. I will take no more.
And,
And Margaret Perrin is very unhappy to be here today.
okay, that's fair. Okay, Marguerite Perrin is very unhappy to be here today.
He's not of God.
Don't worry, I'm not the devil. My head's not going to spin.
I rebuke this in the name of the Lord. And I don't like dark-sided stuff. And I don't believe in psychics, and I don't want them near me. When I found out today the little dweeb guy was a psychic, that's where God took over. Because I always said, you know what? No more.
The little dweeb. Did you hear her say the little dweeb guys? The moment I heard this little dweeb guy was a sidekick, I could take no more.
Take no more. Find me a church to go to. I need peace in my heart. I need it now. Bring me.
Stand by.
I didn't know what to do. She's a little bit far out of control. You know, I'm a little bit confused by all that.
I've done it their way. It's done. This is just how I feel.
Okay, well, how's Marguerite doing? Is she nearby? So I'd like you to, if you can, it'd be nice if you could talk to her. I think she'd feel better. The point that you made about intuition is very much of a moon-based characteristic.
Alignment does definitely have something to do with it.
Do you feel you're more intuitive in different times of
Excuse me.
month?
Hey, you ready to go?
Yeah.
I'm ready to go.
Hey, look it.
Okay.
You see him?
Okay, let's go, okay?
I will. Do you see
Thank
him?
you. How can I miss him, Chris? Come
No,
on,
but
let's go.
he's...
Let's go,
Okay, come on, just think about him.
I don't want to think about anything,
Okay.
please, okay?
All right.
God bless you, sir. I completely understand what you're doing.
No, you really don't.
No, believe me, I do. I grew up in a family.
I don't want to talk to you, sir, okay? Okay, I really don't want to discuss it. I feel very uneasy, and the presence of it is bothering me. I'm ready to go, please.
All right, I'm going.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
It was nice to meet you.
You too, sir. You should have said, well, Margaret doesn't feel comfortable with this, and so I'm sorry, but we're going to cancel this for today.
Oh, I didn't know. We were doing
You
the
could have
show.
said that. You're a man of words. Gee.
Wait a second.
I don't want to discuss it. I'm not going to have this long drive talking about this.
Listen, it's gonna be okay, Margaret.
It's terrible. No, this is terrible.
There's nothing wrong with this, though. And
There is lots wrong with it. I don't like it.
Okay.
You know what? I trusted you, and I've been deceived.
No, I have not deceived you.
I felt so uneasy in my spirit sitting there when that man walked in. I can't even begin to tell you. I'm sorry, but I was so uncomfortable.
That's okay. Listen, come on. I don't want you to feel that way at all. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable at all. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. You know that.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, Mark's right. Mark says, like, she can't be around another person with different beliefs without feeling attacked by their presence alone. Like, demons are coming out of their eyes. Like, yeah, demons are coming out of my asshole and strangling you right now.
You're a Christian. Think of it that way. And it's gonna make you a better person. And you'll be fine.
Do I look like I'm fine right now? Do I look like I'm happy and I'm feeling good? I don't know at this point what I can do. I don't know how I'm going to do it. All I know is that God's using me as a tool right now and that I have to do something. He's pushed me to have to take this stand.
This B-roll is fucking ace.
Okay, I'm only doing this twice. You hear me? It's the first time.
So far, being here with the parents has been a little rough for me because I haven't really been able to fit in yet. And so today, I wanted to spend some time getting to know the family. I'll do my best to be a positive influence.
So we can go ahead and start making the green salad.
Okay.
I want to prepare this lunch to spend time and do something as a family together.
Bro, please get the pies. Where's the pies? The oven, did you preheat it?
It's not preheated yet, but it's gonna. I'm the perfectionist. I like things to be just so, or I get cranky. That's why I take the role of being a second mom to Brooke to make sure she's doing what she's supposed to.
You have to explain to Brooke a lot with her, yeah.
Brooke, give me one of those brown ones.
Open up that sour cream and drain it. Stir. Brooke, please get that.
I could
that's
see
sad.
that Ashley
Brooke needs a break. Come on.
really disciplines her sister. I'm concerned about that.
Where are the colored plastic plates? Start helping put everything back where it is, because everything's everywhere. Make sure cords are nice and neatly hidden and tucked and not seen all this clutter everywhere. Ah!
Brooke is being told what to do constantly. She's accepting it. She thinks she doesn't have any choice. But Ashley's not her mother.
Abigail, you want to say grace for us?
What is that?
Fucking. Which Mary about to receive from thy fountain, through Christ our Lord. Amen. And Father, Son, Holy Spirit.
Amen. Thank you.
So tomorrow, do you practice? Then that would be what you would be doing, Brooke?
Yes, ma'am. Brooke has a class tomorrow. Brooke's one of my student assistants, so she comes in there and helps me. She doesn't really want that side of the skill. She wants to be more of the performing side, be a dancer.
Do you want to professionally dance? Well, I can tell by her physique. I can't wait to see you dance.
Thanks. I get frustrated with her because it's like she'll be comfortable in just doing a triple turn when she could do 4 or 5. You know, and I'm like, Brooke, why not go for that extra, you know, and do. She's like, I don't feel like it today.
Ashley has a very strong personality, and Brooke is very quiet. So I would imagine that it's very easy to get lost in all of this. And I really want to help her with that.
could sing a river forever. I wish I could sing, huh?
What the fuck?
I give it all up to you, Lord. I give you all the glory for all the things that I have in my life.
It is just me and God right now. Absolutely, it's just me and God.
I would have nothing. I have been so blessed.
Who the fuck is she talking to?
This has been a struggle here. This has been a real struggle. Maybe God expects so much more to me than I ever thought that I could, do. I'm definitely a little broken right now, and that's good because you know what? When I'm broken, I can hear God, and He's telling me, Margaret, prayer hasn't been in this household for a long time, and they need to go to church. So we're going to church.
Oh, no.
There's no choice.
No. Please don't.
CMT Sure Thing Fridays is an all-new...
Oh, my God.
And call.
We actually got, the old school, commercials.
You, Brooke, are a sweet girl.
Thank you.
Today, I wanted to spend time with Brooke. Brooke is so sensitive and sweet, but she's being told what to do all the time. So I wanted to leave Brooke with something special today. I wanted to show her that her choices really should matter. I noticed that there are two moms, and one of them happens to be your mom and one happens to be your sister, but they're very strong women. Sometimes it's very confusing. To me, is it confusing to you?
Yeah, it can be. Because when they say mom, I'm like, which one? A lot of people think Abigail's my sister.
Right. Where do you feel that you fit in? What does Brooke want?
I don't know. It was really nice that Mrs. Jeannie wanted to hear from my point of view, and it's really neat to have someone else come in and say, I know where you're coming from.
I think that individuality is priceless, and I wanted to take you out shopping so that you can add that to your wardrobe. Your way, your style.
That's nice.
Yeah. So you know what you have to do, right? Be yourself.
Yes.
These look really nice.
I do like them.
Do you have any watches?
I have one.
So what do you like?
I like the flower.
This is playful.
I know. This is more me.
Wow, you want to see in the mirror? That is so cute. What we get you here today will represent you.
Oh, this is wholesome. She's trying to give her a sense of individuality among the bullshit that she lives in, where she kind of has two moms, her mom, and then her older sister kind of orders her around. It's really sad to see this individual kind of brushed on the wayside and not being really allowed to express herself how she wants to. I don't even think she knows how she wants to express herself, and that's kind of the exercise of this. Well, what do you want?
What do you like better, the watch or that?
I think I like the necklace.
I think you could get both.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm. How about that?
I don't have to.
Yeah, I do have to.
Usually, I have people constantly telling me what to do, and I wouldn't pick out my stuff on my own, but Miss Jeannie said that today was my own style, so I got to go pick whatever I wanted.
Oh, that's cute.
Thank you so much.
I wanted her to feel more comfortable with her choices and what she's doing, even if it's what she wears.
Oh, yeah. What's going on the other end?
I honestly, from the bottom of my heart, believe that this is like a spiritual warfare, that God is just rising up inside of me. And I cannot leave here without having a conversation about God with the kids. Hey, Emma. Is there any way that just you and I can talk by ourselves? Yeah. Can I just talk with you just for a little while? Yeah, sure. Just nothing heavy. It's nothing heavy. It's just something.
Nothing heavy. Just me indoctrinating you the best I can.
Wanted to talk to you.
Nothing heavy though. Nothing heavy.
About. There's been signs from God that I was really supposed to be here. It's like I woke up and God talked to me. Trust Jesus.
As soon as she came in here, I was really uncomfortable with Margaret. I'm not really considering, like, becoming a Christian. But Margaret didn't really get it.
I wanted to tell you that, that my God is real. Mm-hmm. Trust Jesus. God's going to use you. I mean, I just know that. If he's used you with me.
Margaret kept talking about Jesus, but we could never talk about astrology or anything that she didn't believe in, so it wasn't really fair.
Yes, it's not fair. Is a child. You were a very good child for thinking that. You were right on the mark, honey.
They want to believe.
Why don't you just come visit my church?
Right now, I just don't feel like it.
I can't do it right now.
No.
I didn't feel like I was getting anywhere with the kids. And so Chris and I have to have a conversation by ourselves about God. I want to talk to Chris for a little bit, if y'all don't mind. Let me talk to him by myself. Chris!
I'm coming. Marguerite made it very clear to me that she was very emotionally upset, and so I'm just trying to be, a good host. I'm trying to be someone who makes her feel comfortable, and I'm curious to hear what she has to say.
Here's where it's at, okay?
He's kind of a good dude, He's not perfect, but he's trying. He's literally trying to accommodate her and her hysteria.
I have an uncomfortable feeling, so I've been praying a lot by myself. But I kind of need to really go to church today. And you might not believe this or not, but my Holy Spirit talks to me.
Okay.
I know I sound crazy too.
No. Not at all.
I've asked God to please give me the words or the wisdom. He's not feeding me with information. I can just only be me and tell you that God needs you and he wants you. And I wish you'd give him a try.
I think that's a good idea.
Good dude.
Marguerite wanted to get back into familiar territory. I certainly empathize with that because she's far away from her family. She's in a strange house, and I was very happy to do that for her. No problem whatsoever.
This is one.
This guy is trying. He is trying.
I appreciate this.
All right, guys, ready?
Yeah, you look nice. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Stay tuned, because before this switch is over...
This is tainted.
Because I know dance is important to Brooke.
Dance is really a big thing for me. Research with me for the next class. Yeah. I was so nervous about dancing for Miss Jeannie.
I really want to see her dance.
Oh, she's beautiful. Look at that beautiful dancer. She's so lovely.
She lit up the room. I couldn't take my eyes off of her. I got so choked up with Brooke dancing. I got to know her through her dance more than anything.
What a lovely little... What a lovely little ballerina. I love that.
Alright. Good job, Booger. Alright, girls. Wow.
I was really touched that Brooke showed me her dancing. It makes me feel really, really special. This was a good experience for me, an eye-opening experience.
I feel so much better today than I did.
You know what's so funny? It's so funny seeing her play cards, like regular cards, with on the table with other children, this Christian lady, because I shit you not, in Mormonism, we were not allowed to have playing cards like that because they were considered of the devil. Like, we could not, like, use cards like that in any sort of game because it automatically meant, like, you were, like, using the cards of the devil, whether it was related to, like, tarot, directly to tarot, or related directly to gambling. Interesting.
In the beginning, because I'm happy that they went to church with me. Today was like a score. I've planted the seed. I'm happy. I am. And you know what?
What?
I can put my head on my bed pillow and feel complete peace.
You're doing good.
I'm so glad we start doing it my way. It's wonderful.
Marguerite's comfortable within her boundaries, but I think she felt somewhat as if things were slanted more my way or our way. It clearly wasn't the case. We haven't done it my way yet. What are you talking about? When's my turn come?
I'm about done. Okay?
Done?
I'm
Being
not
tested.
done.
You're giving up kind of early, don't you think?
No, I ain't giving up. I'm still here.
No, I know you're still okay. Well, yeah, but don't you think you're kind of, throwing the towel in?
No. No, I've done everything I could possibly physically do.
Oh, come on.
I have. I've gone on with everything that's been planned
You've gone long,
except
but you've resisted.
very few things I've resisted.
When I run into someone like Marguerite and I see the resistance to change, I get very disappointed. But it also gives me resolve to sort of ease her into a different way of thinking. Astrology is not dark-sided. Would it be in the newspapers every day if it was dark-sided?
I don't care. Okay, I will not do astrology. I really am not. I'm not. It's a dead horse.
All right.
I was thinking that we could get through the rest of the week without any conflict, but he just keeps pushing it so much. I maybe.
I'm not trying to bring her up. I'm just curious. Marguerite wants to have me be enlightened by her, but is remiss and reluctant to do the same for me. Let me give you an example.
I know where you're going. You don't even have to, I know where you're going.
You can love Jesus all you like. I'm not about to change that. I would never.
I never said you were changing me.
So if I asked you to, if Jesus and God invented it, is it bad?
What are we talking about? Invented what?
Anything that you're afraid of.
What are you talking about?
All the things that we're talking.
Exactly. What are you talking about?
Anything I.
Exactly. What are you talking about? Make it clear, because I'm like a little slow here. Make it clear. I want to hear it.
Any new age therapy.
I was getting my buttons pushed. He's been pushing it so much that now I'm like getting louder and louder and louder and louder. I'm tired of being pushed. I'm not going to be pushed anymore.
Was there any harm or any negativity ever done?
Yeah, there was harm. It made me feel terribly uncomfortable.
All right. All right, I understand that. I'm not going to do anything.
I'm tired of being the nice person. You know what? This is Margaret speaking out.
I understand that.
This is not passive Margaret that's going to sit any longer and act all nice so you can take your mumble-jumble, nice, finesse, silver tongues to another room.
Oh, well.
I've totally had enough. It's done. It's over with.
Stay tuned because you don't want to miss.
She's not a Christian! Money for this family. Chris and the family do not believe in God. It doesn't matter if it does any good because I feel like it's tainted.
This experience, it's not an easy thing to do. But I feel that the parents have learned to trust me, and we really got close.
I really felt very open to Miss Jeannie, and we had sort of like a bond.
Thank you.
Bye, Mom.
And when she's gone, you realize everything. It's like, it was sad. Bye, Mama Jeannie.
Margaret is a beautiful family and beautiful children. And I hear Margaret's wonderful. So I really can't wait to meet her.
Well, I guess this is it. Can I have a hug? Can I have a good goodbye? This whole experience, the only thing that really
we don't
comforted
like
was
you.
Taking his family to church. Can I have a hug goodbye?
No.
Miles, trust Jesus. God doesn't necessarily prepare you to share his word, but a mustard seed was planted, and I saw it.
No, you bitch.
When it came time for Marguerite to go, I was sort of disappointed in some respect that she wasn't more open. That's the only word I can say. I'm disappointed.
Okay.
You be good, okay? And she's not gonna change.
This has been a long, hard road this week for me. I have been tested in every area of my being. It had gotten to a point where I couldn't get out of there fast enough. This was the most difficult week of my life. At this point, after seeing all the things that I had problems with, the very idea that Jeannie was in my household kills me.
Oh,
I would
Jesus.
absolutely hate
Jesus, lady, can you just, like, fucking relax?
Tonight.
She's not a feeling.
Oh my god, did we, like, lose our space? Hold on.
It's nice to meet you.
This was hard. It's different.
You have a beautiful family. You have a beautiful, beautiful family. It was a wonderful, incredible experience. So much fun. And we went shopping, and I took Brooke to the Funky Diva, and I bought her a beautiful necklace. And we went to the dance studio. We had a great time watching Brooke dance. I couldn't take my eyes off of her. So it was amazing. And what I wanted to say was that I wanted to spend time alone with Brooke. Because
Did you discuss astrology with my family?
No, but I hypnotized Ashley. Didn't think I'd be able to.
I was
do
very
what
concerned if you weren't a Christian, you being in my household. This is a message.
Here we
I'm not trying
go.
to be
Here we
ugly.
go.
I have to say this.
Here we go.
Put God in your heart. Please, please, put God in your heart.
I was getting really confused. I saw how upset she was, but I didn't know why.
It was a real test for me. I was very uncomfortable. When my spirit, I was totally uneasy. I wanted to come home.
Wow.
It was not good. So I tried talking to Chris about it. I asked him at one point, all I'm asking you is, because I never dreamed that it'd be so uneasy for me, because I'm just a fun-loving, easygoing person. Just to please do not talk about those subjects that bother me. Respect me in that, and it just continued. And he knows how to push buttons. Oh, God. And I'm very simple. And I've cried more in the last week than I've cried in my entire life.
Oh, stop it.
Margaret told me exactly what happened. I feel really bad that she was that uncomfortable. I wish Chris didn't shove it down her throat.
Why was he so focused on that? I don't know. I really don't know. I'm ready to go home. I'm just ready to go home.
Okay. I don't know. This letter is for you.
Me being in spiritual warfare has made me spiritually weak. Got to a point where it's like, I just want to go home. I've said all that I need to say. God bless you and your family. I'm glad it's over.
After everything that Margaret told me, I need to figure things out and talk to Chris. There's a lot of things that happened that I'm angry about.
Don't go anywhere.
Gargoyles! Psychics!
He doesn't listen, and I feel that if there was conflict there, I want to get home.
She's gonna start crying. Look at her.
It felt so good to hug him and, you know, just be with them.
Ow.
Are you tired?
They've been on my mind so much, wondering what they're doing. I needed to talk to everybody.
I want to hear about everything.
Did you have fun?
I did, but I missed all of you guys in a big way. Come sit here, Emma. So we each had to write a letter that I need to read to you guys.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
She says, wow, what a huge test. I will keep you in my prayers. To my dear Jeannie, the gates of heaven will open for you. I give you $400 to a much-needed dryer that makes little noise.
That's funny, honestly.
Elliot, I give you $3,000 for a dirt bike. Miles, I give you $3,000 for you to decide without anyone's help.
Okay.
Jeannie, I give you $1,800 towards what you think Emma should need. To my new family, I give King.
Wait, why do the boys get whatever they want, but then the one girl in the family needs to have that decided upon her by the mother? That doesn't make any sense to me.
James Bibles to each with their names engraved and dated. Last, with the remaining $36,000, to go toward sustaining the family.
Wow.
God bless, Margaret Perrin. Miles is happy. Elliot, look at them grinning over there like the Cheshire Cats. Wow. Everybody was so excited about how the money was allocated. But I didn't do this for the money. I saw this as an opportunity to help people. And I don't know why Chris didn't do that with Margaret. I met Margaret today. She told me she wanted to leave from the beginning. She wanted to leave. She said that a lot.
She has a stigma attached to this whole New Age concepts. I just couldn't get her to do anything that was...
It scared her.
I know, but there's nothing to
scared her.
What did Margaret say to you? He's a hard ass, and he comes at you with these ideas and these ideas. He keeps gnawing away at you. I wasn't like that. I wasn't like knocking the door. Oh, Margaret, here's a book. I never even showed her an astrology chart. I never did a mandala with her. Never did anything with her. She just flat out said no.
Wow. I was very surprised to hear the stories about Margaret.
You want to know what happened here? We went and did her thing, but she couldn't do ours. things were more her way than they were.
Everything was her way.
Wow. That doesn't surprise me.
From what Chris told me, it's hard for me to tell what went
That
on
doesn't surprise me at all.
here because I heard two different sides. But it seems like Margaret might not have told me about everything going on.
It's good to see you. Did you miss us at all?
Of course I did.
No, she was just crying just because she felt like crying.
Of course I did.
How about a hug? Good to see you, baby.
I think that this experience, it's about knowing and understanding another family.
Here,
You notice that this side of the equation, like, everything's going just fine. Like, they're like, all right, we're accepting of this, like, no problem. And we're going to get to the other side soon here. This is, like, the grand finale.
pass the mom.
And, you know, my values are different than Margaret's. Still, my family could have shared so much with her.
Easy, though. Easy does it.
I know that something good is going to come out of this. And just knowing that, that's what I feel. It's worth it. It's worth it in the end.
Hey, never been so happy to see home roots.
Bet you are.
This is God's country. Thank you, Jesus. I'm so glad to be home, sir. You know, you have no idea. You have no idea. I have never been so uneasy in my life. I have not slept since I left New Orleans. I have learned about stuff and I have seen so much stuff that I have never seen before, nor have I ever wanted to see.
Now she's gonna kill the Uber driver. Right.
Any longer a person that will just trust anyone you trust. Don't trust anyone. Watch your kids. Watch who you bring in your house. I sowed some wonderful seeds, but I brought an ungodly person into my house. Bring me home now.
Expect a cliched metaphor for
Right. We're now in the final stages, my friends. The final stages.
All right, Simon says, touch shoulders. Simon says, put your hands down. Simon says, shimmy. Simon says, stop. Simon says, run. Simon says, stop. Simon says, say hallelujah.
Hallelujah. She's here. She's here.
Oh, they're so excited to see their mom. This is sad. They're so excited to see their mom, and their mom is going to blow a fucking fuse.
What? Dork sadded. Not of God. It's not Christians. Did you not ask if she believed in God? She's not a Christian.
She's not a Christian.
You could be a Jew and believe in
It
God.
doesn't matter. She's tampering in dark-sided stuff. Yes, she did.
Dark-sided.
Her house is dark-sided.
She said her whole house is.
She is dark-sided too.
Why are you mad at us?
This is my house. I want no money. I want nothing. I want my God and I want my family. This is tainted. I don't want it. Whatever it is, it's tainted. Whatever it is, you give it me. I give it up to God. I'm a God warrior. And I don't want someone with tainted anything in beliefs doing anything with my family. Get out. Get out.
Here we go. Dark Side!
Get these ear sets off of me. I've had enough. Gargoyles, psychics, everything's ungodly. Dark-sided.
I'm glad you're home.
Get the hell out of my house. In Jesus' name, I pray. I've had enough.
I just sit. Mom, come sit with us.
Did you talk about astrology?
No.
Did you get hypnotized by her? I have taken a stand. I have taken a stand. I am not a fence rider. I was over there praying for all these people, but I needed prayer. I needed you to be
praying for
you. You get me.
I was praying for you every night. I was praying for you every night.
I needed your prayers.
Oh, this is sad. What
You
the
did
fuck?
come to my mind.
Like, she's just, like, blaring in here like, you didn't do enough. You didn't do what you were supposed to do. Her children are so excited to see her, and she can't even fucking deal with that.
There was nothing of God. Every day it was nothing of God. I had to change the whole plans and make everybody go to a Catholic church because I was leaving. Took the ear sets off, said I am leaving. Fly me home.
Mama, just talk.
We had a party, a solstice party.
Well, she said that was about the moon. It was the longest.
Yeah, it's about the moon because they only believe in the moon and the gods and the this and the that.
Jeannie was not like that.
Her name is Jade. I went to her station. Her kids don't go to church or believe in God. I've been with her kids.
Well, she did.
Ashley, astrology.
Mom, believe me.
Tarot card readings.
She didn't bring it up with
And
us.
if everybody would look back at everything I've been saying and preaching and praying and saying, I've been saying I am a spiritual warrior because I feel like I'm a spiritual warrior. Like I've had to put armor on just to walk out that house. I want none of this. I want out of this. Because you know what? I won't take some ungodly person telling me what to do with my money or that money for us. I don't want it in my house. It's tarot cards and astrology.
Wow. So biased. So biased. After these people, like, hosted you in their home and treated you with respect, you gotta fucking turn around and do this shit? She's fucking crazy.
Books and
we had none of that here.
Because you know why? Because I'm the warrior. I asked all the questions. Take the money. Take whatever you got. You can't get out of my house. In Jesus' name, I pray. They will be on my prayer list for the day I die. Every one of them.
You spoke to her?
I speak that into existence. Every one of them. I've planted that seed and I will see the harvest. Get out of my house. Every dark-sided person, get out of my house. If you believe in Jesus, you can
Every dork-sided person, get out of my house in Jesus' name.
stay here. Don't stay in my house if you're dark-sided. I don't want to see a book of witches. I don't want to see anything, any stars. I don't want to see any of this dark-sided psychics, all the things, tarot card reading. I rebuke it in the name of the Lord.
Mom, come sit.
No, I am
nothing like that. Come talk to us on our
I am a prayer warrior. Do you know what she is? Do you know what they do? Did you ask her, was she a Christian? Did you ask her, did she believe in God? Not gods, not witches, I've been educated while I've been gone. I've been educated on stuff I didn't even want you to hear, but you need to hear. You know why? Because Mama can't pretend. They put me on the talk show and had a psychic in the air. I took the ear sets off and said, I am flying home. I don't believe in this.
Why don't you ask? Why am I the... I'm always the one that asks all these things. I'm the one that's the warrior.
Why can't you
Totally
be the warrior?
degraded.
And then they have this wonderful star thing, okay? And there's Buddha, and there's the Buddha flag, and there's the zoology. It just goes on.
Has she ever heard of Xanax? Honestly, yeah, Mark is right. Like, can she just fucking take a chill pill?
Every day it was something ungodly. I was thrown in the pit. Thrown in the pit. You couldn't even walk up the front door without the Buddha flags here. He thinks he's been reincarnated. Nothing of God. I felt dark.
Oh my god. Okay, my friends, we're done. I mean, obviously that's a crazy psychotic lady. Obviously she has problems. Anyways, good discussions today. very good discussions today. I'm really happy about that. And now I'm going to announce to you the huge, giant announcement before I sign off and go to bed. I want to let you all know that I appreciate you all being a part of the journey that is Mindful Monad. And I'm really happy you're here with me, and I'm really happy and grateful about the dedication that each and every one of you has given to me throughout this entire journey. I'm in a position now where I am going to retire Mindful Monad as the name. So pretty much no more Mindful Monad. Mindful Monad is being laid to rest, and I'm adopting a new name for this channel. And the new name for this channel is going to be very reflective of my self. It's going to be more accommodating to an online persona. And so Mindful Monad will no longer be a thing. It's now going to be changed to something that represents myself. I'm going to go by the name Jan, as I am, and then I'm going to adopt the last name of Damon. And if you're not familiar with what that is, it's Daemon. And I'm going to be adopting the name Jan Damon. Damon being a divinity or supernatural being of a nature between gods and humans. There's a lot more lore to explore with this term of Damon. But, you know, after today, I'm going to be changing the name of everything. I'm going to be doing a full rebrand, and I'm going to be Jan Damon. I'm going to be myself. I'm going to be more of an online persona. And I feel like that's going to be representative of me better than Mindful Monad. So I'm not stopping the live streams. I'm not stopping the videos. I'm not quitting. I'm just quitting in the sense of I'm abandoning the name of Mindful Monad, and I'm going with the term Jan Damon. So I kind of created like a little thing here. I wonder if I can just like drag and drop it in here. All right, check this out. Check this out. All right, are you ready? There we go. So this is the new direction we're going. From here on out, I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to quit. I'm just evolving and I'm adapting to my situation, and this is the name I want to go. This is where I want to go with. So, anyways, that's the big announcement. I really appreciate all of you. I appreciate everybody that like hangs out with me on Friday nights. I appreciate all the support. I appreciate all the kind words, especially. And I appreciate the understanding where I kind of go with my material. So, on that note, I I love all of you. I love all of you with my whole heart. And I hope you stick with me in this journey where I evolve my channel and I evolve my content and we continue to move forward. So yeah, I just, all of you mean so much to me, and I just want to thank you, and I'm really excited for this new direction of Jan Damon. I'm going to be changing my username on YouTube, Facebook, everything to match this weekend. And I'm really excited for a new chapter in life. I'm excited for a new era. I'm excited for a new world. And I just want to let you all know, I'm here for you. And I'm looking forward to future, I know, don't cry. Because I really do appreciate all of you. You all mean so much to me. We're going to move into a new era here. We're going to move into a new world. And I'm really happy about that. Imaginista says, cool, I was worried you were going to say you were going to stop. No, never. I am never going to stop, ever. Just so you all know, no matter how much evolution we take, no matter, how many times we change our names or whatever, I am never going to stop. I love the name Mindful Monad. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just, I want to be more of myself and representative of myself. So I think it's a good direction to go to where, I kind of go back to being my own person. And Jan Damon is something that I think is very fitting. And yeah, that's it. That's the big announcement. The big announcement is we're just changing to a new direction. And Jan Damon is going to be, the thing here on out. Mindful Monad was a thing that served us very well, but it's time to let it rest. It's time to let it rest. So from here on out, I will no longer be Mindful Monad. From here on out, I will be known as Jan Damon. We're gonna get into what Damon means in the future, but for now, this is where I'm going. Anyways, I love all of you. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. It's definitely time to say goodnight and sign off. I hope you all have a very good weekend. Let's put some roses and some disco balls in the chat to sign off for tonight. This is actually my longest live stream now on record. We actually hit 8.5 hours. This is a long ass stream. 8.5 hours is a lot. And you know what? I'm proud of it. I'm proud of it. I'm proud of me. I'm proud of all of you. I'm proud of all the time we take to just hang out and talk about things that are important. And yeah, I'm really passionate about live streaming. I'm really passionate about saying what I mean. I'm really passionate about the topics that I explore. And I hope you're passionate about these topics too. And I look forward to our future where we keep diving deeper into this and become good, free, critical thinkers of this world. So, anyways. Thank you so much, my friends. Let's turn on a little bit of music to exit ourselves with. And I want to say goodnight to each and every one of you. So good night, Katrina. Good night, Mark. Thank you so much, Mark. Mark, if you would like to drop the link to your creations, please do so. Thank you so much, Alberto, for coming. Thank you so much, Fachita. Flower Dragon. So good to see you. It's time to kick it to sleep. It's time to go to sleep, bitches. Go to sleep. Thank you so much, Elise, for coming. I really appreciate that. Everybody hanging out with me. It was a nice long day. And you know what? I love it. I love like hanging out here on stream with you. Fridays are the day where we all hang out all fucking day. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much, Vegeta. That's so nice of you. I really appreciate that. Let's see. Mark Vanderpool says, I've got the new drop from the source to paste on the board. Yeah. Okay. So check out this link by Mark. Check out Mark. Mark's great. Yeah. Anyways, I don't have much more to say. If I have any more to say, I'm just going to repeat myself. You know, I appreciate all of you. You all mean so much to me. Today was a good day. And I want you to have a good night. And I want you to have a good weekend. And we will see you next Friday. Okay? Okay. All right. Good night, everybody.